Hi, how are you? Good. How are you, Jennifer? Good to see you. Yeah, good. Greg, how are you? Good morning. How are you today? How was your travel to Cape Town? Good. And do you like the weather today? Not too cold, not too hot. It's lovely, eh? Excellent. So just to start, as an introduction, my name is Benjamin Kagina, and I co-direct the Vaccines for Africa initiative. How many of you knew of VACFA before this course? Just by a show of hand? Oh, quite a few actually. And now, how many of you know VACFA? Everyone. Excellent, excellent. So we are an academic unit based at the University of Cape Town, which is actually, and we're in the Faculty of Health Sciences, which is less than a kilometer from here. And our focus is in vaccines and immunization. And we do a range of activities. You know, we've been involved in clinical trials, but our core business is actually to do evidence-based vaccinology, which focuses on how can we use emerging and existing evidence to strengthen immunization programs on our continent. So our focus is not just in South Africa, but in Africa and to some extent, low and middle income countries. So I welcome you to this 19th annual African Vaccinology course. It's been 19 years. It could have been 20, were it not for what? I see everybody knows that. Okay. And I was actually looking at the program and I see there was no topic on COVID, but I can guarantee you, I haven't seen the slides of the speakers, but I will not be surprised. There'll be many mention of COVID as people speak on different topics, simply because of how the pandemic had so much impact to our lives, wherever we lived, whether in low and middle income countries or in high income countries. So just to start, I would like to, you know, in Africa, we say when you welcome people, they need to know, you know, who are the hosts, okay? And I think I need to request VACFA team to stand for you to see who they are as the host, so that in case you need some help on something, you need to ask for guidance on anything, you can reach out to them. So that is Edina, and all these people, they will come here and speak to you. That is Tony Oakridge, that is Edina. That is Greg, the founding director of VACFA. And that is Salim, our youngsters and IT guru. This is Alana. Who else am I missing? And of course, you saw Collie at the front. Others sleeping. So this is the team behind, you know, organizing this course and the wonderful hosts. You know, if you've got any query, if you've got any issue to be guided on, reach to any of them and they will gladly assist. Okay, I've got 30 minutes, 20 minutes to make an introduction and address to open this meeting. And before I do that, I think I would want to say that, vaccinology and the field is very exciting, and it's good time to be in the field of vaccinology. Okay, how many countries, Edina, are represented in this meeting? 29. That's a big number, but that has been the sort of the average number of countries that we normally have every year. I normally look forward to this time of the year because it's the time we get to meet people working in different countries in the field of vaccinology. So I'm going to speak to you in my opening address on 3 issues, okay? Just 3. All right. So the first one, which I've touched briefly on, is that it's exciting to be in the field of vaccinology in this period. How many agree on that? Everybody. Okay. Amina, I'm going to put you on the spot. Why is it exciting for you to be in the field of vaccinology now? Just going to bring you the mic. And the reason I've picked Amina is that I've engaged a lot with her before she comes. She works at Gavi. So you can briefly introduce yourself and tell us why you feel it is exciting to be in the field of vaccinology now.
Thanks, Benjamin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amina Bouathmeni. I'm from Tunisia, so I guess I'm the only one representing my country here. I work at Gavi as a program manager for the Measles and Rubella program. I guess it's an exciting field and it's an exciting time to be working in this field because of the post-pandemic era where there's blooming research, there's a lot of vaccine manufacturing momentum on the continent. There's a lot to be done in terms of supporting research, implementation, policy, and there's a lot of cross-collaboration across the continent at a global level as well. A lot of funding also is being put into vaccinology, which is very important. And both policymaker, but as well as the communities are becoming more and more aware of the importance of vaccines. So I guess I'm happy to be working in vaccinology at this point in my life. Yeah, and I feel a lot of people also in this room feel the same because they're participating in this course. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much, Amina. I fully agree with you. So a couple of reasons, and you've touched most of them. So I want to start with the preclinical phase, okay? Where you identify an antigen and you want to see whether this antigen is able to teach the immune system how to respond and mount an immune response that is protective from future pathogens, okay? So in the old days when the vaccines were discovered, most of the vaccines of the old days were you take whole organism and you sort of inactivate it, kill it, and give it to people. And a lot of vaccines, like whole cell pertussis, were quite, easy to produce because you realize it's a whole organism and you inactivate. And then we went to realize that, you can actually even change an organism. Instead of activating, you attenuate it, you modify it, like BCG. But subsequently, we started realizing actually you don't need the whole organism. You might just need a few proteins. Okay, then we start realizing as more understanding of immune system became clear, you start understanding that, okay, sometimes you need to conjugate a polysaccharide with a protein to mount an immune response that have better memory. Okay, so if you look at the platforms for making vaccines, we've moved from very simple way of making vaccines to recent platforms, which is the messenger RNA, which is offering huge potential on development of new vaccines. So if you look at the history of vaccine development, and I think there will be a talk on that, we're moving from an era where you would take 10 years or 15 years from discovery of the pathogen to taking the vaccine to the public. That time is getting shorter and shorter because of the understanding of the pathogens and also the understanding of the immune system. So it is an exciting field. The other thing is also the issue of partnership. You know, we understand how important partnership is. And Amina talked about vaccine manufacturing. You know, Africa as a continent has put its vision of being vaccine secure in the next couple of years. Huge investment in the development of vaccine manufacturing capacity on the continent. And we'll hear Bev talk about it with cholera, for example. So we reaching a point where we say now, let's not just rely on one or two global vaccine manufacturers. Let's have local manufacturing capacity that is able to make sure that anytime we have a challenge like we had with COVID, then we do not have to wait for 2 or 3 suppliers because it's not sufficient for the global population. It's exciting also because, you know, I come from a big family. Okay? My dad had 19 kids. But you know, he was born 1920s. So and that is the time when most of the people in Africa, they would take chance, because if you had very few children, then measles comes or polio comes, it would wipe everybody in the family. So to have a chance of having some of the kids grow to adulthood, you had to go for numbers. Now we don't need to do that anymore. Part of it, of course, in addition to access to clean water, is also the access to vaccines. So it's exciting. And what is even more exciting, and I think Tony will talk about this in his immunization agenda topic, is that now we're moving away from just vaccines for children to vaccines for everybody. You know what we call life course vaccination approach, where we understand everybody at every age, from as early as in pregnancy to as old as, who is the oldest in the room? Not for the ladies, because I'm told you do not ask ladies their age. So, Greg, so there is even a vaccine for Greg in his late 60s, early 70s, all right? So exciting field, exciting era in vaccinology. It's exciting also because we realize that just having the vaccine in the shelf is not enough. Okay? If you remember during the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, our biggest challenge as a continent was access to vaccines, correct? And subsequently, that access was sorted out. You know, we had COVAX facility, and only to realize that actually vaccines becomes available, but people are not willing to take. How many of you had a friend or a family member who refused to take COVID vaccine despite you convincing them? How many? I'm one of them. You see, many of us. I tried to convince my mom to take COVID-19 vaccine. She refused. And she told me I'm captured by the system. She's not going to listen to me. So exciting because it's not just about having access to the vaccines, it's also about how do we make these vaccines go to the people who need them, give them the right information on the benefit of these vaccines. So it is an exceptionally exciting field. I can go on the reasons why this is an exciting era in vaccinology. So that's one of the key points I wanted to make. The second one is that we need to embrace a lifelong approach to learning in vaccinology. When the field is exciting, it means new things are coming up, isn't it? And even as in the field, we struggle to stay up to date on what is happening. I think, this year and last year, 2 vaccines have been, those are the ones that I know, big ones. The RSV vaccine has been licensed for use. We also have higher valence of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine that have been licensed. And we're having many other vaccines in the pipeline for being licensed. And there is so many things that we need to learn, even those who have been in the field for decades. Greg said he is the oldest in the room. And he is also here to learn because the field is rapidly changing. And when we talk about embrace learning, I would encourage you to think of learning not just about listening to the speakers that we've identified. We've got a lineup of excellent speakers who are experts in their own field. But another way to learn is actually to share your knowledge. We carefully select you to come for this course because we know you're not only going to learn from the speakers, but also by you asking questions, sharing your experiences in your own country. It's a useful way to learn. And I always look forward to this week in the year because I look at it as part of the boosting of knowledge in vaccinology. And think about lifelong learning in vaccinology as a booster of your vaccinology understanding. And we need to look at it in the sense that if we have better understanding of the field, we can be able to make more and greater difference in our communities and also in addressing some of the challenges that we face in the field of vaccinology. Okay? So as you engage with the speakers that are going to be standing on this podium, know that we also want to learn from you. Okay, we want to hear about some of the solutions that you have applied in your settings, some of the challenges you face in your settings, because that is a useful way for us to learn from each other. So, message 2, embrace lifelong learning. And this is very important. Sometimes we think that learning can only happen face to face. But what COVID taught us is that you can learn at the comfort of your desk, okay? At the comfort of your home. There's YouTube, as long as it's not pseudoscience. You don't listen to those people who are telling you vaccine are dangerous, okay? But there's so many resources out there on the internet that you can engage with. There are so many webinars that are happening in Africa globally that you can tune into. So when you come here for these 5 days, look at it as just part of the boosting process of learning. Just know that the learning doesn't stop here. It continues, and you need to embrace that concept of lifelong learning in vaccinology for you to be optimal in your work in vaccinology. So that is my message number 2 to you. My message number 3, which is the last one, is about application of your vaccinology knowledge in addressing the challenges that we have. Okay? I think how many do sports? What sport do you do? Eh? Watching. playing football. Yeah. And how many people have done marathon, even if it's 5K or 10K? Oh, many. Excellent. I'm told with running, the key is the preparation, isn't it? That's where the hard work comes into play. But that hard work bears fruit during the race day, correct? I think someone normally says that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where the reality comes in. So we can go to so many courses, we can listen to so many webinars, we can read so many articles. But unless we put that knowledge into the application, it means not much. Okay? And we do have very many practical challenges that we have. I mean, when I ask about how many people talk to their friends, family, and they couldn't get them convinced of taking up a vaccine, there were many. So we need to see how do we best apply this knowledge to address some of the challenges that we have. When we hear about any new vaccine that comes up, for example, RSV. I mean, a very good example is pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. These vaccines were licensed in 2000, and there was very strong evidence. Soonest they were deployed in high-income countries, they had huge public impact on reducing the morbidity and mortality. So dramatic change. But how long did it take for us to introduce these vaccines in Africa? 9 years, 10 years? We do not want that because those are millions of lives lost in our continent. So how do we make sure that our countries adopt vaccines in a timely way? Think about measles. So 29 countries are represented here. Which of those 29 countries do you know that have measles outbreak in the last 2 years? Just by show of, if your country had a measles outbreak in the last 2 years. Okay. Those who have not raised their hands, can you tell me when was the last measles outbreak in your country? 2018, Tunisia? Okay. Which other country has not had measles outbreak in the last 2, 3 years? None? Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that even with old vaccines that have been in use since 1974, when the routine immunization program was initiated, we're still not getting these vaccines to those who need them, all right? And we need to do more. Sometimes it's not just about access to vaccines, it's also about making sure that we advocate for the benefit of the vaccines to wider stakeholders, okay? Importantly, especially to engage with our politicians, we need to make sure that we have evidence that helps us to convince different stakeholders that this vaccine is needed in our communities. So there's a lot we can do in the application of the vaccinology knowledge to encourage participation of African countries in clinical trials. Okay, we're still very underrepresented globally if you look at the clinical trials that we do on the continent. Another important aspect that I would want to add into that application of knowledge is to make sure that we mentor the next generation of vaccinologists on the continent. We're still hugely under-resourced in terms of the vaccinologists that we need on the continent. So there is so many application of the knowledge in vaccinology that I can think of practically that we can do to solve some of our most pressing issues on the continent. So as you engage with the speakers, as you engage with each other in the next coming 5 days, which I'm sure it's going to be very productive, I want you to remember those three things. It's very exciting to be in this field. Embrace lifelong learning in vaccinology and put into practice the knowledge in vaccinology that you have to address some of the challenges that we have, and also to make sure that as a continent, when we show those graphs of coverage of, DTP containing vaccine, we don't want to see African region as the one that always has the line lowest compared to other WHO regions. So with those opening address, I wish you very well in the next 5 days of the vaccinology training. It's very exciting for us to see you here, and we look forward to a very, very successful week. So with that, I think I end my welcome address, and I'm also chairing. Is that correct? Right. So I'm going to invite the next speaker, or our first speaker, who is Edina, to tell us about the history of annual African Vaccinology course, and also to tell us about the course objectives. And one last thing before Edina comes, you know what makes this course very successful? It's timekeeping. It's very, very important. So let's make sure that we stick to time. And I had to work very hard to make sure that I finish my welcome right on time. Over to you, Edina.
All right. I hope you can hear me. Yes. Good morning. Oh, a little louder. Everybody is so calm and good morning. Oh, there we are. I hope you're as excited as I am. Like, I'm just so happy to have all of you gathered here this year. Every year we look forward to having you join us, and we spend an entire year planning for this. And it might not look like it, but it takes a whole year to get everybody into this room. And I'm just so glad to see all the different faces, all the diversity, and start to put some faces to some of the emails and some of the names that we've been seeing. So welcome from my end. And to just reintroduce myself, my name is Edina Amponsa da Costa, and I work with the Vaccines for Africa initiative. And I also serve as one of the co-conveners for the course. So as Ben mentioned, my job is actually very, very easy this morning. My job is to just share the history of the annual African Vaccinology course with you, and also agree on the objectives for this week. All right. Now, before I actually start, I met one of our alumni last year. He attended the 2022 course. And he asked, oh, how did the 2023 course go? And I said, 2023 was excellent. The cohort we had, the best ever. And he said, but you told us the same thing. And I said, listen, every year it gets better. And you know how I know this is actually going to be our best cohort ever? Before the time even started, the room was filled. And so I have no worries that we're going to stick to time. So I just want to applaud you on keeping to time and filling the room. All right, now imagine you're walking through a very, very dense forest and you don't have any navigation tool, you don't have a plan, you don't have a map. It's going to be very difficult for you to figure out where you're going. And that is how the AAVC can feel if you don't have a good understanding of the context of the annual African Vaccinology course and a plan for how we can get where we want to be during the course of this week. And so I really like this quote from Maya Angelou that says, "You can't really know where you're going until you know where you have been." So I would like to tell you a little bit about the annual African Vaccinology course, but first of all, about the initiative or institution that hosts the annual African Vaccinology course. So who is VACFA and what do we do? So we're not just a group of very good-looking people. That one is a fact. But we're also a group of concerned individuals who come together from diverse expertise and have a shared vision to see an Africa that is free of vaccine-preventable diseases. And so we approach this through our research work, through our advocacy, and one of our flagship training initiatives, which is the annual African Vaccinology course. So as I mentioned, our vision is to see an Africa free of vaccine-preventable diseases. And our mission is to increase awareness of the benefits of vaccines and to promote the uptake of established and newly available vaccines in Africa. So Ben also mentioned that this is our 19th annual African Vaccinology course. The very first one took place in 2005. And as our founding director, Greg, might tell you, the goal of the annual African Vaccinology course was to develop vaccinology expertise for Africa. So people who are capacitated to conduct research, to support services that is tailored to the unique African context. So we aim to specifically promote vaccine advocacy among health professionals, public health managers, policymakers, scientists, and many, many individuals who work across the immunization space. So who recognizes this? Has anyone seen this before? Yeah? Where did you see it? Online? Okay, good. On our website? Yeah? Okay. Opa. So this is our call for applications. Every year, we release a call for applications around May or June, sometimes early in April, just inviting everyone to apply for the annual African Vaccinology course. What I want to show you with this graph that you're seeing is that you're not here by chance. You do not come to us by chance. You are here out of a very competitive, rigorous application process. Now, we receive an overwhelming number of applications every single year, and every single year, the number of applications that we get just keeps growing. For some reason, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, just a spike in applications, anywhere between 400 to 600 applications from all across Africa, and sometimes even from outside of Africa, even though we clearly say that it's an African vaccinology course. But as you can see, it's really just a proportion of those applications that we're able to accept to attend this course. And it's due again to the competitive process, the rigorous screening process, but also other factors which I'll speak on just a little later. So just out of interest, are there any first-time applicants, people that applied for the very first time and got right through? By hands. Okay, it's actually many, many of you. Any repeat offenders, people that, nice to see you. And then anyone that attended online previously and then they're having their first opportunity to attend in person. Very nice to meet you. So I'll talk about the hybrid format, but it's really important for me to know those who might have attended online and have had a chance now to come in person, because we want to test something a little out. We want to test how attending online might actually enhance your engagement with the course. So I'll be keeping an eye. So as I mentioned, we started in 2005. And in our very first 5 years, we had already reached 33 African countries and trained 420 participants. Fast forward another 5 years, by 2015, we had reached 42 African countries and trained just over 700 participants across Africa. By 2020, we had reached 46 countries and just under 1,000 participants. And by the end of this week, by Friday, we would have reached 48 African countries and reached over 1,000 participants across Africa. And I think that that is worth an applause. Now, do we have a Moroccan participant in the room from Morocco? Hi, I'm pleased to let you know that you are the very first participant in 20 years from Morocco. So I mentioned to Ben that we have 29 participants in the room this week. And I should let you know that we have actually doubled the number of countries represented in our AAVC since last year. And I think that that is really crucial. And I hope that as you look at that map, you will agree with me that we've reached quorum. You know, we have people from all across Africa, from almost every single sub-region in Africa, 46 delegates in total in the room over the course of this week from 29 African countries. And I think that it is safe to say that we are very well represented. We'll be able to confidently discuss issues affecting the African region, and perhaps be able to come up with some very context-specific and innovative solutions to some of the pressing challenges that we face within the African region. Most of you are, either working in the EPI in your countries or in sub-districts. We have healthcare providers from both private and public sectors. We have individuals from the policy space, those working with national immunization technical advisory groups. We also have academic researchers, postdocs, postgraduate students, individuals working with the pharmaceutical industry and many others. So the diversity is immense, and we really look forward to the engagement over the course of the next 5 days. So I mentioned that there's a second reason why I was showing you this particular graph. In addition to the competitiveness, there's also the limitations in how many people we can support to be trained during this course. As you can tell, this room is limited. It's not possible to sit 400 applicants. In fact, it's illegal. So that's the one thing. It also takes quite a lot of money to fund, all the different participants to come through. And so that's a significant limitation for us in terms of who we can support to attend. So over the last few years, especially after COVID, we decided that we have a responsibility to still expand and extend the vaccinology training to as many people as possible. And so we started the hybrid format, which just meant that even if you didn't get through to attend in person, we would still offer the opportunity for you to join in online and just listen in and really decide if this is truly the course that you wanted to attend and still engage, and perhaps that could strengthen the application for the subsequent year. But then you still have the opportunity to also learn something and walk away with something when it comes to vaccinology. So this is the 4th year we're offering this hybrid format. And we have just over 200 participants who have registered to attend the course online. And I'd just like to acknowledge, the fact that they're joining us. It is quite difficult. It's challenging to make time away from your job, to find time to sit down. The time zones are also an issue, but I can already tell that there are people joining in online already. We have also heard the cries of those who join online asking to receive a certificate for their participation. And I'm pleased to say that for the very first time this year, we will be trialing certification of those who will be joining online. And so if the online team, our colleagues online are listening to me, it's just to say that you will be receiving a certificate. It is, of course, contingent on a few, criteria. You need to be attending for at least 5 hours each day. We need to see that you're engaged, you're participating, you're asking questions, and also there will be a post-course evaluation survey that you would have to complete. So we just assess your perceptions of the online version. And so we're looking forward to having our online colleagues really engage with us. So please do stay tuned. Now, I can't speak about, the AAVC without highlighting the important role of our faculty members. Ben mentioned once again that we have excellent speakers, world-class faculty members who are joining us from all across the world. But we've also been very intentional about where they come from, because if we're going to talk about African issues, it needs to be led by Africa for Africans. And so the majority of our faculty members over the past 20 years have come from the African region. And so we have faculty members representing, program partners, academia. We have those that are working in practice, in immunization systems, in policy. And so they're really well versed to deliver the information that you will be hearing and engaging with during the course of this week. By and large, the majority of our speakers actually do come from South Africa, which is convenient. But they're also, again, world-class, well-versed, and also coming from a diverse group of agencies, just like our other faculty from all across Africa and the world. And so a big thank you to our faculty members who remain committed to the AAVC year in, year out. So here we are, our course objectives for this week. By the end of this week, or during the course of this week, we are hoping that we'll be able to provide you with essential and up-to-date knowledge on vaccines. We also intend to encourage rich dialogue about the successes, the challenges, and opportunities to improve national immunization programs within the African region. We also hope to provide you with a forum where we are able to share immunization policy-making experiences and also develop technical capacity of various individuals, including national immunization technical advisory groups. And lastly, we want to create an environment that fosters rich communication and networking among African vaccinologists such as yourself. And so don't get too comfortable. As Ben said, we want to hear from you. We want to learn from you. And we really hope that you will engage with us. So please do confirm for me if we are in agreement in terms of the objectives for this week. Are you happy with them? Please say yes. Okay. Because I can't change my slides. So I'm showing this picture. It's really, really important. Please pay attention. If you learn nothing from this course, the least you can do is to become best friends with at least one person in this picture. These are VACFA members. It's not the complete team. You'll meet many others during the course of this week, but at least become best friends with one of them. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Okay. Now, the history of the AAVC and the success of the AAVC would be incomplete without a special mention of our partners. These are, all the different agencies and institutions that really support and make sure that our AAVC is successful. And so a special thank you to all our partners. And so with that, I'll stop here and check if there are any questions, and then we can move on from there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adina. So I think the next agenda item is the introduction.
If there are no questions, I'll just
Are
like
there
to check if there are any
questions?
logistical. Okay, then I do have questions for the.
You've got questions?
I've got questions for them.
Right.
Because I didn't want them to be comfortable. No. So we are going to move onto the introductions, but I think what I would like to hear from everyone, with your permission, Ben, is as you introduce yourself, let us know what was your motivation for applying, and what are your expectations of the course this week. That's it.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Adina. So I remember a few years back when we used to do this introduction session, we used to give each of you a mic and introduce yourself, but we realized some people talk a lot. It's not bad. It's actually not bad at all. But when you have only 20 minutes for introduction and you give each person a mic, surely you can't talk a lot, correct? So we're gonna give each of you a mic. We've got 40 minutes. And remember, in my welcome, I said the importance of time, okay? So just tell us your name and greet us in your mother tongue, okay?
Two, 1, 2.
But make sure you use the short version, because I know my mother tongue to greet you can speak a lot, depending on what kind of greetings you want to give. So a short hello in your mother tongue and just your name and your country, and you give your mic to the next. So less than 30 seconds for each of you, all right? So we start with Tony, that side.
Good morning, everyone. My mother tongue is English. I'm Tony Hawkridge. I'm part of VACFA. I'm a retired public health physician.
And Dina, just to say in terms of motivation, you know what you said people should say? Can we reserve that for during the presentations? We want to hear from each and every person, either a comment or a question. Okay, perfect.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Bronwyn Bosch. I'm from GSK. My national tongue is English as well. And I'm the vaccines lead for South Africa.
Okay. Isn't greetings in English, hello?
Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello, everybody.
Goeiemôre almal. My mother tongue is Afrikaans. So I'm Hanneli Meyer. I'm from Sefako Magatu Health Sciences University, and I'm also heading the South African Vaccination and Immunization Center at SMU. Thank you.
طيب صباح الخير. أنا دكتورة أمينة دمنور أبو قردة. أنا من السودان. My mother tongue is Arabic. So عشان كده أنا بتكلم بالعربي. I work with أعمل في وزارة الصحة السودان also منظمة الصحة العالمية. شكرا.
So I'm Kumo. My mother tongue is Tswana, but I'm from South Africa. I am a junior virology registrar at UCT.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vashni Pillay. As you can hear, my mother tongue is English. I am a pediatrician working at Red Cross Children's Hospital, and I'm currently specializing in or subspecializing in pediatric infectious diseases.
This side.
I'm Khalif Abdullah Nuh from Somalia. صباح وناكسن.
Karangai. I'm Solal Bienvenue from the Republic of Chad. I'm a master degree student at UCT working at the Grotesque Hospital. My mother tongue is Sar. Thank you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Lubena and I am doing my master's in epidemiology and biostatistics at UCT.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Penka, I'm Penka and I'm from Cameroon doing my PhD with VACFA.
Goeiemorgen allemaal. I am Sonia Botha, mother tongue Afrikaans. I am fortunate enough to stay in a beautiful Cape Town. I have been the EPI lead for 11 years, but we have moved over to life course vaccination. And I'm 60 today, so my purpose... So the reason why I'm here today is part of reinventing myself for the way forward.
Well, my name is Joey Kekula. I work with the regulatory agency in Liberia, the Department of Clinical Trial and Pharmacovigilance. My mother tongue is Pele.
Sanbonani, my name is Sipue Kumalo. My mother tongue is Zulu. So I'm a community pharmacist and I serve in the distributing up from the Department of Health. Thank you.
Lady first. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Sarankaba Alunike. That's my mother tongue. It's Mandingo. I am from Guinea. I am a medical doctor and a public health specialist. I'm working with the expanded vaccinology program in Guinea, and I am a consultant for the HIV vaccine in Guinea. We're trying to introduce the vaccine in Guinea this year. So I'm in charge of that, and I have my own NGO, which is called Global Alliance for Health and Education. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Irina Tim from Uganda. My mother tongue is Ateso, and we greet yoga.
Hi, everyone. My mother tongue is Arabic, so I say to all, Assalamu alaikum, Sabah al khair. My name is Mohammed Amin. I come from Algeria, and I practice medical doctor at the Pasteur Institute of Algeria. Thank you.
እንዴት አደራችሁ? ፊሊሞን እባላለሁኝ ከኢትዮጵያ ነው የመጣሁት። So my name is Filimon. I came from Ethiopia. I'm a public health professional working in Gambela Regional Health Bureau as routine immunization and COVID-19 vaccination technical advisor. Thank you.
Muheneza, that means good morning. I'm from Burundi. I'm in the vaccination committee of Public Health Emergency Operation Center in Burundi. Thank you. Murakoze.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Hussein Abdrahman. I'm from Niger. I am an immunization officer. I work by World Vision NGO International.
Wegacha Modabel. I'm by name Ring Agwak. I'm a South Sudanese by nationality. Actually, I greet you. This is what we call Wegacha Modabel. So I greet you all. Thank you.
Bom dia. Morning. I am Minalda Shilaul. I'm from Mozambique. I'm MD, and I've been working with clinical trial and studies at Manyisa Health Research Center. Thank you.
Mamuka saying, my name is Laura Msingwani. I work as the cervical cancer and HIV prevention lead in Namibia. I'm originally from Zimbabwe, but I live and work in Namibia now. So, Malelepo Nawa, so glad to be here. Thank you.
Absheni. Morning. My name is Ntombi Zodwa. I'm from South Africa in Mpumalanga. My mother language is Shangaan. So I am a communicable disease and EPI manager at the district level in Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Mwakabwanji. Morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Masuzi Ochira. I am a medical doctor and epidemiologist currently working at the Center for Infectious Disease Research in Zambia. Very happy to be here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brume Wariri. I'm an assistant professor at the London School of Hygiene, but based in MRC unit Gambia. My research is focused on vaccine epidemiology, but originally I'm Nigerian and my tribe is Urobo from Niger, from Delta State. And we greet saying Wado, which is well done. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Bev Kalper. I started my life as a scientist and then I became a doctor. I am passionate about vaccines and I'm the medical officer for BioVac.
I'm Mike Gold, originally from South Africa, but currently in Australia. The traditional greeting is good day, mate. It's the Australian, so good day, mate. Ben, look, I've got an interest in vaccine safety, and I was speaking to you about vaccine safety.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Jason Mwenda. My mother tongue is Kemero, but I speak many languages, including the national language, which is Kiswahili. Habari, sa asubuhi, good morning. I'm currently transitioning from WHO in Brazzaville, Congo, where I spent 17 years supporting vaccine preventable diseases surveillance and also on deployment of new vaccines. So we'll be talking about that later. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Oshodi. I'm a medical doctor and a public health physician from Lagos, Nigeria. I serve as the district immunization officer in my district, and I'm very passionate and very happy to be here because I know it's a one-off thing. Thank you very much.
Mulibwanji. My name is Bernadette Nkata. I'm from Zambia, and I am a PhD student in public health.
Sanbonani, good morning. My name is Dumelo Mzenda. I am a medical scientist working at the National Health Laboratory Service, and I'm also a Master of Public Health student. I hope you enjoy your time. Yeah.
Dumela Maraitso. My name is Kenneth Potlokwe from Botswana. I'm a vaccine production planner at the Botswana Vaccine Institute. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Ikamau Duduzilendwandwe from the South African Medical Research Council. I'll be speaking on Friday. You'll hear more about me. Thank you.
Dumelambo Melawontate. My name is Tidiso Masilo. I'm from Lesotho and working for the Ministry of Health under Gavi support to lead the immunization supply chain. Thank you.
Bwanji, my name is Sarah. I'm a clinical scientist from Zambia, but currently based in South Africa with the South African TB Vaccine Initiative Group.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zakira Ali. I am actually new to the field of clinical research. So I just recently started my career as a medical research officer at SATFI, and I am based in Worcester, South Africa, just on the other side of the mountain. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leila Alexander, and I am an honor student specializing in infectious diseases and immunology at UCT. I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. I'm Dr. Traoré Ibrahima. I'm from Guinea. I work currently at IOM DRC as an immunization officer. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Dimacheroni. My mother tongue is Venda, and I also speak Sepedi. My name is Tulufelo, and I'm a master's student in clinical science and immunology at UCT.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Iman Belkourati. I have experience on veterinary vaccines. So I joined this year human vaccines, Marbio, new facilities for human vaccine production. So I'm here to learn to upgrade my skills about in this field. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nabila Baba, and I work at VIDA's Vaccine Research Center in Soweto, in Johannesburg.
Hello again. Assalamu alaikum. Aslema in Tunisian. My mother tongue is obviously Arabic. Amina, just to be quick for the second time. I'm a pharmacist by training. I work in Gavi, previously worked in demand forecasting, and now in measles and rubella program as program manager.
Okay. Good morning. Assalamu barakatuhu. My name is Yoshad Bray, and I'm currently working at the UCT Health Sciences Library. But from 1st of January 2025, I'll be joining the VACFA team, and I'm very excited to do that. And if you recall, Edina said, now I wasn't on the picture, but if you recall, Edina said that you must get to know one member of the team, and hopefully that will be me. At least one of them.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bright Adoble, and I'm from Ghana, and my mother tongue is Ewe. And so we say good morning in Ewe is Indi.
Jambo, my name is Maureen Okoth from Kenya. I'm Ref Health Africa in Kenya. I'm a program manager for an advocacy project that we do advocacy for health research and development in Africa. Thank you. I'm looking forward to meeting her.
Bonjour à tous. I'm Dr. Michael Bisson, originally from Cameroon, but I'm based in Geneva, working with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, as program manager in the vaccines programs team, responsible for hepatitis B, bird dose, and rabies vaccines. I'm happy to be here, and I'll be giving a talk later during the week on hepatitis B, bird dose.
Habari za asubuhi. My name is Juma. I'm from Tanzania. I'm working as public health specialist in Dar es Salaam regions as immunization and vaccination officer. Thank you.
Just one comment before you go on. So who knows Kenya and Tanzania are neighbors? Okay, who knows that both countries, their national language is Swahili? Okay. Who knows that Kenyan Swahili is considered very bad compared compared to Tanzania? So you had jumble and you had proper way of saying. No, I'm just saying.
Goeiemorgen, I'm Elena Rabi. I'm a pediatrician working at Tygerberg Hospital, just on the other side of the Liesbeek River.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I forgot Dumlani, which is a language from Botswana, and I'm currently a postdoc with VACFA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren, and I'm a medical manager at Sanofi. And I'm also really glad to have a colleague with veterinary background, veterinary vaccines, because I also come from a veterinary background. So thank you.
Feel under pressure with Kenya and Tanzania here. So I wouldn't say jumbo because that's a tourist version of hello in Kenya. Habari zenyu or habari za asubuhi, which means good morning. And Molweni, since I've lived here for the last 15 years. And my name is Jennifer Githaiga. I'm a faculty member in the School of Public Health in the Division of Social and Behavioral Sciences. And my interest is social and behavioral issues around vaccines and cervical cancer research, so a lot on HPV vaccination, and recently developed a keen interest in vaccination among migrant populations. So I'm glad to be here. So I'm not clinical, my PhD is in psychology, but it's good to understand reasons for hesitancy and other things like that. So I'm coming from that background. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruby Bunchen. I'm an infectious disease immunologist, also at UCT. And I'm happy to be here again.
Mamuka Said. My name is Pinyarat Tinaro. I'm from Zimbabwe, but I'm at University of Cape Town in the Molecular and Cell Biology department. And I have just completed my PhD and waiting for the next step.
How's it? I am Yolandi Kluter, and I'm from Cape Town. I don't know if that's Kaap's English or Kaap's Afrikaans greeting, but in any case. So during the day, I am the lab QA specialist for SADV, and at night, I'm a struggling master's in public health student for health systems.
Mohammed Ibrahim Mandur from Egypt, Associate Professor on Virology and Immunology. My experience is mainly in vaccine immunization and vaccine manufacturing. Thank you.
Mangwanani, my name is Anisuenga. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a pharmacist by training. I work in operations at a pharmaceutical company involved in the distribution of medicines and vaccines.
Dumelang,
Lebitso la ka ke Atan Libitsa from Alfred Tunzo Health District. I'm an EPI manager and integrated school health program manager. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Salim, can we be able to unmute the online participants so that they can also introduce themselves? Or so they cannot speak. Okay. And can you maybe read a few of introductions? Just to make sure that we recognize their presence and we're following them also.
All right, so I'll be the voice of the online team while they introduce themselves. So scrolling up. Oh, that's a lot of introductions. Give me a minute. A cheerful hello to everyone on site and online. So happy to be part of this course virtually. That is from Michaela, from Dr. Wilberforce. Thank you, Team VACFA 19th version, Dr. Kabuero Wilberforce Musonga, core member of NITAG Uganda, senior consultant surgeon and bioethicist working at Mulago NRH Uganda. And then from Christelle, I am Christelle from Cameroon. I am a medical doctor working in the field of public health with the expanded immunization program. We also have Daniel, who is a Ghanaian based in Sierra Leone, working with the London School of Health and Tropical Medicine on Ebola vaccine trials. There's Saeed from Somalia. He works in immunization and vaccine management with UNICEF. We also have, let's see. Good morning, everyone. I am Boluwatife Oyabami. Oh gosh, I'm proud of myself. I'm a master student of medical microbiology and parasitology. I also work as a research assistant at Helix Biogen Institute. It's a great privilege for me to be here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Atenaga from Nigeria. I am happy to be here and looking forward to gain useful insights during the program. We also have Elizabeth, who works in immunology of infectious diseases from Tanzania. We have people from Kenya, from Kemri Welcome, Leah from Kemri Welcome, Duncan from Malawi, works as Surveillance and Supplementary Immunization Activities Officer with WHO. Should I keep going, Ben?
Going until 1 more minute.
Okay, 1 more minute. Hi, everyone. Animut from Ethiopia. Hello, everyone. Yumba, a public health practitioner and immunization expert from Tanzania. Cedric from Cameroon says hello to everyone. Impimo from South Africa, Sanofi, happy to be attending the course. Junior from Cameroon, his mother tongue is, I hope I get this right, Ungi. Glad to be here, MSc Biotechnology. And good morning, Kilima, an immunization officer from Busia, Kenya, who is happy to be here. Over to you, Ben.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Dina. So you can hear that our online colleagues are with us, and I think there is also introduction through that channel. So we've got 19 minutes that I think we would want to invite people. You've now introduced yourself, and it's great to hear the diversity that we have. And actually, that diversity is what makes us strong as a continent. So for the remaining few minutes, I would like to invite anyone who'd want to tell us about what made you want to come to this vaccinology course and what is it that you're expecting to learn, the key thing that you want to take out from this training. You, all right? And if you can tell us also why.
So 7 years ago, I was a head district manager. So I was in charge of routine vaccination and supply chain management, but I didn't get a proper training apart from undergraduate training. So I'm a medical doctor currently specialized in dermatology, but I am fascinated by vaccinology class because I'm returning to my district to continue carry on that training. So one of the points is that during the vaccination, I come across many problems. Initially is when I was training. So I get my undergraduate degree in Guinea. So there was a vaccinology campaign that I am part of it. And in Malanta, there is a mountain small town. So for 5 years before I was the rep to go there and supervise the campaign, no one reached the top of the mountain to give vaccination because it was difficult. So when I was the supervisor, I'm like, no, even if we need to do something, so I had to take a motorbike to go up there myself to vaccinate children and get to meet the chief, which no one ever had the chance to. People said to me, I'm blessed because the chief never get the crap to even greet people and they thank me. So that is when I saw that vaccinating people, first we need to give them. So I just told them, look how many kids, and there was a PEFA at that village. So I showed them, look at this kid that is here, which cannot work because he didn't get vaccinated for polio. So that is where it touched my heart. But then I went to my country and I couldn't get a course. So when I was the head of district, that is what I apply. So every time that they tell me there is resistance, I go there myself. Just give a chance to the villagers to give me why you don't want to get the vaccine. So they will give me everything. No, it's a white thing. They are trying to get our children to not get pregnant. And then I show them, sometimes I have to show them my vaccine spot to tell them, but I am vaccinated, but I didn't have problem to give birth to children. So why is the problem? So first I give them a chance to give me the reason why. The second step is to convene a meeting with everyone. That is what I do. And then I chat, it's chit-chat between them, and then later, little by little, they come. And then even if there is resistance, I come again. And literally, we managed successfully to cover like almost 80% of that year of vaccine, which was 2015. Today, I'm here to get further knowledge. Despite being a dermatologist, I'm keen to go further because I'm applying also for a MA in epidemiology because my country need someone that understands vaccinology, someone that have a key information to relay to the community in order to save Africa. Thank you.
Exciting story. Very nice. So I encourage you, when you have time, tea time, or during lunch, to speak to that lady there, Professor Hanley, and she's going to be giving a talk on vaccine confidence. So there's a lot that the two of you can talk about. So the importance of you telling us, sharing why you're here, is that we can also do, you know, in IT, I think, Salim, you call it virtual private network, where you get a very specialized. So we can connect you with actually the right person. If, for example, you tell us your interest is on understanding vaccine safety and see how you can set up a stronger pharmacovigilance in your country, as an example, we point you to Mike. So there's beauty in you telling us what you're expecting to learn, because we can see how we can link you with the faculty that specializes in that field. Any other person who is wanting to?
So once again, Ekaro. So for me, what motivated me, so excuse me, it's the fact that in Nigeria, I've had the opportunity to work in security compromised settings where we need to get vaccines to children in conflict zones. And I think I spent about 16 months on that program, and I realized that people still have we still have a lot of vaccine hesitancy. So there's need to breach the trust in ensuring that people get to use this vaccine. And also because I've been in the primary healthcare space for over 14 years, and we still keep getting, even while administering vaccines, we still come down with vaccine preventable disease outbreaks at time intervals. So what I'm here to learn is, I wish to know, number one, what can make people be interested to improve our uptake, to reduce vaccine hesitancy, and also to be able to speak to people with confidence about vaccine safety. Because I also have quite a number of people, even in the healthcare space, that have doubt in vaccine utilization. And so you can imagine working in a space where you might have some of your colleagues being I don't call them vaxxers, but people that are against vaccination. So I'm here to learn better and also to be able to speak with confidence and also to be able to mentor other colleagues that I work with. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I think you will, be able to learn that from pretty much all the talks, but also on vaccine confidence, you can talk to Haneli and also to Elizabeth, who I don't think she is here, from VACFA. Jennifer, do you deal with vaccine hesitancy as a psychologist and social behavior? So Jennifer is also somebody you can speak to. Excellent. By the way, you are welcome to say that you came to Jersey, Cape Town, because we can make a plan on how you can visit some places in Cape Town. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Khalif Abdullah Nuh. I'm from Somalia as immunization specialist of the Federal Ministry of Health. So for the issues that have motivated me to apply this course, first in Somalia, we have so many challenges. We have still outbreak of vaccine preventable diseases. And again, the coverage is still low because some of areas, because of security, and also we have some hard to reach population, pastoral populations, in which it's quite very difficult to plan and reach. So in that case, as I have seen the content and the objectives of the course, I thought this can contribute at least some knowledge in which you can plan maybe to these issues. At the same time, since maybe experts from all the continent are coming, it is very good opportunity to meet there and share the challenges and experiences maybe from every country. You may have some countries with same challenge. We can share our experiences and lessons learned, and they can share with us the same. So in that case, I think this is a very good forum that can provide maybe so many solutions in which we can improve the immunization access and demand generations for whole the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, a lot of that engagement and learning happens during tea break, during question and answer session. Wonderful. And I mean, you had your sister there talk about the challenge and how she tried to overcome the challenge. So this experience sharing is absolutely critical, and networking is a very key objective for this course. So excellent.
Thank you so much. As I said, my name is Dr. Joey D. Kekula. I work with the regulatory agency in Liberia. I was kind of very excited one morning when I saw the response, because from the flyer, it said you'll be contacted when you succeed. So when I saw that letter, I was really excited, because two things I look for into this program. One, had to do with this EPI, because I look at the course content, the AEFI component. I manage the clinical trials and pharmacovigilance system in our agency. And one of the weaknesses have been this AEFIs and ADR reporting, the quarter reporting, and how to really put those things into place. So I was very excited about that. Then looking at the issue of vaccine development and other things, I said, wow, most of the applications that come in for clinical trials in Liberia has to do with vaccine. So participating in this course will be a very good thing for me, build up my capacity, and then the networking component. I'm looking forward to that, to see how others are doing it in our country, and then how they are overcoming those challenges. And those are things I want to also learn and then interact with experts. Thank you so much for this forum.
Excellent. Mike might want to spend a few minutes all now with him. In fact, I think Mike in the past years also offered even to have an extra hour or two after the plenary session to speak to anyone who might be interested with the topic on EFI. Is that offer still, it's a standing offer, eh?
Yeah. So which is better, the waterfront touring or the adverse event extended?
We can make a plan and delay the waterfront to first get the AEFI done. But Mike is a good contact to have. Any other person? 5 minutes. So
I'm Dr. Diodone from Burundi. We're now facing two epidemic outbreak of cholera and the mpox in our country. The last outbreak of measles was last year. I am waiting to see in the cast content how strategy to increase coverage of immunization for our communities and preservation of our environment while destroying expired vaccines. Thank you.
speak to Bev, eh? Bev has been working on enteric vaccines and specifically cholera and seeing how can it be better used so that it's not just reactive, but also preventative. So good contact to have. It's been all gentlemen for the last 5. Let's have the lady and lady. Is that fine? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what I'm mainly interested in is access to vaccines. I forgot to mention earlier on that I also sit on the NITAC for Namibia. There's nothing as frustrating as having the knowledge, making the recommendations, but then facing challenges in terms of acquiring the vaccines. So I'm really interested in networking and getting to know what other funding models are available. Specifically speaking about HPV, we are really struggling to get HPV vaccine in country, mainly because we're classified as a middle income country. So this is one of the things I'm really interested in, including also addressing vaccine hesitancy and the like. Thank you.
So I know, Amina, you're not in that department at Gavi that talks about access. That would be Michelle, and is that correct? Yes. And I think there is some move from Gavi to start thinking about supporting middle income countries with vaccine access. So we can link you with some contact with Gavi on that. And she will be speaking, I think, online on that topic. Greg, do you want to say something?
Okay, thank you. One more. I said before my name ring. Actually, what motivated me most to apply for this program are many. What I will just go through one by one. So one is like actually to gain knowledge about vaccines. Two is to do networkings among African expertise about vaccine. I came from South Sudan, and South Sudan is a young country in Africa which cannot able to move. And for me to attend this, it will be a great initiative, and I'm going to apply the same knowledge back home. So it will be great pressure if it will be great pleasure if the expert in the field of vaccines could at least elaborate for me more about vaccine. Thank you.
Edina, is Edina here? Stepped out. Are we going to have a list of the faculty and their email address shared with the participant? We've always done that because so there are legends of the faculty. You know, the Bev, the Mike, they've been with us, the Greg have been with us for years, decades, okay? And they've got no problem in us sharing with their contact so that, you know, after this training, you can reach out to them. So as part of the networking, we normally request our faculty speakers, if it's okay for us to share their slides with you, as well as their contact details. And that is important because if you want to follow up on some things, sometimes it's also opportunities for training, then you can reach out to them directly. So Edina, we're going to have the faculty details shared with the speakers as well as the slides. Excellent. So you don't need to spend a lot of time making notes. The slides will be shared with you and also the contact details of all the faculty, including the VACFA team members. Okay. So I think we're coming to the end of this introduction session. I'm so surprised nobody came here because they wanted to see Cape Town. Are you honest enough? Nobody wanted to. Okay, so Edina, if there were plans to see waterfront, we can cancel them, eh? Okay, let's break for tea and we come back at 10:30. Or their name tags.
Good morning, everybody. If you step out now, can you just try to grab your name tag? You don't all have to go at once. They are in alphabetical order at the registration desk. So just as you are perusing and networking, go grab your name tag. Sorry about
Will
that.
you introduce yourself? It's an introduction session.
Oh, sorry. I'm Alana Kaiser and welcome everybody. I am so glad you are here. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, take your name tags. Also have tea. It's just outside, you know, next to the door on your exit. On your right, you see the coffee and tea. All right. We come back here at 10:30 exactly. And remember I said about timekeeping? Brilliant, but excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, I may want to take a change in the, no, leave it like that. Yeah. If I want to change it, what do I do? You have to ask you.
Change it to a big tool.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do?
No, I'll keep it like this.
You just go display settings and then duplicate slideshow.
Oh, okay.
But online and then they see.
What do they see online?
They see the full.
Oh, they see the full screen.
Yeah. They don't see the notes.
All right, folks, can we start the next session or the first session of actual presentations? And just to say that my name is Gregory Hussey.
I'm the founding director of the Vaccines for Africa initiative, which we started 20 years ago. And I've been asked by the organizers to give a brief introduction to emerging trends in vaccinology and talk a little bit about some of the challenges and implications in the African context. So my presentation is very broad. I'll show you one slide on cholera, for example, but Bev will talk about cholera. I won't show you any slides on rabies, but for those of you, where's Mike? Mike said about going to visit the waterfront on Wednesday afternoon. I suggest you don't, because the seals who walk around on the waterfront have rabies. So don't touch them, okay? You're going to get rabies. I don't think we've actually had a human case of rabies. We haven't had a human case of rabies in Cape Town, but you may be the first. So watch out. All right. Okay, so it's nice to have you here in Cape Town. The weather will get better. There'll be some sun, and I think maybe a bit of rain on Friday. And it's wonderful to see such a diverse group of people attending this year. And I'm sure we'll have enough time for interaction amongst ourselves. So if I can get this correct, those are just my disclosures. And you will be getting copies of the slides, so you don't have to take notes frantically. Take notes if you want to ask questions, which I won't answer. Somebody else in the audience will answer for me. But I've been working in the field of vaccinology for many years. In fact, Mike and I were working in the pediatric department here at the Children's Hospital in Red Cross, and Mike, I have to thank Mike for coming all the way from Australia. He does this as an annual pilgrimage, not to see his family, but to come to see UCT and VACFA. So thanks, Mike, and thanks to the others as well. So I'm going to talk about a range of issues. We'll start with the problem with respect to, what the hell is wrong with Africa? And we could probably spend the next week talking about the problems of Africa, but we don't want to be too depressing. So we'll gloss over some of the issues with respect to the problems with Africa. I think it's important that we talk about the impact and value of immunization. There's some of you who may not be familiar, especially some of the younger people who may not be familiar with the context of immunization. So what's been the impact of immunization? Vaccine equity is a big issue, and there'll be a lot of discussion around the issue of vaccines. Why is it that Africa is still lagging behind in the context of vaccines? Why the hell, excuse me, are we still having major outbreaks of diphtheria when we have had a vaccine for how many years? How long has diphtheria been around? We will have a few prizes, which you still have to work out how we get those prizes. But there's a prize for somebody who knows how long we've had diphtheria vaccine available. You've all had it. 1973, Neerman. We had it for over 80 years. Can you believe it? More than 80 years we've had a diphtheria vaccine, which works, all right? And we've just had an outbreak here in South Africa in our prison population in Pollsmoor, which is down, well, quite a distance down the road, down in the peninsula. We've had an outbreak of diphtheria. And we've had some of the biggest outbreaks of diphtheria in Central Africa in the last 2 years. And just now at the moment, with the displacement of people from Central Africa into the northern parts of Africa, there's been a big outbreak on the Mali-Algeria border that's affecting hundreds of people. Okay, so these things are still happening. So we'll talk about issues around equity, issues around vaccine financing, and that's an interesting debate. Touch on some new vaccine developments. It's impossible to touch on everything, but you'll hear a lot about new TB vaccine development over the course of the week in the context of the individual presentations by people. not only new vaccine developments, but also new initiatives in the context of immunization practices. And that's important. You know, what is it that we can, I think somebody referred to this early on, is what is it that we can do better, you know, in terms of getting services to people. And then end off by talking about research priorities. Now, that's a lot to say. I probably won't get through all of it. But the sad news is that I'm going to give you another talk tomorrow. So, so some of it may have to carry over to the presentation tomorrow on the evolution of national immunization programs in Africa. All right. So what's the problem with Africa? The left is normally very voluble. So somebody just tell me I don't want a thesis. What's the big problem with Africa in terms of vaccines? Lack of advocacy, okay? The right wing, and don't say you're anti-vaccine. High burden of infectious diseases, okay? So as I said, we could probably spend a long time talking about the big issues in Africa, but we don't want to be that depressing on a Monday morning. But we have to recognize that the burden of infectious diseases is quite great. So these are just some figures looking at child mortality in Africa. In 2021, they estimated that about 5 million children between the ages of 1 and 59 die annually globally, all right? And Africa, which is home to about 25% of the world's children, account for about 50% of global child deaths. So it's disproportionate in a sense. And we have to note that about 40% of child deaths are due to infectious diseases, and that approximately 25 to 35% of deaths in children 1 to 59 months of age are vaccine preventable. The next slide just shows you what's happened over the last 3-4 decades. On the left-hand side, it shows the child mortality rates. And the darker the color, the higher the mortality rates. And you can see Africa is almost virtually red, okay? Indicating that most countries in Africa have high mortality rates. The figure on the right is more interesting, because if you look from 1990, when it was estimated that there were about 12 million children dying globally, and as I said, now it's down to about 5-6 million. If you look at the top, let me see if I can get this right. If you look at the top part of the graph, that's sub-Saharan Africa, and you see that the ratio has not changed. Okay, so we haven't been able to impact significantly on reducing childhood mortality in Africa. Whereas if you look at the other regions of the world, you can see that they've made significant inroads in terms of reducing mortality. So Africa's lagging behind in reducing childhood mortality. It's estimated that 2/3 of immunized children, 2/3 of unimmunized children live in conflict-affected countries. And this is just a map of 2 years ago, looking at conflict worldwide. And you can see that, virtually the whole of the African continent lives in a state of constant conflict. I'm not sure why South Africa, Namibia, Botswana is excluded, but we are in conflict with ourselves all the time, all right? I mean, we have gang violence as a problem in the Western Cape. I mean, Cape Town is the gang capital of Africa. It's worse than Nigeria. But children unnecessarily die as a consequence of gun violence and so forth. So we live in conflict all the time, and that affects immunization services. Children don't have access to immunization service. Parents are afraid to take them out because they may be caught in the crossfire and so forth. And those are the children that really suffer as a consequence of missing out on the immunizations. This is just a slide of looking at poverty globally. And again, you can see, the darker the blue, the more poverty. And you can look at the map of Africa and, Africa is very blue. Cape Town, I was saying to somebody earlier on, Cape Town's a beautiful place. What we see here is very Eurocentric, but go 5 Ks down the road and you can get into the real Africa, okay? And South Africa is a country of major divisions, of the rich and the extreme poor. I think we have the highest Gini coefficient globally, all right? And this is published by the World Health Organization, I think on a weekly basis. They publish this bulletin of outbreaks and other emergencies every week. And somebody's sitting in Brazzaville trying to track all of this, and maybe Jason can tell us more as to how they do this. But it's amazing. I mean, there are 152 ongoing events. They call them events. And the events include outbreaks, and this is now 2 weeks ago at the 13th of October. There are 114 outbreaks and there are 41 humanitarian crises. And I mean, half of Africa is flooded out, half of Africa is drying out from drought, etc., etc. Okay. So those are just some of the depressing facts about Africa, and Africa is in a sense a continent that is really disadvantaged. Contrast to this, I mean, we probably the richest continent globally. We home to 30% of the world's entire mineral reserves. Okay, we have 12% of the world's oil and 8% of the world's natural gas. Right, we have the biggest deposits of cobalt, the biggest deposits of diamonds, the biggest deposits of gold. And where does that money go to? Okay, flies out to the London Stock Exchange, etc., etc. Okay, and we say we don't have money to do anything on the continent, but we can talk more about that at a later stage, right? So let's not blame the fact that we can't afford to do this. And I mean, the tragedy for me is that, we're living in a situation where we have the capacity to make a change. I mean, Ben was talking about COVID earlier on. Okay, why the heck can't we make our own vaccines? Right, we have the money, we have the capacity to do so. Right, I mean, there's some fantastic work that's happening in South Africa, and we'll hear from the HIV people in the context of what they're doing with respect to HIV vaccines. We'll hear from Tom Scriber on the TB vaccines and the amazing work that the South African TB Vaccine Initiative is doing on contributing to the development of new TB vaccines. So we have the know-how, we have the capacity, but it's just that we can't get our act together. So let's just say a few words about the importance and the impact and the value of vaccines. And every decade, WHO publishes these documents on looking at, the most pressing global public health problems of the decade moving forward. And this was in 2020, when they published the 13 pressing global health issues to be anticipated in this decade. I've added a 14th, which is the COVID pandemic, which occurred in March 2020. But if you look at those 13 pressing global health problems, you will find that immunization is a strategy that can help combat some of those issues with respect to every single one of them, all right? I don't know if it's the second one on your left-hand side, expanding access to vaccines and medicines. I mean, that was a major focus on vaccines, but all the others, promoting adolescent safety, HPV, etc., etc. I just want to talk briefly about the two that are starred. The one is focusing on health when discussing climate change, because that's topical, and preventing antibiotic resistance. All right. But vaccines, immunization is central to all of those global health issues. I mean, climate change is regarded as the biggest threat facing humanity. And UNICEF have estimated that about 1 billion children live in high-risk countries. And again, we're looking at Africa and Southeast Asia as being the countries at greatest risk for climate change. And UNICEF have developed a climate risk index, which you can read more about, and you can follow the discourse online. And as they say, every child deserves a livable planet. We don't have much time to talk about climate change, but climate change can impact on vaccination in a number of different ways. There's the disruption of healthcare services. I mean, if you just look at what happened in Valencia, in Spain, over the weekend, I mean, it's a major disaster. I mean, Valencia is a beautiful place. You know, it gets a few millimeters of rain every year, but within the space of a few hours, I mean, the whole of Spain's annual rainfall just dropped down on Valencia and destroyed everything virtually, you know, with over 200 people dead. And the health services are decimated as a consequence, okay? We know that there are major floods, for example, in Mali at the moment, you know, in many other countries that have adversely affected the health services, the primary healthcare facilities, and so forth. We know that there's been a change in vector-borne diseases as a consequence of climate change, with increased disease outbreaks, displacement of people in Sudan, in West Africa, etc., etc. So climate change impacts significantly on health and vaccination specifically. There's very little that's been done in terms of trying to quantify what has been the impact of climate change on vaccination. We know that it has an adverse effect, but what sort of adverse effect? And there's a recent publication going back to 2021, which looked at drought and childhood vaccination coverage in 22 sub-Saharan countries. And it was a retrospective analysis of national survey data from 2011 to 2019. And what the study found was that drought in the various African countries was associated with a lower odds of completing vaccination. So this is when we talk about impact, we'd like to look at the evidence. So this is one of the few publications that have actually tried to quantify what the impact of climate change has been on vaccination coverage. Sorry. And some of you may know that last week there was a meeting of African health ministers, and hopefully this is just not another adoption of another meeting, which is so typical of Africa. You know, I suppose it's not typical of Africa; it's typical of every bloody country globally. You know, whenever there's a meeting, there's an adoption of a meeting and a resolution. But there was a lot of discussion on climate and health. I haven't been able to see the details. I just saw this notification, which came out over the weekend, that there was a lot of discussion. And it'll be interesting to look at it and see what, in fact, countries plan to do with respect to issues relating to climate and health. The other big issue I wanted to talk to you about was the issue of antimicrobial resistance. So many of you are clinicians, and many of you have been involved in treating children, adults who have antimicrobial resistant infections, typhoid being the classic. I mean, if you go to Pakistan now, please have a typhoid vaccine, because one of the things that you will get if you don't wash your hands and don't eat in an accredited restaurant, you're going to get typhoid. And the probability of getting drug-resistant and multi-drug typhoid disease is extremely high, because I think 75–80% of their isolates are multi-drug resistant. So you're looking like at fifth line treatment options, okay? So there's been a lot of discussion around the contribution of vaccines, and this is a publication that came out 2 weeks ago from WHO looking at the estimated impact of vaccines in reducing antimicrobial resistance and antibiotic use. And the figures are staggering. I don't want to discuss them now. But I mean, I was amazed that they were saying that estimates that, the 44 vaccines, so these are new and old vaccines, can reduce about 2.5 billion doses of antibiotics per day. I mean, billions of doses. So it's amazing. Okay, but vaccines play an important role in terms of reducing antibiotic use, because you don't get typhoid, you don't get resistant pneumococcal disease, you don't get resistant Haemophilus disease, etc., right? And here's a recent publication from WHO, which was published as an annex to the Immunization Agenda 2030, which Tony will talk to you tomorrow, looking at an example of typhoid and a case study from Pakistan. And what they're saying is that, over the next 10 years, if you introduce a typhoid vaccine into Pakistan, you will avert over 1 million cases of typhoid. And as I said, Pakistan is the country with the highest rates of drug-resistant typhoid. I mean, you're going to reduce extensively drug-resistant typhoid by a phenomenal amount of numbers. Okay, so vaccines are important, not only in terms of preventing disease, but they have other knock-on activities as well. So some of the pivotal work in terms of typhoid and the new conjugate typhoid vaccines. I mean, the original typhoid vaccine was, Bev, older than you and me together, probably. I mean, it's one of the first vaccines that they developed, and there's always been a typhoid killed whole cell vaccine and a TAB, which was typhoid plus paratyphoid A and B. But it's, it works in adults only, and efficacy, and Bev will talk more about. I don't know if you're talking about it, Bev? Oh, you just didn't call it this year, sorry. But it's not very effective, and more recently they've developed what is called conjugate vaccine. So we're the scientists amongst ourselves. What is a conjugate vaccine? Second prize. Who's going to offer to break the silence? Because I've been talking for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. What's a conjugate vaccine? Any offers? Come on. No. It's the polysaccharide something. Yeah, you're on the right path. You want to add another.
It's a subunit antigen that's conjugated with a strong other agent that will activate the immune system adjuvant.
What other agent are you talking about? A protein.
A protein, yeah.
Yeah. So originally bacterial vaccines were made from polysaccharide carbohydrates, all right? And they worked in adults, but didn't work in children because, and what Mike will tell you from the immunology perspective, is that kids don't respond to polysaccharide antigens. So what some brilliant people did was to conjugate the polysaccharide with a protein carrier, right? And the prototype was, in fact, Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine, which was produced about 20 years ago. And that was the prototype. And then there came the pneumocock, and then the typhoid, and there one or two others. All right. So those are polysaccharide vaccines. And the beauty of the polysaccharide vaccines is that they work in children under the age of 2. And if you're talking about pneumococcal disease, and you're talking about Haemophilus influenza type B disease, those are diseases that affect young children under the age of 2. So it's no use having a polysaccharide vaccine because it does nothing to those children. It may save grandpa's life, but it's not going to save baby's life, right? So the conjugate vaccines, which are now the norm, so the vaccines we use now, the pneumococcus vaccine, the Haemophilus influenza vaccine that we use in our EPI programs are all conjugate vaccines, and they're fantastic. I mean, we don't see, or we hardly see pneumococcal disease in South Africa and many other countries. We don't see Haemophilus influenza disease. Likewise, typhoid, and the pivotal trials with typhoid were done in Malawi, and the vaccine was shown to be extremely safe and immunogenic in children 9 months to 12 years. And in fact, in the last few years, we've had outbreaks of typhoid fever in countries like Liberia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And in fact, those 3 countries have introduced those vaccines as part of the EPI program. Okay, so I think Zimbabwe, Liberia, and Malawi set the trend, and Pakistan's following suit, and there are 1 or 2 other countries, Samoa, Fiji, etc., etc. And the nice thing is that the 2 additional conjugate typhoid vaccines that have been pre-qualified by WHO this year. So there's 1 from South Korea and 1 from India, and that adds to the available vaccines. So we have now 3 conjugate typhoid vaccines available, and countries are now looking at implementing typhoid conjugate vaccines as part of their normal EPI program. And I'm not sure, Ben, is Gavi or does anybody know if Gavi is putting this on their portfolio? I think it's going on their portfolio, or it is on their portfolio. Yeah. So if you're a Gavi eligible country, which we'll come to later on, then you can make representation to Gavi to add typhoid vaccine to your portfolio of EPI vaccines. Right, we're still talking about the value add of vaccines. So you all have heard about the SDGs. I can ask you about the 17 SDGs, and you will talk for the next 2 hours about the SDGs. But be that as it may, it's a collection of global goals, which we all hope to achieve by 2030. But bless my soul, we probably won't get there. Hopefully, we will try to get some way in terms of reaching those goals. So they were set up in 2015 by the United Nations, and these goals are intended to be achieved by 2030. And again, immunization is central to 14 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and I've just listed them there. All right. So we see the importance of immunization not only in terms of preventing disease, but also in terms of contributing to human health and development. All right, and there was an interesting study done by Gavi a few years ago, which looked at if I call them the unintended consequences of immunization. And this study showed that immunization will save 24 million people from falling into the poverty trap because of healthcare costs. And we know that many people in Africa and in other poorer nations have to pay for healthcare. And if you're really sick, you're going to spend the little bit of money that you have to try to save your child's life or a parent's life, etc., etc. And that expense can actually tip you into severe consequences of poverty. All right. We also know that immunization is probably one of the most cost-effective public health interventions of all time. What is the most cost-effective public health intervention of all time. Polio eradication, near man. We still have polio that's been going berserk in Africa and in Pakistan, Afghanistan. Smallpox, yeah.
Is it related?
Smallpox has been eradicated, sure, no problem. It's the first disease that was eradicated. And we've eradicated 2 of the 3 polio viruses.
I'm gonna.
Sorry,
Just wanted to say that the online team got it first. Temitayo and Gordon say safe water and wash strategies.
yes, water. Okay, without water, you will not survive. Okay, all right. So immunization is one of the most cost-effective. Water is the most cost-effective. In America, I think they say it's seatbelts. Anyway, those are just some figures in terms of reduction of mortality. And if you look on the right, I mean, vaccines, and it refers to measles and polio, 16 million cases of paralysis prevented since 1988, and 23 million lives saved by measles vaccine since the year 2000. But we know that there are still many disabling health conditions that may be prevented by immunization. And there's a list of diseases. And just to point out, in terms of human papillomavirus, prevention of cancer, right? Specifically of the cervix, and hepatitis B vaccine, prevention of chronic liver disease. So, liver cancer. So we have 2 vaccines that can prevent cancer, all right? There's another vaccine that can prevent cancer. Any offers? No, we mentioned HPV, cancer, the cervix, vulva, blah, blah, blah. We've mentioned hepatitis B, blah, blah, blah. Come on, Satvi, where's the Satvi people? What vaccine you people work with? BCG, what does BCG do? Eh? TB, yeah, but that's not a cancer. Bladder, yes. Okay, so BCG, I mean, virtually every country uses BCG vaccine. But intravesicular, you inject the vaccine into the bladder, and it's a high dose BCG, okay? Actually, it does work if you have bladder cancer, right? And they've also just patented a vaccine to prevent prostate cancer, which will make a big difference to us old men. They've just patented, I think, a vaccine to prevent brain tumors and so forth. So there's some amazing work in the context of vaccines to prevent cancers. Right. And here's another interesting one, which I came across last week, is shingles. Okay, so you know what shingles is? Shingles is like chickenpox in old people, okay, which only affects usually what is called a dermatome, either on the face or across the chest or down the thigh, okay? And how it works is that as a child, you get chickenpox, but the measles, the virus doesn't disappear completely. It resides somewhere in the dorsal nerve root ganglion. And sometime later, and it's sort of age dependent or immune dependent, that little virus particle becomes active and it then reactivates and you develop shingles, which is exactly the same as chickenpox, but it's localized. Right. And it happens mainly in the elderly or the severely compromised people. So they've developed a shingles vaccine, which is very similar to the chickenpox vaccine, which is not used in public immunization programs. And it's a sort of, if I want to call it, a high-dosed chickenpox vaccine. And there's some interesting stories now that we should all have shingles vaccine. All of us who are over the age of 60 should have shingles vaccine. besides preventing shingles, it may actually prevent dementia. Okay. Yeah. So how did they come onto this? How did they discover that shingles vaccine can prevent dementia? Surveillance, yes, surveillance. But I mean, where are budding epidemiologists? How would you work out that shingles prevents dementia?
Maybe you can use large data sets from huge companies like in the US where they use companies that do healthcare to look at correlation between certain things.
Yeah. I mean, the best data would, for example, come from high-income countries, and like, for example, Sweden and Norway, where you can't be moved without being sort of computerized, chipped, if I could put it that way. So what you would do is to look at the association between people who get dementia and who have received the vaccine, right? So this is not saying that shingles will prevent dementia. What they're saying is that the probability of getting dementia is lower in people getting shingles, all right? So for the budding epidemiologist, what does that teach you? So if I'm saying that the probability of you getting of getting dementia is lower if you've had the shingles vaccine, is that cause and effect? No, it's not causation, it's association, right? And you have to prove causation in the context of a randomized controlled clinical trial. And we'll talk a little bit more about RCTs tomorrow, right? So you can't claim causation. But what may confound the association? You sound like you're a budding epidemiologist. Why did they find that? Sorry? Exactly. So the thing about, the people who probably got shingles vaccine may be sort of more well educated, right? And you know that education does influence outcome in terms of mental health. Okay. They're more socially aware. Okay. They're not reclusive, So those are the big confounders. So it makes for an interesting discussion on causality, in terms of an intervention and an outcome. All right. But it's just an interesting observation which may bear some fruit in the near future. All right. Issue of vaccine equity. How much time do I have left? I'll go till 11:30. No. I have 20 minutes left. 15 minutes. Oh, okay, 15 minutes. So issues around vaccine equity. I'm going to go a bit faster now. So if you take nothing else away from my presentation, for those of you who don't know, we have a number of vaccines, about 30 of them, and WHO provides recommendations. They provide universal recommendations, which is the list on the left. What's the problem with my list on the left? Universal recommendations. Universal recommendations means that every child or adult should have the vaccine. So what's the problem with that list? No, besides it not happening, let's say we're in an ideal world, but what's the problem with that list? No, that's the WHO said anything that moves should get these vaccines, which is true except for BCG, okay? Because BCG is in a sense a selective vaccine. In the States, you don't get BCG. if you're born. I mean, if you're a foreigner coming into the States, they want you to have a vaccine. It's a matter of semantics. I'm just trying to wake you up. But they're universal recommendations, and BCG is one of them. And the list is there. And on the right-hand side are the vaccines that WHO recommends for at-risk populations or for regional use. So, for example, malaria vaccine is used only in malaria countries. So I don't need a malaria vaccine in Cape Town because the mosquitoes don't fly around in Cape Town, okay? But if I live in Zambia further up north, I will need a vaccine, all right? The issue of equity is the fact that despite the fact that we have close on to 20 vaccines that are available for people globally, and if you're born in the US or in Europe, a child will have access to about 20 vaccines, all right? Whereas if you're born in Africa, you will only have access to 10, 12 vaccines, right? So children in Africa are denied, for example, hepatitis A vaccine, they denied varicella vaccine, they denied meningococcal B vaccine in Cape Town, etc., etc. Okay, and that's the issue of equity, which we can talk about more later on. I mean, this is if you're looking at this map, I've just shown you that these are the countries in Africa in red, in blue, and in green that have not introduced rotavirus on the left, that have not introduced pneumococcal vaccine, and that have not introduced HPV vaccine, all right? And this is many years after the discovery of those vaccines. I mean, rotavirus, Jason, when was the first rotavirus we used? I mean, God, I've forgotten. I mean, it's more than 20 years ago, right? And there's still countries that have not introduced rotavirus vaccine. Likewise with pneumococcal vaccine, there's still countries that have not introduced. There are a whole host of reasons which we can't unpack now, but I mean, it talks to the issue of equity. And likewise with HPV, I mean, the HPV vaccine has been around for more than 10 years. And you can't read this. This is a publication that's just come out looking at accelerating HPV vaccine in Africa for health equity. And they're looking at the 29 countries in Africa that have introduced HPV vaccine. And in the table, they've got the median waiting time before they introduce the vaccine. And you can see the median wait time there is about 12 years after the vaccine was discovered. And the other issue about equity is the fact that the mean vaccine coverage in those 29 countries is only 58%. Okay. So despite the fact that we have a vaccine, it's not being implemented in all countries, and where it's been implemented, coverage is still low, right? What may make a difference is the fact that, you know, the original HPV vaccine was supposed to be given in a 2 or 3 dose schedule. We've now shifted to a single dose schedule, and that's the WHO recommendation, and the pivotal trial for single-dose HPV vaccine was done in Kenya, and that was published in 2022. And there's just been a recent meta-analysis showing that single-dose vaccine HPV is extremely effective, right? And also more recently, there are more and more HPV vaccines that are being pre-qualified by the World Health Organization. The other countries that have not introduced, for example, rubella vaccine, measles vaccine. I mean, South Africa, have we started with our rubella vaccine yet? We've started. I mean,
we didn't start with specific date. It was a phase in as the previous measles only vaccine.
yeah. And South Africa, who can afford rubella vaccine, have only started now. Yeah. You know, don't know what's wrong, you know. Crazy. Anyway, measles second dose, the recommendation is that at minimum, countries have to be delivering 2-dose measles vaccine as part of the EPI schedule. And you can see a number of countries have not even started the 2-dose schedule. And again, measles vaccine had been around for more than 60 years, and so on and so on. There's the example of the meningococcal, and there's going to be a presentation on meningococcal disease and vaccine. There are a number of countries that have not introduced meningococcal A vaccine as part of their program in what is called the meningococcal belt. And there's a discussion on hepatitis B later on in the week. These are countries that have not introduced hepatitis B vaccine. Again, in South Africa, have not introduced a birth dose hepatitis B vaccine. Have we? Sorry? Yeah. So South Africa has just started now, recently, and they've adopted a selective approach, and we can talk more about it when we talk about the hepatitis B vaccine introduction in Africa, specifically relating to the birth dose, and talk about the selective versus the universal approach, right? I think the selective approach is crazy, waste of time, waste of money. That's just my personal perspective. Anyway, and I think we're going to hear about all the initiatives that's happening on the continent with respect to HPV. Just in relation to equity, again, this slide just shows you the vaccine coverage for BCG, DPT, polio, measles, influenza, and look at the last two bars on that graph. I mean, 34%, and this is a composite figure looking at a number of I think it's 25 sub-Saharan countries. 34% of children are incompletely immunized, and 8% from this study, which is quite comprehensive, published in 2022, received no vaccinations at all, okay? And that's an equity issue as well. And you need to go and read this paper, which is fascinating. On the left-hand side, it shows vaccine coverage of those 25 plus minus countries, and a shout out for Rwanda, who's fantastic. You know, the over 90% of their children have received all the vaccines, and if you go down to the bottom, Guinea, you know, only 25%. Of the children have received their full vaccines. Okay, so green is all basic, blue is some vaccines, and red is no vaccines. And on the right-hand side is an interesting draft, which talks to the issue of what is called a concentration index. And it's an index that's been developed in relation to wealth. And the only pro-poor countries, as they put it, are the Gambia and Namibia. If you look at the slide, you'll see Gambia is, I think, the fourth or fifth one, and Namibia is down in the middle, and it shows the index with the 95% confidence intervals to the left of the bar. So they are what are called pro-poor, okay? And the idea behind this is saying that, look, within African countries, look at the bottom, we're looking at Mali, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Angola, Chad, Guinea. You know, there are great disparities in terms of vaccination coverage. And then what's happening in those countries that rich have access, poor have no access, right? Interesting concepts, right? Again, this is also looking at a similar thing, looking at inequities on time childhood vaccination. On the left-hand side, you're looking at coverage in the poorest and richest parts of the country, rural, urban, and looking at education. All right, we don't have time. Oh, 5 minutes left. All right, so let me just take you through some of the slides so that you're familiar with it. The next few slides talk to the issue of cost, all right? And in 2020, the average cost of fully vaccinating a child under the age of 24 months against 11 different diseases was calculated at about $58 per child for low middle income countries that procure vaccines through UNICEF, right? And we should look at that in the context of country health expenditure, which is about $190 per person. And I've just given you the South African figures at the bottom. And cost is a major determinant of accessibility. And we all know from the experience with COVID, all right? And we know that 75% of people in high-income countries received at least a single dose of a COVID vaccine, compared to about 25% of people in low-income countries who received a COVID vaccine, right? And contrary to what Ben said about the amazing COVAX facility, I have to contradict him, which I often do, is that COVAX was a disaster for Africa, okay? Because Africa had no access to vaccines. Because we were poor, we couldn't pay for them, all right? All the vaccines were stockpiled in Canada, US, Europe, despite Gavi's good intentions, all right? And it's interesting, you know, I mean, I have this thing about developmental agencies doing things that are going to be pro-poor, which turn out at the end of the day to being anti-poor. And COVAX is an example. And there's a lot of lessons we can learn from the COVAX example. Sorry, Gavi, for shouting you out. Anyway, but Gavi does an amazing job. I'll talk more about it tomorrow. Gavi provides support to 54 countries globally. And what you see on the map there are the countries in Africa. And Gavi has, they've got different financing opportunities based on where you are in terms of your GDP. So it's initial self-financing, transition, and accelerated transition phase. And I'll say a few more words about it tomorrow, and also in the context of what is Gavi doing for middle-income countries. The big issue is that we don't have indigenous vaccine development capacity. And we will have a talk in this week about what's happening on the continent with respect to vaccine production. And if you look at Africa, I mean, we have a population of 1.5 billion. We're not even producing vaccines for 0.3 billion, right? All the vaccines are being produced in high-income countries. But as you'll hear tomorrow, there's the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, which is hopefully exciting. Again, I think whoever, and with all due respect to the people, I'm not sure what they were smoking that day, but they made this prediction that they're going to manufacture 60% of Africa's vaccine needs locally by 2040. I mean, you have to be realistic. You know, you have to be realistic when you set goals. So don't make these extravagant predictions. It's not going to happen. You know, if they had said 5% or 10%, fantastic. We can work towards that. But don't say 60%. Hanneli is going to talk to you about vaccine hesitancy. All right, so I won't say anything about that. But that's a major issue, a major challenge on the continent in terms of vaccine hesitancy. It's not a European issue or an American issue. It's an African issue as well. Edina, must I stop? Okay. I'll throw in some slides tomorrow. But I'm talking about some of the new vaccine developments. COVID, as Ben said, you know, COVID is still with us, although we don't see much of it in Africa. But there are new vaccine developments with respect to COVID, with the new variants, and there's also work looking at a COVID influenza vaccine. And what will happen with COVID in the near future is that it will become like influenza, which will be a seasonal vaccine given once a year. All right. You can look at the slides when you receive them, and I'll throw one or two in tomorrow morning just to finish my presentation, because I think there are one or two interesting things. But maybe we can take some questions before Edina throws me off the podium.
Thank you very much, Greg. So I'm pretending to be you chairing on your behalf while you stand up there.
Okay.
So excellent talk. We have run just slightly over time, and the next speaker is just getting ready online, but I thought we could take one or two questions from the online guys because they've been really engaging. So if we go to the Q&A, Abdul Mumuni was just saying, hello, Prof. Hassi, and everyone. I was actually part of the Climate and Health Africa conference in Zimbabwe. It was an incredible gathering, and we reached a strong consensus on advancing Africa's climate and health priorities, which will be presented at COP29. Climate change is indeed a crucial factor impacting immunization and broader health outcomes in Africa. So it's encouraging to see this collective momentum. So his question is actually, well, the next question, that was just a comment. Alhaji Abdullahi would like to know the availability of typhoid vaccines in Africa. And they're saying, since we have an increasing rate of typhoid cases in low and middle income countries, particularly in his country, in Chad, in the new calendar of immunization program, including the new vaccine for malaria, but they don't have typhoid recommendations. So they want to know the availability of typhoid vaccines in Africa.
Yeah, as I said, and thanks to the first person who made the comment, I mean, climate change is important, and we look forward to what are some of the issues that were deliberated at the conference last week, and what are some of the actions that they're going to put in place in terms of mitigating the crisis in terms of health. In terms of typhoid, I mean, I've indicated that Zimbabwe, Liberia have introduced typhoid vaccine as part of the EPI. I know that, as I said, many other countries are experiencing typhoid outbreaks. We're working with the Africa office in terms of developing a framework, a sort of evidence to recommendation framework for introducing typhoid vaccine into the EPI schedule. And this is being done at their request. And as I said, Gavi has also is making typhoid vaccine available as part of their portfolio. I think the big crisis is going to be in terms of what you choose. So I know Chad, for example, I'm not sure if they have introduced pneumococcal vaccine, but you know, you probably can't introduce all the vaccines you want to do at the same time. So how do you prioritize? And I think that's an issue that many developmental agencies, including Gavi, WHO, have been trying to help countries in terms of how do you prioritize. And you have to prioritize on the basis of evidence. So what's the bigger issue? Is it pneumococcal disease or is it typhoid? And the problem is with many countries is that we don't have the ability to make those decisions because of a scarcity of data, which is another discussion.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Very important. And I suppose just one last question from online. Annette would like to know why the HPV vaccine is only administered for girls and not for boys. Also, in addition, why is the age not earlier?
Edina, you can answer the question. I don't know who else is a fundi on HPV. I know Edina knows a lot about HPV and health systems. I mean, I can answer it, but maybe you can, Edina.
Well, sure. I was putting you on the spot. But so the reason why we're administering the HPV vaccine, Annette, if you can hear us online, for girls at this stage is that we're prioritizing cervical cancer prevention, which is one of our, predominant, burdens in terms of cancer-related death among women in Africa. The HPV vaccine can also be administered to boys, but it's also about prioritization. If we have an abundance of resources like many of the high-income countries do, we can expand and extend HPV vaccination to boys and girls, and that is where we want to actually get to. That is the goal, gender-neutral HPV vaccination. But for now, the priority is to reduce the burden of cervical cancer, and because of that, we target girls and we prioritize them at this stage. And the age is
9.
Yeah, it's at 9 to 14. We're prioritizing that particular age group because we want to administer the vaccine to girls before their first sexual debut, because that is when they're exposed to the HPV, and at risk of cervical cancer later on in life. So I hope that answers your question, Annette.
It's an interesting discussion because there have been some studies that have looked at providing HPV vaccine as part of the routine EPI schedule at a young age. And should we go that route or should we not go that route? So that's an interesting bit of discussion. Just a comment on the boys. I think South Africa should have set the lead by, in fact, we were giving 2 doses to girls at the age of 9. And when we changed to single dose, we should have said, give the other dose to the boys.
That's a very good point. I think you're tasking South Africa now to make an important
I'm shouting
decision.
out to them as well.
Shouting out to them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Greg. I think the next speaker is ready, so I'll hand over back to you to introduce them.
Sorry, I'm supposed to chair the session as well. Thanks, Edina. So the next session is going to be on, in fact, the next 2 presentations. The first one is on monkeypox, and the second one is on cholera. And we're talking about outbreaks. And if you remember the slide I showed you, I think it was number 5 or number 6, looking at all the outbreaks on the continent. Monkeypox and cholera feature quite highly on that map. So it's wonderful to have Dr. Ndebe from the Africa CDC. I think you're sitting in Ethiopia at the moment. I'm not sure where you're sitting, but it's wonderful to have you with us to talk about monkeypox and what are the lessons that we can learn from the recent outbreaks. The outbreaks are not concluded. They're still ongoing, as you probably will share with us. And how does this affect our future preparedness? There'll be 40 minutes for the presentation and about a few minutes for discussion as well. So thanks very much.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. My apologies. I couldn't make it to South Africa. So I'm actually in the DRC, the epicenter for our Mpox response. 95% of cases of Mpox are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So the question of where I'm actually based currently, I'm in the DRC. So we move our operational center to the DRC as part of the continental response. So let me start by, again, thanking the organizers really for inviting us to share our experiences. Again, that can inform the rest of Africa and the rest of the world. But again, a particular emphasis on Mpox. Really, again, please, we're going to definitely have good interactions and the question and answers. My internet connectivity is not that good, but during the answers and question and answers, I'll try to on my camera. So we started, again, this Africa CDC. I'm Professor Dembe. I'm a trained virologist and also advisor to the Africa CDC Director General, and also happen to be the Deputy Continental Incident Manager for Mpox. So as you can actually see, Africa CDC is a Pan-African a continental public health agency. Our really core mandate is to respond to outbreaks. So in 2022, we started really this ranking on risk ranking and prioritization of diseases. I think the basic really question we're asking ourselves, are we ready for any outbreaks? And if we're not ready, what will it take us to get ready in the next 5-10 years? Because there is a lot that will go into a response. I think I'll walk you through subsequently. But again, you need some of the biomedical intervention. More importantly, you need to test. So you need to test and retest. So if you don't have those tools, it makes it extremely difficult. It's like really running a ship and you don't have any other means than just your eyes. It's not impossible to be able to get through. So first, the diseases we're dealing with. Do we have the basic countermeasures, vaccines, therapeutics, and also diagnostics? And you're going to be shocked. Most of these we don't have. And a good example is with Mpox. We don't have any antigen-based test that you can do point of care diagnostics at the point of entry. The minimum we have is a really semi-automated molecular diagnostics that is not even optimized with all the clade, and the rest will be really lab-based, huge equipment. You can move this the center of operation at the community level where these diseases are actually, or outbreaks are happening. So that's the major challenge. So you can see on top of that, Ebola, cholera, you can go on the list over 20 diseases that we prioritize, and the level of preparedness. We are also not even prepared. That's the worst. And most of these outbreaks are happening on the continent. So we started that ranking in 2022. You can look at the risk ranking there, and then several factors will go in there, and you can actually be linked to the epidemiological significance or the epidemiological potential and the trajectory and the disease severity, because it's important as we talk about countermeasures, how severe is the disease. But again, you all know that what we learned from COVID is that, again, the vaccines, in terms of disease severity, you can actually have that benefit that outweigh any other really side adverse event, and the level of preparedness. But again, the bottom line from this box plot is that we are not really very well prepared. Secondly, some of these diseases are really, the case fatality rate, they're high. We can see Marburg that was isolated in Rwanda a couple of weeks ago. You can see the case fatality about 20%. So it's pretty high. The risk trajectory and epidemic potential, the risk is there. There's no zero risk here. So if we now move into, based on some of the criteria we set, looking at it from a different dimensions, and you're looking at really those cycles and looking at preparedness versus severity, you can see that those that we know, cholera, Ebola, measles, yellow fever, are still really at risk here. So I'm not going to talk about it, but again, it's very shocking that we still have outbreaks in over more than 15 AU member states, and for a disease that we do have vaccines. So it's understandable for Marburg, Rift Valley, and others, dengue, but again, a disease is a disease, and the risk is there. So let me start with looking at just a very quick snapshot. It's not part of Mpox before we get to Mpox, but you look at it over time. On the left panel, you have the heat rising in terms of climate change. And then you can look on the right again there. The diseases, actually, the countries that have been reporting dengue in this particular case over time. You see those dates there, 2004 up to at least 2021. You can see over time the spread of dengue. I think this is important that we see the connection between really climate change and some of those diseases. This is a very, very good, clear example of the spread of the disease linked with climate change, linked with trade, and as well as really migration in East and West Africa. I think this is important as we start looking into some of these outbreaks and the closer team they are getting, and also how closer they are getting over time, and then the linkage with climate change. Now the threats are there. We agree that the risk is also the risks are there. But when you look at the 30 new pathogens over the last 30 years, more than 75% are from animal origins. And then every year, Africa CDC, we report at least 100 health emergencies. I say 100. 100. So you can see we have to deal with some of these pathogens every single year. So more than 90% are infectious disease outbreaks and 70% are zoonotic diseases, I think from animal to humans. Again, when you look at the Global Health Security Index, at least the 2021 report, you can see clearly that we're not ready. Africa is really on the top, really bottom tiers. You look at it, it's really completely, gray there, a little bit like, it's a little bit colorful, but it's not that good. I think you can see we're not prepared in terms of based on the global health security index. No actually country is prepared on the continent. This is quite worrisome for a continent of 1.4 billion people, this beautiful continent. So what do we do? I think if you look again, I mentioned earlier, climate change every year, at least there's an increase of 1 degree above the really industrial level. I think you look from 1950 at least to 2020, where we had the really major pandemic, you see that these diseases are getting closer and closer, or these outbreaks. I think this is, again, what I've said. In terms of preparation, looking at the joint external evaluation of the international health regulation, and you can look at them again, where are we ready? The green ones, or the greener portion or segment, are really, really tiny on little hands from the legislation, coordination, antimicrobial, zoonotic, food safety. The list is long, but the bottom line there, again, from the different really domain and segments of the response, we are not ready. I think it's a very, very good call for all of us in the room. So I think from that perspective, the Africa CDC and the WHO launched several initiatives, but I'm going to give you really focus on Mpox in the subsequent slide. But they are understanding, if we have 75% are really infectious disease outbreaks, about over 90% are really zoonotic, then it means that we need to really work on a One Health, a comprehensive approach, because the environmental, the animal, the humans, you can all really look at that and see we are not actually putting those pieces together at country level. Usually the human health, Minister of Health, they deal with issue related to humans, and then the agricultural, they deal with issue, and then they don't really talk or validate some of these information, making it very difficult to have a comprehensive response. And then we all agree, as I mentioned earlier, they are all from zoonotic. Completely, and then the Minister of Health has to deal with something that's coming from somewhere else. You need really a One Health approach. We need to be coordinated. We need to collaborate, and exchange, cooperate, and then be sure that we speak when it comes to cross-border surveillance, for example. And they also have an enabling environment in terms of policy, plan, procedures, and financing. So let me then land on the topic of the day. We raised a paper published in Nature in March, where we looked at our own data internally. Something was not just right. And you recall in 2023, around mid-2023, WHO really called the Mpox pandemic over. But after that, we say, oh, okay, then it's over. What actually have we been seeing from the data perspective? We started pulling data during the pandemic in 2022 and subsequently 2023 at that time, up to the end of November 2023. It was quite shocking that we had more cases than when we actually even declare the Mpox pandemic, and we had more death. And then we say, no, it's not just right to sit on such data. And we published it, and Nature would really accept it because we really frame it such a way we can call for that global health, insecurity. And it was picked up by the US CDC and several other agencies globally, which we subsequently called for a regional meeting in April to discuss it around the DRC. If you look at the DRC here, really, you can see more than 5-fold increase between when it was declared and in 2023, November. So, and then in August, we decided to go bold, and then it's very important sometimes because we have that mandate from the African Union to declare public health emergencies of continental security. So we look at the data. I analyzed the data with the team, and we presented to our Director General, and we said we need to take action. When we declared globally, or the WHO declared globally 2 years ago, we have very few cases and death. Why don't we, with the mandate from the head of state, the 55 member state in our statute, declare a public health emergency of continental security. We invited all the brains that you know on this continent, and then they looked at the data and they felt we were right. And on the 13th of August 2024, we declared a PFIC, a public health emergency of continental health security, and the following day, WHO declared it as an international public health emergency of international concern. So I think that's the beginning of MPOX. And we had now to do, as I mentioned, work collaboratively. We came up with a continental preparedness and response plan for Africa with a concept of one team, one plan, one budget, and one M&E framework with over 25 partners that have accepted to work with us and with WHO co-leading the international the incident management support team for this response. So there are 10 pillars for the MPOX response, going from coordination and leadership to risk communication, community engagement, surveillance, lab capacity, case management, infectious disease control, vaccination, research and innovation, operation support, logistics, continuity of essential services. I just want to flash 2 points here, very important. Vaccination. In 2022, during the MPOX pandemic, when it was declared, the Africa didn't receive any single dose of vaccines as part of the response. I think now the continuity of service is the second point. During COVID, we learned the hard way. As we're responding to COVID, we noticed actually some of the key components around HIV response, TB response, we're actually lagging behind. And then we had to respond now after COVID, we had to go back now and fix those challenges. So now we've said, no, I think we need to be very careful. And one of those single examples is like testing, diagnostics. For the MPOX response, I mentioned we don't have rapid antigen testing. We're using a platform called Gene Expert. That same platform is being used for TB program. So what we said, let not, as we are responding, are scaling our response of diagnostics to MPOX affect the TB program. So we're very mindful that we have to be really rational here and be sure that we maintain really a continuity of essential services during this response. So there's a whole pillar looking into that and monitoring our progresses. So there's a dashboard. I will invite you to look at that, really developed to address, if you have answer questions on epidemiology, vaccination, logistics, and financing, I think you're more than happy to visit our website. So the bottom line, the budget across the 10 pillars, the support to our AU member states, support to partners that are going to be involved is close to 600 million. I think the good news, I can tell you already, lesson learned, we've mobilized, at least committed from partners, institutions, philanthropies, 1.3 billion. This wouldn't have been possible if we didn't have a one continental strategy. And this is the first time we're having a one continental strategy for a disease or for an outbreak. I think it's extremely important. Lessons number one, let's work together. One plan, one really M&E, one financing. You can mobilize resources pretty quickly to address some of those gaps in terms of the response across the 10 pillars. So now briefly, before I land, I think from AP41, recall that I mentioned earlier the number of cases when we, in 2022, the outbreaks was actually declared. Now we have more than 45,000 cases across Africa with at least close to 9,000 really confirmed cases and 1,000 deaths. I think, unfortunately, in 18 African Union member states, more than 400% confirmed cases in 2024 compared to 2023. And you look at the regions where you're now in Southern Africa, really, I think it's pretty safe there. I think there are 5 member states, more 28 cases, 28 confirmed, because they're doing all testing for all those that have been really suspected. That's why it's pretty good to be in that environment, at least you know what you're dealing with. And then other regions, and the central region is the more of Africa is the most boiling part. As I mentioned earlier, more than 38,000 cases of the 45,000 cases that are currently being reported across the continent. But again, let me land. On infection prevention and control, and then also surveillance. Surveillance is key. I think it's important. A very strong, robust surveillance system helps to track contacts, because in this particular case, we're doing ring vaccination. Means there's a linkage with surveillance. You need to identify those contacts and contact of contact to be able to really vaccinate those ones. It's not a mass campaign vaccination. So that surveillance, it becomes really, really a pillar here that we need to pay specific attention. So integration of community at community level, so that we can really identify those early enough. Remember from this presentation that outbreaks start in the community and then also end at community level. So it means that that's really, for my introductory remark, you understand why we need to have some basics. Because at community level, you don't have those sophisticated, fancy labs to be able to do lab-based testing. You need really rapid diagnostic tests. So again, community-based surveillance is important, and then some of the member states also are involved into this. So this is a very good example how good, how I think not good, we are really doing surveillance at this particular point, at least contact tracing. You can see on this graph on the right, the 18 member states that are currently reporting cases. On the bar, at least the x-axis, you have the countries. On the y-axis, the average contact listed. On average, but the global one is 20 contacts per confirmed cases. But even you lower it to 10, very few countries are meeting those ones. Cote d'Ivoire is the exception, and Ghana, and then Liberia. But where, unfortunately, more than 95% of the cases are in the DRC, and then Burundi, Burundi, and Central African Republic alone, they contribute more than 96% of the cases. But the contact tracing is very low and very poor, meaning that the cases will spread the virus over time. You can understand how the virus spreads, they really spreading pretty fast. So the second lesson to learn here, really surveillance, a robust surveillance, cross-border surveillance, contact tracing, ensuring that we can actually curtail the curb the spread of the virus over time. Not good if you don't have a very good surveillance. The likelihood of spreading it within the country and then even across the border is very high. So we need to enhance mpox surveillance using decentralized point of care. I mentioned it. I mentioned we're using the Gene Expert that is currently being used for TB. We just changed the cartridge designed for clade 2. Unfortunately, clade 1 is predominant here. By default and cross-reactivity, we're using some of those point of care. But again, this is a disease that was isolated in 1978. But you can't believe it. We don't have diagnostic tests. We don't have really drug that is really potent for clade 1. We have limited vaccine, very expensive, $100 a dose. I think it's important that we start really working on some of those neglected tropical diseases. So we are actually, as Africa CDC, expanding the capacity on genomic surveillance to be sure that we have data to support clinical case management. So these pictures gives you a little bit, a figure gives you a little bit a glimpse of what I'm talking about. This is a large country of 120 million people, and you can't believe it, very few labs that can test high throughput, and then they have experienced several outbreaks across the country. But again, the laboratories are only focused in urban cities, particularly the capital city. But unfortunately, very few cases in the capital city. Just recently, there are upsurges. But the real region where there's hotspot, there are no laboratories to test high throughput or volumes of sample. So Africa CDC and partners, include WHO, and we're trying to set up new laboratories in those hotspots to be sure that we test and retest. We trace and trace those ones that are infected, and then we actually identify contact, and then apply our vaccination strategy. So there's a lot of investment being put into at country level for some of the member states, including sequencing reagent, including setting up laboratory, deploying lab expert, also providing lab test kit, at least for free, for our member state to stop the spread of this virus. Vaccination, at least for DRC, 2 vaccines vaccines have been approved, SC16, that's from Japan, and MVA-BN, this is the same vaccine that was used in 2022 in the global north to be able to stop the pandemic. I think we're working closely with partners, including WHO, as a colleague, WHO SAGE, a recommendation that fully been applied here. But again, as I mentioned, vaccine is one of the tools. And also, again, we need to work on other pillars to be sure that we address this. So on the vaccines, we plan on vaccinating 10 million children and adults. I think the operational cost about $2 per dose. I think we've made good progress in terms of donation. 2022, 0 doses as part of the donation received. And then now, I think even access to those vaccines. Currently, we're making good progress. Now, we have received at least close to 6 million doses, at least committed from Canada, from the manufacturer, from the Gavi funds, USA, UNICEF, and Japan is promised 3 million doses, XC16. The European Commission, the first one to have deployed the Mpox, MVA, BN vaccines, thanks to the global solidarity. This is really what we want to see to stop the spread so we don't have a global insecurity. Thank you so much for inviting us. Again, thanks to my good friend, Dr. Da Costa, for inviting us. And then over to you.
Thanks very much for a wonderful presentation, not only on Mpox, but also giving us some insight into some of the other issues that are affecting outbreaks on the continent as a whole. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Edina, or do we have comments from the online audience? Are you the online rep? All right, so there are a few comments and questions online. The first one comes from Aliu. With climate change contributing to habitat disruption and increased human-wildlife interactions, how can we adapt monkeypox preparedness strategies to address the heightened risk of zoonotic disease spread? Are there specific environmental or climate-related factors that should be considered in future outbreak planning? So can you maybe respond to that before I go on to this next one?
Yeah, no, excellent question. I think first, again, I can see the delegate now. This is one of the best courses across the continent on vaccinology. You really you should be proud of yourself being part of this. But again, in terms of climate change, I think we need to do more ecological studies, right? This is not only applying to Mpox. What we've seen over time, even for Ebola, there are some seasonal seasons where you always have a recurrence of these outbreaks. And there's an encroachment to the animal habitat, meaning that more and more people are getting closer to these animals. So remember, you might not believe it, but believe me on this, in the rural areas, people have to go for hunting, really to get animals. And when they get closer to these animals, there's a likelihood of really zoonotic transmission. So with climate change, it means human beings have to go deeper and deeper to encroach into the animal habitat to really be able to have really for subsistence. So but bottom line here is that I think number one, we need to conduct more ecological studies. We need to raise awareness, and then that bridge, that fragmentation of information. So people should be aware that some of those diseases can actually end up being a pandemic at a country level. I can give you a very good example. The outbreak of Marburg in Rwanda was caused by one individual going to a cave of bats. And that's what sparked the outbreak in Rwanda of Marburg. So that's the case. People have to be very careful, and then education is going to be very absolutely important for us to really stop the spread, in addition to really our own collective effort on climate change. Okay, maybe you can choose one a day. You stop your car and just go with a bike. That will help all of us to stop the spread of these diseases. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we have a question from the floor. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I have two comments. The first one, we have seen many partners implicated in this project, including CDC, WHO, CUP, and Gavi, and many others. But we didn't see WHO-A. It is zoonotic disease. The second comment is related about control of the disease. So we have seen this epidemic surveillance as tools and vaccination. But my question is in the strategy is it is implicated the vaccine bank for Africa, and it is included in strategy, and there is any map of capacities of in Africa can we be used for storage of a vaccine or antigens? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Demi, I don't know if you heard the question. It relates to a monkeypox vaccine. I mean, what's the current strategy with respect to stockpiling mpox vaccine and availability of vaccine on the continent? And then there's a related question which you can also address while you're doing that, is from online, is how effective is the mpox vaccine?
Very good point. I think the number one, let me be very frank with you. The stockpiling is not a silver bullet. I say that because for Ebola, there's a stockpile of Ebola vaccines, and there's a nice paper published by the US CDC where they few requests for those vaccines. So I think we have to be very careful. That is really having a stockpile and making use of those vaccines, because that's a huge investment that people have to make, stockpiling them. I think we also have to make a request, be sure that we use them when needed. I think those are two. We need to strike the balance, because the stockpiling is not the solution, the unique. But in this particular case, well, let's assume it's not available all the time, and then we are actually using or tapping into the European stockpiling, which is good, because now we're using those people who have stockpiled it. But we need to create the demand. That's my bottom line, really, action here. A demand has to be created. We need to really work on vaccine hesitancy, because if there's an outbreak, the vaccine's been deployed, it should be utilized, and be sure that we actually have good, really, capacity utilization rate. I think, yes, it's going to be good if we stockpile in a region where we see these outbreaks, and then at least we can start with to prevent the spillover. I think it has been good case for Marburg in Rwanda, where they already have vaccines within a very short time, and they really contain the epidemic. If probably we had the same with mpox at the beginning, a stockpile somewhere, maybe in South Africa, where we have very cold chain capacity to store -20 and other vaccines, or somewhere in Egypt, that would have been lovely. But again, I agree with you, the capacity to store really vaccine that can go below really at -20 or 80. I think it's required stable power. I think there are countries that can definitely host that with good regulatory system that I've seen. There are at least ML3 regulators that can approve and stockpile those vaccines on the continent. But again, recall that we are just after COVID, and we built a lot of infrastructure across the continent. I think recall us, we had mRNA vaccines across the continent. So there's the cold chain, at least legacy from COVID. We still have them, and then we can leverage on those ones. But again, I just want to be sure that, yes, there's capacity, but not spread across the whole continent. Now, vaccine, I think, efficacy. I think you all agree with me. I said in 2022, we're not lucky to undertake any clinical trials on mpox. We didn't have access to the vaccines. So again, we're just starting now, bridge studies against those mpox as they've been deployed. I can answer this question 6 months, where the 20,000 people in the DRC plus will be vaccinated, and then we're going to have close to 900,000 people probably by the next year. We have a better understanding of the efficacy of these vaccines on clade 1 and clade 2. Thank you.
All right, there's another question on my right. So please go ahead. Just state your name, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ndemi, for the presentation. My name is Maureen Okoth from Kenya. My question is related to what you just responded to. And I'm curious about, now that we have donations, since we had the donations, how does the uptake look like? And uptake here, I mean, ending up on someone's arm, the mpox vaccine specifically. How does it look like compared to maybe the other, the other outbreaks that we've had?
So the question is about the uptake of monkeypox vaccine, where it's being used. And there's a question related to that online in terms of, are there any significant issues with respect to vaccine hesitancy with respect to mpox vaccine?
No, okay. Thanks so much. That's a good point. I think being a deputy incident manager of the mpox continental mpox response, I'm very concerned around the uptake. You're spot on. The reason being, this is the first time we have a global solidarity to deploy vaccine. We need to be sure we get it done right, because you cannot be crying indefinitely, and when you get the vaccines, you cannot now get into people's arms. So that's what we're pushing and being sure that we get this vaccine to people. And that very good point. In less than 3 weeks, 50,000 people got vaccinated in the DRC. I think Rwanda, I can tell you, excellent job. They deployed the first tranche they got. They all really got them into people's arms. We added more vaccines, and the demand is getting higher and higher. I think it's extremely important. That's a very good really feedback from at least 2 of the countries, the 18 that have started vaccination. So the bottom line, or the answer, short answer, is great as per what we probably would have anticipated for other vaccines. I think, again, having been in the field, in some of the hotspots, even those, they thought it was going to be a mass campaign for mpox. People were ready to accept the mpox vaccine, but we told them, no, no, no. This is going to be revaccination, only selected population. So the demand is high. I think this is the message from the field I can bring to you. So yes, that's the short answer. I'm not sure if I've answered the second question that was online, Chair.
Yeah, no, fine. Thanks very much. Dr. Dembi, we're running out of time. Do you mind staying on for a few minutes? There are a number of questions that have been posted online. If you could maybe just respond to them, we'll collate them from our side as well and share it with the group here. But I think we need to end your presentation. It was a wonderful presentation, and hopefully next time we'll get you back to Cape Town for the next course. But it can't be on monkeypox, because hopefully monkeypox is gone by then. Be some other exotic outbreak.
No, thanks so much, Chair. Thanks to all of you.
Thanks a million. All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Before we go on to the next presentation by Bev Cowper on another outbreak, cholera, and I mean, cholera was probably, it's been with us forever, and the vaccine's been around for a long time as well. We have a project, a NITAG support hub, niche project, and I think, Ben, you're going to say something about it later this week. But when you go to the website, the niche, there is a what we call a library guide. It's a collection of resources available. The previous presenter, Dr. Dembi, spoke about the WHO toolkit on monkeypox that's available on the web, the WHO website and the Africa CDC website. And Nish VACFA have put together a
a library guide where we've sort of tried to synthesize all the data from Africa on monkeypox to date. So when you have time, over lunch or supper, or when you can't sleep tonight, go have a look at it. All right, it's time to move on to the next presentation, and it's my pleasure to invite Bev Cowper, our colleague and good friend, to come and talk to you about cholera. Thanks, Bev.
Can I just thank you? Thanks very much. All right, so my topic today is all about cholera in Africa, and you can see that I'm also in the outbreak section. So I'm going to talk about the pathogen very briefly. Then I'm going to talk about the outbreak dynamics and the public health response, and then talk about the vaccines and some take-home messages. So if you have a look at the pathogen, everybody knows this pathogen. It's Vibrio, it's a facultative anaerobe. It's found in contaminated food and water, and it's one of the real global threats to public health. So serogroups, only two that we really think about, O1, which is from the Altor biotype, and O139. Those are the two that have epidemic potential and cause outbreaks. So they cause the same type of illness, so you can only tell them apart through detection mechanisms. O1 has been responsible for all the recent outbreaks. O39 really is found in Bangladesh in 92, confined to Asia. And this also has importance when we're talking about manufacturing or making new vaccines. So the serogroups are subdivided into serotypes, and this is also important for vaccine development because there are two major serotypes, Inaba and Agawa. Hikajima is much more rare. And the most important thing is about the virulence mechanism. So there are two parts, subunit A, which is the toxic activity contributor, and the subunit B, which enables the pathogen to attach onto the epithelium of the gut. So if we talk about the disease, as Greg says, it's been around for a very long time, and it certainly has. Originated in the Ganges in India, 6 subsequent pandemics, and now we're in the 7th. Came to South Asia in 61, to Africa in 71, to the Americas in 91, and we know that cholera is endemic in a lot of our countries for us that are here today. One of the things that impacts cholera and a lot of other diseases, but cholera specifically, is because it's associated with this aspect of being a disease of poverty, people living in areas that are constrained, have limited drinking water, no adequate hygiene and sanitation. And the general metrics are that there are between about 1.3 million and 4 million cases on an annual basis, somewhere between 21,000 and 143,000. Huge gaps because we don't really know what the real figures really are. I'm going to really focus on the last couple of years because for a whole lot of reasons, which has happened in a lot of diseases that we've even started mentioning today on the first day, and we're going to get this message, I think, over a lot of times in the course of this week, is that the cases have increased, the deaths have increased. So it occurs as an endemic disease, in other words, that it's always there, or otherwise it occurs as an outbreak. And when they are massive, they cause massive epidemics. We don't really know what the real values of the numbers are, deaths and cases, simply because there's such a stigma. So some of the countries don't actually report, or some of the patients don't actually report. And also a lot of countries are worried about the economic impact if they do report. So this is the disease mechanism. For all the scientists in the room, please read this wonderful paper of 2011, which describes this mechanism. It's so interesting. But really what happens is you've got an enterotoxin, and as I said, you also have a binding ability, 2 parts to this pathogen. So it binds, the enterotoxin is released, and this impacts the whole distribution of the electrolytes into the gut lumen, resulting in the massive release of electrolytes as well as fluids, sometimes up to an hour, a liter an hour in a very healthy person. And this is ultimately what's responsible for this disease. How do we identify it? Well, the first thing that we have to do when we have a patient that we suspect cholera is we must make the clinical diagnosis, because an average healthy person can die in 24 hours if you do not institute the proper treatment options, which are oral rehydration or IV rehydration, depending on how ill the patient is. And then we can go on to other things like isolating, culturing. Luckily, there's a molecular method as a PCR. And then also, you've seen in monkeypox this value of having a rapid diagnostic test in epidemic settings. But of course, they don't tell you about the serogroups or the serotypes, and they don't tell you about the microbial or the antimicrobial resistance or susceptibility, but they do tell you about the presence of cholera. If you have to give antibiotics, that's not the first line, only in people with significant other comorbidities and people who are severely ill. And then you have the 3 options to give that I've mentioned in this presentation. So let's talk about outbreak dynamics. So let's talk about a couple of definitions. And the first thing is cholera endemic or epidemic? Endemic has the definition of being in the country 3 out of the last 5 years where there is evidence of local transmission, meaning that the cases are not coming over and across the borders, but they are actually being transmitted in the population. And what about the epidemic or the outbreak situation? This is a country that hasn't had cholera, but all of a sudden they have cases and there's evidence of transmission in that country. And we all know this, that cholera is one of those diseases, and this is why it is so difficult to also contain, because it's related to inadequate clean water, sanitation, people moving, lots of humanitarian crises, displaced people. All these kinds of conditions increase the possibility of cholera. So now I'm going to focus a little bit on some metrics, and by no means am I going to say that my metrics are accurate, because even up till yesterday, I was getting more metrics of cases coming in, what's happening in the Comores, what's happening in different parts of Africa. So mine are just a snapshot of some of the metrics that I've gathered, and they're all about humanitarian crises, okay? And the number of cases that are traditionally reported by WHO has increased over the last couple of years. So in 2015, for example, we said there were about 172,000 cases. 42 countries were actually notifying of cases and about 1,300 deaths. But the numbers continue to rise even as I'm standing here. And as I said, there's often a discrepancy because there's limitations in the surveillance systems, and there's also limitations in whether people want to report cases or not and how they're reported because of the impacts on economies, tourism, and trade. The global metrics, they've said between 2022 and 2023, and this is where we're experiencing increasing numbers, there's been about a 13% increase in the number of cases. For example, in 2023, there were over 500,000 cases. It was up from 2022, but we'll see that it's down in 2024, but it doesn't mean that cholera is going away by any means. If we look at the number of deaths, between 2022 and 2023, there was a 71% increase in the number of deaths, and this is really profound. So I've put this map it's in 2023. And you can see that in 2022, there were 15 countries that were reporting. And in 2023, there were 25 countries that were reporting for the same period of time. And this gives you an absolutely clear indication of just how many cases and how Africa is impacted by the presence of cholera. So I'm going to show you a number of different publications that you can follow in order to be able to see what cholera metrics look like. So this is one, this is the ECDC. You can get these on a monthly update. And in the first line, I just want to give you an indication that between July and August of the same period, 60,000 new cases occurred with 227,000 deaths. So in this report put out by the ECDC, they report on, for that month, the countries that are putting out the most cases, the countries that are showing the maximum numbers of deaths, and they also report new cases and new deaths. And I just want to read the last line, which says, January 24 to August 24, 371 cases. So this is this year alone, over 2,500 deaths, and this is on a worldwide level. When we compare to the year before, there were more cases and more deaths, but it doesn't mean to say that the impact of cholera is less. This is another report you can also have a look at, the external situation reports of WHO. And once again, I've just compared between 2 months, September and October. And you see that between those 2 months, the number of cases almost went up by 100,000, number of deaths up by 1,000, number of countries up by 2. So we had 30 reporting at this particular moment in time. This is for 2024 alone. And you can see the population that is at risk, which is about 1 billion people, and it's so easy for cholera to be transported across borders and boundaries. So that billion is really valid. When we're looking at Africa specifically, they have persisted since 2022. So what does that mean? It means that we didn't get them under control in 2022, so they are persisting. And the reasons are many, and lots of them have been mentioned here today. We have climate change, we have natural disasters, we have either countries getting cyclones, floodings, or alternately droughts. And then we have the issue, which Greg also mentioned this morning, which is also about ongoing conflict in different parts of Africa. This results in persisting and surging or resurging cholera cases. And often they're not really able to be reached by response teams. So all of these factors are contributing as to why cholera is so significant in Africa. At the same time, we've heard this morning in the outbreak session, and you're going to hear it over the next few days, that Africa is facing so many concurrent disease outbreaks, whether it's Mpox, we had polio as well, we had measles outbreaks in many countries, COVID still persists, other health emergencies, and the common denominator for a lot of these diseases is the infrastructure, cross-border movements, and the migration of people between different countries. So these are things that we really have to address 2024 and beyond. So we know that specifically, if you're looking at cholera in Africa, the reasons are very clear. We're now in the rainy season. We had the El Nino phenomenon. Some countries had droughts, and then this was followed by floods and landslides in other countries that happened. And this has exacerbated the number of cases that we've got, increasing the risk of outbreaks. And in some countries, there's now a seasonality issue. In other words, when their season comes around, cholera seems to cause an outbreak in those countries. So we have to look at the preparedness, the readiness, which is actually also expressed in the Mpox talk as well, so that we can do early responses. We also had areas of conflict, which resulted in a sudden increase of many cases, like what happened in Ethiopia. And I think this story is very common in many countries in South Africa. I mean, in Africa, including South Africa, we also had cholera cases as well. So what do our metrics look like specifically in Africa? As of July, we had, now this is a cumulative value. So when you look at the metrics, be aware of whether you're looking in the year or whether you're looking at a cumulative metric. So this is a cumulative metric from the beginning of 2022, and it's almost 400,000 cases of cholera and over 7,000 deaths with a case fatality rate of 1.8, which is extremely high. These are the countries that are reporting, 72% of them, and 62% of the deaths are coming out of the countries in this list. Transmission is still active in about 9 countries. Although we've decreased the number of cases versus 2023, we have a situation now where we actually have deaths that occur in spikes, and that's something that we have not seen before. And this is something that is quite worrying. The decrease in the number of deaths may be related to the fact that in the preparation and in all the activities that are taking place in different countries, that maybe there's greater awareness of getting to oral rehydration points and getting to cholera treatment centers and cholera treatment units where patients can be admitted for rehydration. And this could have improved the statistics for 2024. And then we'll also talk about vaccination. So this is the classic map that you often see with cases from 2022 to now. And the orange countries are countries with the most numbers. The red circle give you an indication of how many cases there are. And the darker red circles also give you an indication where the deaths are. So we mustn't forget about on my right-hand side, all the islands that surround Africa, because Comoros is one of them, Mauritius is another, Madagascar, and all the other islands where we have had specific cases of cholera, and we must include them in our metrics as well. So I tried to gather the metrics over the last month, and it's really hard to do because they're changing all the time. So there's the literature average, which I have given everybody. There's the global average of about 450,000 cases for 2024 with 3,500 deaths. I spoke about the spikes in deaths. In Africa specifically, the cumulative value I said was about 406,000 cases and over 7,000 deaths with a case fatality rate of 1.8. And you can also see that between Jan 1 and September 29 of 2024, we had 17 countries reporting. Now we have, in 2023, we had 21 countries reporting. So in this part over here, we have got DRC, Ethiopia, Zambia. This was a really big outbreak that occurred, and you can see that there can be up to 23,000 cases being reported at any one time. So this is when I was trying to map all the countries, and you can see that in my map that I showed you earlier on, Niger was not there, and yet Niger now has a number of cases. DRC increased. Nigeria had a 42% increase in cases across all these states, and Sudan also came into the picture with a large number of cases and deaths. So it's not something to easily map because the statistics are changing all the time, depending on the number of cases that are being reported and the number of deaths that are being reported. So these are very nice situational updates, and they're put out by the WHO for the Afro region. And you can have a look at these. They're put out every month. And I've just given you an indication as well of what happened between June 24 and July 24. Cases went up by 10,000, deaths went up by 200. Number of countries reporting remained the same, and the case fatality rate is still high at 1.7. So I've shown you a number of ways that you can have a look at how to keep up to date with the metrics of what's happening in cholera on a global level as well as at an Africa level. Then they have very specific country updates if there's a crisis. So this was put out in July 24, and it shows countries in an acute crisis, their words. Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Democratic Republic of Congo were reported because they had sudden increases in numbers of cases. So have a look at Nigeria from 2022 to 2024, the cumulative total has been 32,000 cases, but just in this period of time, they had 5,000 cases, and look at their case fatality rate of 3.1%. And the other countries also were documented in this report, which came out in July, countries in acute crisis. So these reports put out by the WHO for Africa give a very good idea of what's happening with cholera on the continent. This is the overall summary, and I won't go through all of it. We know that the climate issues are there, but I want to bring to your attention one thing that happened in 2022. And we had a cholera dosing situation for vaccines, which was 2 doses. I'll show you in the guideline. But in 2022, because there weren't enough cholera vaccines, everyone had to cut to a 1-dose schedule, and I'll give you the indications of what happened as a result of this. There were also problems with cholera supplies, and there were also issues, as there always are, in developing countries or low middle income countries with financial support. So we had the same sort of situation with 2023 with climate issues, transmission. The 1-dose schedule still carried on, and there were still problems with cholera supplies as well as financial resources. So is there a public health response? Yes, there is. There is a very well-defined public health response on how to control cholera. It's a global roadmap that outlines a set of actions to prevent and control cholera. This is improving and strengthening health systems and water sanitation and hygiene, access to vaccines, increasing surveillance, dealing with the PAMIs, which used to be called the hotspots, they're now called PAMIs, and containing the outbreaks as soon as they happen in the best way to detect them early and treat as quickly as possible. And this is exactly what this involves. Leadership, I'm not putting in any order, but just now I'm going to put it in some order for a whole lot of reasons. But it's leadership and coordination, water and sanitation and hygiene, management adequately of cases so that you also don't have death rates, and surveillance and reporting, the issue about cholera vaccines, and then the community engagement. So this is the pattern that I've put into place, and I think community engagement, these are all the lessons that we actually learn from cholera as well. Start with community engagement, and all the other issues then also fall into place. But we have to have accurate surveillance and reporting, global health systems strengthening at the same time as using cholera vaccines, and we need leadership and coordination to pull this all together. So you can have a look, because I've given you some references over here, either from the Global Task Force on Cholera Control, the WHO websites, and I've shown you, if you go onto these websites and have a look right here, you can go through each one of those sections and see what's involved. It's a huge amount of information, but it is absolutely well defined about what we have to do for cholera. I put it in my own graphics, very busy slide, and in no particular order, so the graphic doesn't lead from one to the other. But I think that we have to have risk and community engagement at the outset. Then we have to have preparedness. Then we have to have in place the operations, the support, and the logistics. It's nice if you have laboratories that are able to do testing. Surveillance is absolutely key. Coordination has to happen through a number of different groups and partners, and we have to face the challenges that happen in outbreaks like cholera. So why is the control and the ending of cholera so critical? Well, it's critical because in May 2018, at the 71st World Health Assembly, there was this roadmap that was put together to give you an idea of what had to be done to reach 2030. You all know about Sustainable Development Goals and everything related to that, and what had to happen to bring down the cholera metrics to deal with 90% of the cases, countries that had transmission, countries that were reporting, and this was all beautifully mapped out. The only trouble is we had a few things that happened in between, like COVID. So this was the global roadmap. And really the focus is it's a multi-sectorial plan applicable to all areas that where cholera occurs. And it says we have to detect and have a quick response wherever there's an outbreak. We have to have surveillance, labs, and health system strengthening. We must be ready. This multi-sectorial approach in order to be able to focus on hotspots, in order to be able to get wash systems under control, because in Africa alone, we've got between 40 and 80 million people that are actually living in cholera hotspot areas. So can you imagine, if we don't get those under control, we are really going to have a problem in order to be able to decrease the numbers and the deaths related to cholera. There also has to be a lot of support. So I've given you a reference here on the Global Task Force for Cholera Control. WHO also has this, and if you look up the global roadmap to 2030, you'll get the full strategy that's in place. Of course, it's been interrupted, but it's still on this. It's still the plan for 2030 and see what happens. The one thing that governments, countries, whoever funders, partners don't realize is that this investment that you have to make in cholera is absolutely worth it, because the amount of money that has to be spent in order to control these cholera outbreaks and the cholera mobilization and all of the things that have to happen is much more than the cost that you'd have to bring in order to be able to uplift the countries, improve the infrastructure. So it's a very sound investment to follow the roadmap, uplift the countries rather than dealing with the costs, which can be in excess of about $2 billion a year in lost productivity, healthcare costs, etc., which can really cripple a country. So now we're going to talk about cholera vaccines. And what was the development? All right, so the first three statements, which I'm not going to go through in a great deal of depth, we all know that vaccination is the most effective public health intervention, and that will definitely impact mortality and morbidity from infectious diseases. We also know, and we've seen it already this morning, we've only been half a day into the conference, that there are a lot of deaths which could be prevented by vaccination, and vaccinations are not reaching the under fives or the people who should get diphtheria, and that's why we have diphtheria deaths. And this is the classic feature of low middle income countries, because a lot of people don't get them into countries, don't have the methods or the means, or maybe that's not the market they want to work in, etc. And cholera vaccine development faced all these challenges of how to deal with this global burden of disease. And it affects, as my map said, sub-Saharan Africa, 60% of the cases, and Southeast Asia, 30% of the cases. So in the very beginning, the first cholera vaccine developed was a whole cell. It wasn't fit, it was an injectable whole cell, and it wasn't fit for purpose, because you can imagine in an outbreak of 10,000 people, how you're going to inject all those people. The next one that came was Dukoral in 1991. Also, although PQ'd and put into UNICEF, there was a very low demand, and it's also a complicated vaccine. There's two parts, you've got to mix them. It relies on clean water to do the mixing and the administration, different doses, not for young children. So it also didn't enter into the real methodology for dealing with cholera. So this is the first little bit of homework. I'm only going to give 2 bits of homework for today. Have a look at this organization called IVR. It's the International Vaccine Institute. And it started in 1997 as a not-for-profit organization, and their aim is to actually manufacture and do technology, etc., for countries that are in need of vaccines and vaccines for the people, low middle income countries. So that's exactly what they do. Because the real reason is that cholera vaccines are really a game changer. They can take immediate effect. There's also an element of herd immunity, and you can vaccinate populations while you're in the process of sorting out the infrastructure, the wash, and all the other elements of the emergency response. So this is the position paper from WHO, put out in 2017. Vaccination was defined. It shouldn't interrupt any other of the high priority health interventions. 2 doses of oral vaccine were defined, but in October 22, which is exactly as I mentioned, the global supply was so strained that we had to cut back to a single dose, whereas it's actually a 2-dose strategy. And this was to allow for enough doses to go around the world and to deal with the outbreaks. And they were really to deal more with the outbreaks rather than to deal with the PAMIs or the hotspot areas. And so over this period of time, this is exactly what has happened. We don't have enough doses. We've had to cut the doses from 2 to 1, and there isn't enough to go around. You need in the order of 2.5 million doses to be produced on a monthly scale in order to meet the global requirements for Africa, Asia. These are the vaccines. I'm just going to talk about Dukoral, which I did. And ultimately, because that vaccine was not successful for bringing outbreaks under control, it went into high-income countries or middle-income countries and became a travel vaccine. And so we left with the last line, and the last line says Uvicol, Uvicol Plus, Shancol, and then there's a new one called Uvicol S. So it stands to reason that because I've lumped them all together, that Shancol was the kind of originator, and all the tech transfers and the studies are related to Shancol and Uvicol vaccines being developed by U Biologics, which is a South Korean organization. Now, why this had to happen is because Shancol gave a notice about 3 years ago that they would not be continuing in the cholera market. Now, this was a disaster because all we had at the time was Uvicol and Uvicol Plus, which are identical. One's just in a vial, one's in a plastic tube. And so now this is exactly why we're in the situation where we don't have enough cholera vaccines. And cholera vaccines doses can be given at least 2. They can give 65% of protection. But the most important thing is that if you vaccinate enough people in a cholera area, you can actually generate herd immunity as well. So this is the other part. This is the part about how in an emergency, and you've heard some aspects of this too, how in an emergency do you get vaccines to the right place? So this started with the development of stockpiling. And stockpiling, I think, is a very fascinating solution. And it started with the outbreaks that happened with meningitis in Africa. How do you, in the meningitis belt, get enough vaccines to vaccinate all the populations in that area? So this was the first stockpile that happened. There was an international coordinating committee established in 1997. They developed this mechanism to centralize, manage, and coordinate vaccines going to emergency situations and major outbreaks. So in 2013, WHO established the cholera stockpile. Number of vaccine doses per year, they began in the very beginning thinking that 2 million doses would be enough for the stockpile to start in 2013. But all of a sudden, by 2016, we need 7 million. And by 2022, we need 30 million. So you can see the need and you can see why this has happened. So to date, since the inception of the cholera stockpile, we've got about nearly 300 million doses that have been delivered to over 31 countries. So in the case of cholera, we have the International Coordinating Group, and then it is broken down to the Task Force on Cholera Control. That was established in 2014. Lots of partners are involved. It just sounds like a single layer and another layer, but it's not. I mean, 15 partners are involved in that. Then you have the Cholera Working Group that coordinates and manages all the stockpile requests. And then they divide them up depending on whether it's going to be preventative, in other words, in endemic countries where there are hotspots or PAMIs, and then they're going to divide them up on cholera requirements for outbreaks. And the most important thing about these groups, and Greg alluded to this as well, is that often in countries you don't have the data to make decisions. And this group, one of their key priorities was to be able to collect and generate data about what was happening on the cholera front. So this is the pivotal paper. You can have a look at it, written in 2016 by Desai et al. And this is how they mapped out the stockpile. So they said, okay, in the emergency stockpile, we'll have 2 million Shankol doses. And in the non-emergency going to the hotspots, we'll have 3.3 and 1 million of Shankol, 3.3 of Uvicol, and then we'll have another spare million of other doses that we can put anywhere. So this was a really good idea, but the trouble is we need way more than this. I'm just showing you in the next couple of slides. You can go onto the World Health Organization, or you can go onto the Global Task Force for Cholera Control, and you can have a look at all of the stockpiles. There's cholera, meningitis. We also have one for yellow fever. And as Dr. Ndembi mentioned, for Ebola as well. And this is all the diseases where you need to get vaccines to populations as soon as possible. So you can't have them individualized by country. You need to have them centralized and be able to be shipped to different countries immediately. So I'm just giving you an indication for those of you who love data. Go to the dashboards. These are beautiful dashboards. They're Power BI, so they are real time, and they change depending on who's ordering. Did they get them? How many did they get? What did they order, etc.? And you can map it back to 2016 right up to today. And I can tell you everything about what's happened with cholera vaccines. And then, as I said, they generate data, and this is exactly what they do. They tell you which countries have asked, what they got, why they didn't get. And then you can go through and have a quick glance for the entire 2016 year to date of what's happened in the ICG, who's making decisions about cholera vaccines. And you can scroll back through and see which countries got. So it's an amazing resource if you want to follow what's going on with cholera. So this stands to reason that if we don't have enough cholera vaccines, we better do something about it. So this is what's happened so far. IVI, as well as Biologics, has developed a new Uvicol vaccine called Uvicol S, and this goes back to what I said in the very beginning, the serotypes, etc. This was a much more simplified vaccine, and yet the immunogenicity is exactly the same as Shankol and Uvicol Plus. Then we've got Hillcol, which is also a collaborative venture between Wellcome Hellerman Labs, and has been licensed by Barat, and they reckon that they will be able to, I need to hurry, they reckon they will be able to manufacture about 200 million doses over time. And then we've got the Scandinavian group making a duocol, which is going to be a capsule. So we need vaccine manufacturers because there's a deficit of over 40 million on an annual basis, and we only have Biologics right now as a cholera supplier. The media got hold of the story, and you can imagine there was a lot of what is happening, why is this happening, etc. And it actually formed the case study for BioVac to look into this to see whether this could be a new venture, and eventually BioVac and IVR went into the venture together. It was announced in 2022 that they would develop a vaccine from scratch, a cholera vaccine from scratch, here in South Africa for Africa and for other global stockpiles. So this is the other part of your homework, just for interest. And this is something called AVMA, the African Vaccine Manufacturing Scheme to Boost Production. And I would like you to all read this because this is going to come up when we look at financing, etc. It's an article in the Lancet, and it tells you about this new initiative in order to be able to boost manufacturing in Africa. We need to be self-sufficient. You know, after what happened in COVID, this is the initiative put out by Gavi to help African manufacturers now manufacture their own vaccines for Africa. So it's a start of a new vaccine manufacturing and research survival. I'm not going to go through all of the details. Suffice to say there's a coordination mechanism and a finance mechanism. And when somebody was talking about the list of Gavi, you can see the AVMA priorities are the oral cholera vaccine. And they're the other Gavi vaccines. And it's based on the fact that other vaccines may run out over time. So the take-home messages, very quick. Increasing cases, increasing outbreaks, high case fatality rates, surging of cases, and in countries that previously didn't have cholera and were not considered to be cholera endemic countries, think of even South Africa. And the current situation is absolutely compounded by everything that is going on around us, whether we have climate change, whether we have war, whether we have humanitarian crises, displaced people, etc. They're all playing into this scenario. We had lots of cases. I went through the metrics. I showed you the cholera control measures of the global task force. I spoke to you about the supply of vaccines and why we're in such a tricky situation and why the stockpile doesn't have any vaccines left. And they're literally doing it as an article published over the weekend, hand to mouth, like as you request, we give you what we've got. And then I've introduced you to this concept, AVMA, which the CEO of BioVac will come in on Friday and tell you all about this initiative. So cholera is preventable. We have the tools, we have to put them in place, and we could actually reach the goal by 2030. And I'd just like to mention Prof. Benson, who was the chair of the Global Task Force on Cholera Control, who passed away very acutely and suddenly a week ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Bev, for a wonderful presentation. You can't go. You just stand there. And condolences to Fru's family. Some of us may know Fru. But anyway, are there any questions or comments? Yep. Please go ahead and just state your name.
Oh, hi, my name is Tsulu. This was a very nice talk. I just wanted to ask, I think I may have missed it, but you said, I think you mentioned that when there was a shortage of vaccines, they were giving only one dose, right? I just wanted to find out if that was effective.
That's happening right now, the single dose.
Yes.
It's effective, but it's all we've got. And obviously, I think 2 doses or more doses going around would be better. But at the moment, yes, it is helping. I don't think we have got full information?
You'd be lucky if you can find a single dose anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment.
Because I think there's a total shortage of
shortage right
cholera.
now.
And
It's literally as they're coming in from new biologics, they're going out to the person most in need. But yes, as the situation that we're facing now, that's all we have. But I think they are in the process of collecting a lot of data in order to be able to see whether one dose could actually be a solution in the future.
But remember, it's not long lasting, eh? So,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, even 2 doses, you know, if you're living in a endemic country or you're traveling, you got to take it another dose 3 to 5 years later. Any other questions? Any online questions?
Like two
Yeah,
doses
yes,
would be 3 to 5 years. One dose, okay, but then it also depends on how many people you can vaccinate and you can get an element of herd effect.
Okay, baby, is the question here?
Thank you very much. My question is part of that. Was there any backup plan with regard to single dose of the cholera vaccine? Because initially it says that 2 doses is requirement for the efficacy of the vaccine. But now that the shortage is inevitable and you choose, is there any way to target endemic and epidemic area to give them the appropriate like 2 dose instead of
No, I think as Greg has said, you'll be lucky if you can get 1 dose right now. So obviously countries had possibly foreseen that we've only got a single manufacturer, or at that time we had 2, which was Uvicol and Shankol, right? Those were the 2. When Shankol fell away, even though 3 years of notice was given, it's not easy to, you can't, well, it's impossible to develop a new vaccine in the space of 3 years. So Uvicol S was under development at the time, and that has now been registered, but it does take time for countries to scale up to a number of doses that's going to alleviate this problem. So now we have 2 more potentially in the market, Uvicol S, and we have the Hillcol from Barrett. So, and then let's hope others come.
Yeah, so the best vaccine is clean water, don't forget. Okay, so who's Jon Snow? Who's Jon Snow?
He's, oh.
Who's Jon Snow? There's a big prize for you, you get a free lunch. There's a free lunch for you if you know who Jon Snow is. Come on, you budding epidemiologist, Jon Snow. Yes, and what was the pump called?
Yes.
What was the pump called? Jon Snow's, we discovered the cholera in London in, I think, 1850 something. Yeah, the Broad Street pump. Yeah. Sorry, Edina, you had a
Yes,
question.
so Bev, thank you very much for that presentation. Everyone is thanking you online, so excellent work. Festus says, with cholera becoming a consistent occurrence in Africa, how committed are African countries in self-funding towards initiating African vaccine manufacturing? Do we have the professional skills to make this possible?
So that's exactly the paper in the Lancet that I want you all to have a look at, because that paper defines exactly what has been put together with Gavi and other partners in order to be able to get Africa to the point where they can make their own vaccines and be self-reliant. So I would like everyone to read that paper before the BioVac CEO comes along. So he's going to tell you all about how this initiative is going to happen. It's a funding mechanism.
Another one? So let's save that question for later this week when we discuss the African vaccine manufacturing capacity.
Certainly. All right, and then Dr. Wilberforce says, what about if we promoted WASH programs to the dot, proactive surveillance for cholera cases, prompt treatment and continued surveillance for possible points at high risk? How much would we control cholera? And how much of the vaccines would we actually need if we are in low resource settings?
You won't need any vaccines if you have
You
a
won't.
proper WASH syndrome and if you have a proper water supply. Full stop.
So look what happened in Europe. They don't have endemic cholera and they don't have outbreaks. They dealt with the WASH situation. They don't need any vaccines unless they come over the borders from other countries. But Europe, US, all dealt with cholera by upgrading the WASH systems and the hygiene, water sanitation, and everything, the infrastructure. So that's what we need to do as well. But in the meantime, we can't ignore the fact that we have cholera outbreaks and we have endemic areas. It takes a while. It took Europe, from Greg mentioning the pump to where they are today, where they don't need cholera vaccines.
So quickly, last
Very
comment
last
from
one,
online.
then we come back into the room. So Juliet would like to know, what are the storage conditions for cholera vaccines?
Storage conditions for cholera vaccine.
No, I think
It's a standard vaccine.
Yeah, 2 to 8.
2 to 8 degrees centigrade in the fridge. No problem. Tony, quick comment. Question that you don't know the answer to.
I'm racking my brains, Pete, but 100 years ago when I was a medical student, I'm sure Prof. Ford had taught us that with L-Tor, for every case, there's like 99 asymptomatic carriers. I just had a look now, it's like 40 to 80%. How do you control a disease where there's so much asymptomatic carriage, it even hangs out in like water supplies and that sort of thing? What does the vaccine do to carriage? Does it have any effect at all?
Well, one of the things that I think, if you look at Europe and they managed to get over cholera, and the Americas and get over cholera, the issue is that once you up the sanitation, once you treat the water properly, once you have cholera vaccination while you're getting there, it looks like you can be cholera free. How long that took? I need to look that up because I think that's the issue. And that's where we have to go.
But Tony raises an interesting point in the context of the spread of infectious diseases by asymptomatic carriers. So for those budding epidemiologists, find the solution. I mean, a related comment to that would be the spread of vaccine-derived poliomyelitis in Africa. I mean, I'll show you. I can show you a map. I mean, virtually the whole of the continent has vaccine-derived polio virus circulating and causing acute flaccid paralysis. And we don't know about it. Anyway, last but not least.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I have very, very short question about moving from 2 dose to 1 dose. Is that because 1 dose is sufficient for the immune, or is that because of shortage of vaccine?
It was a decision only due to the shortage. The regulatory requirement is 2. The policy document is 2, but there were not enough to go around, so we had to cut. That was it. That was a decision. So it's not ideal, you can imagine.
Okay, last comment or question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beverly, for being very brave to tackle a question that is politically sensitive. Because I think with cholera really, and I think that's the issue that was raised by one of the online speakers about the in terms of prioritization of the interventions. I think for me really the magic bullet is not the vaccines, it's the wash. Number one. Number two is in terms of the leadership and coordination. I would also add transparency, because I think some of the figures that you are showing, they're actually underreporting. And not because, well, partly because the surveillance is not very strong, maybe the lab capacity and issues like that, but those can easily be tackled. I think the issue is the government's, accepting to report even when the cases are there. In most cases, the government actually don't report because they think it's embarrassing for the government to report cholera. And I think the messaging needs to start changing, that really vaccines are not the magic bullet. If we can improve the wash, we can significantly bring down the burden of cholera. Thank you.
So Greg mentioned it right in the beginning. There's 2 parts that are really going to deal with infectious diseases. One is water, one is vaccines. And until we get the infrastructure right, and until we're able to purify the water, and we're able to prevent the spread, we're going to have cholera, I think, in Africa.
Okay, Dina says we must all shut up and go to lunch. So thanks very much to all the speakers and for and
get your attention. Prof. Rizani said I'm not doing well. We'll get the smooth music down. Welcome back from lunch. How was it? Yeah? Was it great? Okay, all right. So it was good that I took lunch seriously and stopped. Okay, good. So on the program, you'll see that the chairperson scheduled for that is Dr. Elizabeth Oduwole. Unfortunately, she's been called for another meeting, and so I'll just step in for her for the time being. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'd like to introduce you to our game master, Salim Satadin, Mr. Salim Satadin. He's going to be your game master throughout the week. As I mentioned, there is an activity that we'll be doing. There are prizes at stake. He'll talk you through that. But thank you also for honoring the time and coming in as soon as possible. So I'll stop here, and Salim, over to you.
Thank you, Adina. Okay, I am assuming we are all familiar with our phones, with our laptops. So I'm going to need your help and to some cooperation here. We want to get the energy up again after lunch. We all ate, we all full. I'm going to ask a favor of you, please. We're going to have a short quiz, test your knowledge a little bit. And like Adina mentioned, there's some very nice prizes that you'll see on Friday for the winner. So if you're not familiar with WooClap, it's just a little platform we use to get some interactive quizzes and everything. If you take your phone out, scan that QR code, it should take you to WooClap, and you are going to have to put in your details. We want to know who is actually who you are, so we know who the winner is. You can use your laptop also. Just go to this website, and at the top, you should be able to enter this code. If you need any help, hand up. One of us can come around and help you, guide you a little bit. So if you sign in the QR code or go into the website, right, you will see that you've been asked to sign in. So we need you to sign in so that we know who you are. So just sign in with your Gmail account. If you need help to create an account or sign in with your Gmail account, you can put your hands up. Can help you. We have 5-10 minutes to get everybody on the right page. We want to give. Don't worry, this is the only time you're going to have to do it for this week. Next days, it will be a bit better and faster. I'm seeing we have 41 people online. Is that us here in the room or online participants joining us also? Is there anyone who's not joined yet? Need some help? Do you need help? Yeah. I'm going to give 2 more minutes so that we don't run behind the program. Anyone need help? You need help? Okay, let's start. I'm just going to explain it, right? There's going to be 10 questions that come up. Your goal is to be the fastest and correct at the same time. This is a competition. Bring out that competitive nature so that the prizes, you're good? Because the prizes are worth it, right? Are we ready to start? No one can complain. Are we all okay? We'll give a fair chance for everyone. Good, good, good. There's 30 seconds total for each round. Try to use 2 only if you want to win. Go. 10 seconds left. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And time is up. Do people want to see if they're correct now or later only? Now. Okay. 50% correct. You need to keep it going for the next 9 questions, no? If you want to win. Are we ready for the next one? Remember, fast and right. Go for it. Which vaccine is given to prevent TB? Oh, tuberculosis. Same thing. There's 15 seconds left. You should be done. You can't shout the answer. Do you want to win? Let them get it wrong. Let them get it wrong. 3, 2, 1. That's it. What did you say the answer was? PCV. Good. Okay, everyone got it right. Okay, okay. Are we ready for the next one? True or false? Vaccines are only needed in childhood. Do we remember a talk earlier today? It was spoken about. We should all get it right if you are paying attention. 3 seconds left. 1. Time's up. So was it true or false? Good. Good. You are listening this morning. That's good. Okay. Next question. Which disease affecting humans was eradicated by vaccines in 1980? I see some confused faces now. You have 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. Let us see. And smallpox. Okay. There's still some of us in the running to win. Some people. Okay, next question, get ready. True or false? The concept of vaccines dates back over 200 years. Anyone want to say out loud what the answer was? True or false? Where's those 6 people? Why didn't you shout out false? Okay. Are we ready for the next question? Let's go. True or false? The flu shot gives you the flu. Two, one. Okay. Correct answer? True or false? Okay. This course is very much needed for some. It's good. Okay. That's fine. We bounce back. Everyone ready? Next question. What percentage of childhood deaths are prevented by vaccines? This is when your luck comes into effect. Take a guess if you can't remember. You have 10 seconds left. Make an educated guess if you don't know. Who's confident they got the right answer? Anyone? What's the answer? 2 to 3 million per year. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. We ready for the next one? Everyone good? Remember, quick and correct. Which vaccine helps prevent cervical cancer? We heard about this morning. Who was paying attention? The code. I'm going to show you the code now afterwards. Are we ready for the answer? HPV. Who was that one person? We're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they just misread it a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Let me just show the code quickly. Anyone need the code still? Okay. Cool. Okay. On to the next question. Remember, there's 2 more questions. Let's go. True or false? Herd immunity protects even unvaccinated individuals in the community. There's some people that's quick. I'm seeing you. 2 more seconds. Okay. Is anyone confident in their answer that they want to shout it out loud? True. Those 2 people, put your hands up. Okay, okay. Last question now. Remember, you could still win it. There are licensed vaccines available for all the following enteric diseases except Five seconds. Have we picked? Are we correct? Okay, time's up. Are we ready for the correct answer? Okay. So those were all the 10 questions. So now let's see who got the most correct, whilst also the fastest. Who thinks they're in the running? Is anyone confident they're in the running? Okay, okay. And if your name doesn't show up now? Okay, let's see. Layla. Where was the confidence? Put your hand up next time. Okay, so Layla won today's quiz. Friday. Friday, we're going to give all the week's prizes away. Cool. Okay, so now, Adina, I hope we're all ready. We're fresh for the next talk. I'll hand over to Adina now.
All right. Thank you very much for participating. I'm worried about the one person who said we don't have a vaccine for cholera. Bev, you spoke so well. I don't know what happened. Guys, please stay awake. So actually, I don't even need to be in the front. Our next speaker, unfortunately, is not able to join us in person. He works with the WHO in Somalia and is currently in Egypt right now. But he was very kind enough to record his presentation for us. He may be able to join in towards the end to answer some questions. But if not, we'll figure it out. I should say that I had a quick look at the video, and there are some technical issues. There are one or two moments where it gets quiet, but it's a challenge for us. You're going to fill in the gaps. So where he gets quiet, read his slides. So I'll hand over to Salim and he will play the video. One of those moments where it's silent. So Dr. Farid is talking to us about immunization in chronic emergency situations, which is really important. We talked about challenges around humanitarian crises. And so I think his slides are really, really pertinent, and his talk is going to be important. So please keep an eye.
Prolonged conflicts in countries have led the destruction of health infrastructure, making it difficult to maintain routine immunization services. Because of these conflicts, health facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and health workers have been displaced or are unable to work due to safety concerns. Population displacement is another significant challenge. Natural disasters have disrupted vaccination by damaging cold chain equipment lockdown and movement restriction. Also impacted routine immunization, especially access to vaccinations.
Um, Technical difficulties, sorry. What we're gonna try to do is throw the video through the other connection. Who wants to come and entertain us for 5 minutes? Anyone? Hillary? Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Okay, we're going to do a bit of a quiz, but I've just got cards here, so I just want to know. Okay, who knows what the capital of Madagascar is? You can't hear me. All right, okay, like put your hand up, people. Like, is this your first rodeo? Yes. Yes. Capital of Botswana. Thank you. The
Services, leading or contributing to decline in vaccination coverage and increasing the risk of outbreak of vaccine preventive.
capital of Eswatini. Mabane, but there's also a royal and legislative capital. Lobamba. Apparently they have two. Capital of Guinea. Guinea? No, it's not Guinea-Bissau. It's Conakry. But you guys are gonna have to test me on this by the end of the week. Capital of Zambia. Okay. I'm running out of countries here. Salim? Okay, I'm joking. There are a lot. Capital of Western Sahara. There are two, an official and a provincial. Are you in? Western Sahara. Is it still called Western Sahara? I'm sorry. Okay. I did double check most of these. Okay, capital of Uganda. Kampala. Capital of Tunisia. Tunis. Capital of Tanzania. Dodoma. Or is that one outdated? Okay, I'm putting all the errors I need to check somewhere else. What's the answer, Prof? Eritrea. Yes, Samara. Capital of Chad. Yes. N'Djamena. Capital of the Central African Republic. Or has that? Bangui. Bangui? Am I saying Bangui? Right. Capital of Cameroon. Yaoundé. Yes. Capital of Yes, Lesotho is still Lesotho. Lesotho. Maseru. Capital of Kenya. Capital of Liberia. Monrovia, yes. I'm just waiting. There's like stuff flashing here for me. Capital of Libya. But it's not Libya, it's Libya. Tripoli, yes. I sounded like I was saying something else. Capital of Malawi. Where? Capital, oh wait, are there two? I've got Guinea-Bissau. Yes, Bissau. Capital of Mali. Bamako. Capital of Equatorial Guinea. Somebody said it. Malab. Very impressed yet. Capital of Seychelles. Victoria.
Because of these conflicts,
Are we good?
A round of applause. So the one thing you need to know about the VACTA team is that we are many things, but one of the big things is we are agile and we can adapt. So we thought of everything. So now we're going to try again with the video. Hopefully it works now. Salim?
health facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and health workers have been displaced or are unable to work due to safety concerns. Population displacement is another significant challenge. Natural disasters have disrupted vaccination by damaging cold chain equipment and making it difficult to transport vaccines to affected areas. These disasters also divert resources and attention away from routine immunization to immediate emergency response efforts. Additionally, because of COVID-19 lockdown and movement restriction, also impacted routine immunization, especially access to vaccination services, leading or contributing to decline in vaccination coverage and increasing the risk of outbreak of vaccine preventable diseases. Looking at past 1 year, countries have faced different emergencies, starting from natural disasters like flooding, earthquakes in different countries, and then civil war in Sudan. It's almost 19 or 20 months since the start of civil war in Sudan. Um, Gaza and Palestine are facing war. Lebanon, situation in Lebanon and other countries, and there are disease outbreaks in the region. So if we look at the magnitude of emergencies and outbreaks in Eastern Mediterranean region compared to global burden, so Eastern Mediterranean region is contributing 35% of global humanitarian burden. Outbreaks are continuing and has increased compared to 2021. A natural disaster, as I mentioned, is happening in different countries in the region, and other emergencies are ongoing. Most of the countries are in grade 3 of emergencies. This is a snapshot of Somalia humanitarian needs and key findings. Slide is from OCHA. So it is of last year. Country has 17 million population, around 17 million population, and around 50% or more than 50% population are affected, which makes it 8.2 million people in need. 4.1 were male and 4.1 were female. So 50% population in Somalia are in need of any type of humanitarian assistance. I will also mention about Sudan, which has 51 million population, and around 50% of population are affected by civil war, and they are in need of some type of assistance. So now looking at global UN immunization estimates, which is WHO UNICEF estimates that is published every year. So looking at 2023 estimates, somehow immunization coverages are improving compared to past years of 2021, but still getting to the level of pre-COVID-19 is still the efforts are required to reach there. So here there's a comparison of vaccination coverage in 2020 from 2000 to 2023, and looking at zero dose children of DPT1. In 2019, program missed around 12.8 million children which were zero dose. It has increased to 14.5 million zero dose children in 2023. Mostly because of different reasons, including COVID-19 pandemic. So there, this slide is showing the regional contribution to that decrease in immunization coverages. So most significantly, Afro is contributing, and AMRO is, I think, is the second one contributing to that decrease. In Afro, 6.7 million children were missed, and in AMRO, 2.9 million children are missed in 2023. It was 2.2 in 2019 in AMRO and 6.2 in Afro. This is coverage of DPT3. Looking at the number of vaccinated children in 2019 and 2023. So again, it is decreased in 2023. In 2019, globally, program has vaccinated 116.6 million children, while in 2023 it is decreased to 107.8 million children. This slide is showing measles containing vaccine first dose. Again, number of children who have missed their first dose of measles vaccine has increased in 2023 compared to 2019. In 2019, 19.3 million children missed their first dose of measles-containing vaccine, while in 2023 it has increased to 22.2 million children missed their first dose of measles vaccine. So now coming to vaccinations coverage in Eastern Mediterranean region. Number of zero dose children has increased from compared to 2019 with 2023. In 2019, in Amro region, 2.2 million children were zero dose, which has increased to 2.9 million zero dose number of children to 2.9 million zero dose children in 2023. And we will also see the most countries with a high number of zero dose children, and we will also compare it with the country facing different type of emergencies. So here, this slide showing like which country is contributing more zero dose children. So from the left, it is Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan. I will leave Pakistan because it is in light green. We'll come back to Pakistan again, but with the red circles, it's Somalia and then Syria, Libya, and Lebanon. So Pakistan has improved its vaccination coverage, but because of the size of country, it has a lot of children which are zero dose. It's close to 400,000 children in Pakistan are zero dose children. So here the map is showing different countries of the region, and then are those countries which are facing emergencies and also low coverages. And orange are also in the range of 70 to 79%, and these countries are also facing some type of emergencies. This line is previous slide. It is for measles number of children who have missed their measles vaccination. So the same countries, Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria, Libya, and Lebanon are with red and orange circles, and Pakistan is with yellow circle, and Egypt and Iraq, they are contributing, but they are in better coverages. So again, the countries who are facing major emergencies, they have a lot of number of zero dose children for Penta 1, that is zero dose, and also for measles vaccination who have missed their first dose of vaccine. These children are also in those countries, which is a result of our contributing factor. One of the contributing factor is emergencies in those countries. But countries are also trying their best to retain the same level of immunization coverage and improve it further. I will give an example of Sudan. So Sudan, a country of 51 million population, have introduced rubella containing vaccine recently in this year, 2024. And they also conducted MR catch-up campaign for the age of 9 months to 15 years. Out of 51 million, the target is 20 million of this age group from 9 months to 15 years. So the country was targeting 20 million children to reach them with MR vaccine. Unfortunately, the country was unable to implement a campaign in all states, so they planned in phased manner. In first phase, they implemented campaign in 7 states. Second phase, 1 state, and then they were planning for 2 more states, which are Khartoum and Jazeera. In total, they vaccinated 6.8 million children in these 8 states, and the 2 states, Khartoum and Jazeera, are hosting around 30% of population. So if I hope country will succeed in implementing MR campaign in the remaining 2 states as well. So in total, they will reach to around 70% of population of the country, while in remaining 8 states, around 30% population is residing in 8 states. And the campaign will be planned depending on the security and other situations. So we'll come to what we learned from Sudan and other countries who are doing their best in worse situation. I will also give an example of Palestine. Recently, they implemented polio campaign where close to 600,000 children were reached. In very difficult circumstances, the country team, with the support of partners, they were able to implement that campaign as a response to polio outbreak in Gaza. This slide is from Somalia of 2022. Country was wanted to reach 40% population fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Within 1 year, they administered 8.7 million doses and vaccinated for 41.7% population is fully vaccinated. Country was had good plan to reach high-risk population, IDPs, as I mentioned previously, that at that time 50% of population was in some type of need of assistance. We'll also explain that in Somalia, they integrated it with different services. Immunization services was a gateway to other services. So what was the key to that success, especially in all those countries which I mentioned, like Sudan, Somalia, and Palestine? First of all, depending on situation, so they used window opportunity for accelerated campaign, which was agreed by each state and the population community. Especially when it comes to countries like Somalia and Sudan. So federal with state ministries were supposed to lead the campaign. They led the campaign with support of partners. In these 2 countries, it was WHO and UNICEF. Especially for Somalia, education department was also engaged. For this type of resource mobilization in these countries, it needs engagement of higher level, like in these settings. From UN, the highest level is Deputy SRSG, our humanitarian coordinator, with representative of different agencies. They need to have advocacy with donors, with other ministries. So to bring them all together, for resource allocations, resource mobilization, and then for one planning, how to support the government. Microplanning is a key document for immunization program everywhere, but when it comes to emergency, so this is the basic or the uh, backbone of the implementation of any project. So microplans need to be developed at very lower level with the engagement of community, of that community, specific community. And in that community, uh, program needs to identify key persons from that community. Is a community leaders or is a facilitators. And then I'm giving an example from Somalia of J&J vaccine, which was uh, in high demand by the community. So the program was trying to get a J&J vaccine for the country. And luckily, the program was succeeded to get 4.5 million doses in that time because of the involvement of all higher level of UN, partner organization, and Ministry of Health. Even at the government level. So Prime Minister Office was also engaged in resource mobilization. Then program needs to deploy required number of human resources because sometimes you have a window opportunity. So that is another important component to mobilize and deploy right number of HR. As I mentioned, campaign in Sudan was implemented in phased manner. So that is required to plan as per the need or a situation at local level. In Somalia, the country deployed integrated outreach teams. So in addition to routine immunization with COVID-19 vaccine, they also, the team was supposed to provide other services. So because of that integration, impact was very good. They reached a lot of zero dose children, and additional dose was provided to children of under 5, especially measles vaccine. In addition to measles vaccine, IPV1 and IPV second dose was also very important because of the continuing outbreak of CVDPV2. So that was another important antigen which was provided to high-risk population in IDPs camps. Children were also screened for malnourishment and vitamin A was also provided. So this is the impact, like measles cases were decreasing, and then laboratories were also enhanced during that time. It is also important to engage community with SBC interventions. So that work was done by UNICEF very well in Somalia, and as a result, the team or the program was able to reach more children with vaccination and other services. During those emergencies, country was able to implement integrated campaign in Somalia in 2023, where close to 3.9 million children were reached with different antigens, including measles for the age of 6 months to 5 years, trivalent OPV. So it was, I think, second time Somalia was using globally Somalia was using trivalent OPV to counter the CVD2 outbreak with vitamin A, deworming, and ORS. And in addition to 3.9 million children, 1.36 million children of under 5 also received additional dose of measles vaccine in response to outbreak in the country. So this slide is showing an impact of that vaccination. So it is visible that because of those intervention, the number of children or the population affected by measles has decreased compared to in situation where there was no interventions. So outbreaks were prevented. Among nomads and other high-risk populations, and target the remaining vulnerable population by categorization, vulnerability, and prioritization. There's also need to improve and modify recording and reporting tool depending on situation. We also need to think of how to improve PSC services from the lenses of immunization services. As I mentioned, in those countries, immunization services are the gateway to other services. So immunization services are providing bridge to the community and health services and other services for the betterment of community. So that was my last slide. So this is few pictures from Somalia country. So we can see Deputy SRG with ambassadors, with the Minister of Health and WR of WHO and Deputy Representative of UNICEF.
Oh, you're very kind to clap. So I think that was a bit challenging, but I must apologize that Dr. Farid wasn't able to find time to replace his video on time. But I'm hoping that you were able to pick up on some issues around delivering vaccines in fragile and conflict settings and in places experiencing humanitarian crises. And I just want to make sure that people are in fact awake in the room. I'm going to ask questions so we can start the discussions because we have roughly about 10 or so minutes to talk. So I'll start with Sipiwe. Yeah, you didn't see me coming. No, it's okay. Just any key things you picked up from just what he was sharing, the parts you could hear.
My goodness. Thank you so much. I think one of the things I could relate very well because I've just recently attended another conference where we were talking about how do we then transport all the medication, to be more precisely the vaccines. So one of the things that was said, it was to use the drones to actually make sure that the drones, they just drop off the medication there. But my concern also was the thing to say that what happened if now the drone just drop off the vaccine and then there is no someone there to collect something like that, and to put it in our mind that to maintain the cold chain system, it's very much important. So to have this presentation, it was also very good for me and enlightening. So thank you.
Yep, a round of applause. Sonia, you want to add something?
I was just wondering in 2023, why did they provide the trivalent oral polio vaccine? Because we phased that out previously.
Thank you very much. I'm from Somalia, so I can respond that question why TOPV was used. Because TOPV, we remember we had switched in 2016 and was fully stopped. But because of some vaccine-driven cases of type 2, that was recommended to use TOPV because we need for both type 1 and type 3 already. And again, there were some vaccine-driven cases. In that case, WHO recommended to use TOPV. That was the reason it has been used.
Follow-up question, please. Thank you. I'm wondering what the effect on us and perhaps other countries are, because we're getting a lot of refugees from Somalia. And I'm wondering about type 2 vaccine type circulating.
Yes, because, in Somalia, there are some districts which are not accessible because of security issues. And the children in that area were not immunized at all. So in that case, they are high risk. So in that case, mostly the cases of vaccine-driven cases of type 2, mostly are from these areas that are not accessible. Thank you.
So just to mention that there is a talk tomorrow on NOPV2, and I think important questions that you were raising, Sonia, and just really kind of highlighting the importance of cross-border, communication and support. And thank you also for sharing the insights from Somalia. And Sipiwe, just want to commend you on the, what you said around looking towards innovative approaches to reaching, communities like this. I think whenever I hear Dr. Farid's talk, I feel a lot of us work in very privileged settings. Some of the contexts he was sharing just goes to show how much work and how much effort and commitment it takes to still continue to deliver life-saving vaccines to people who in fact need them the most in those kind of settings. So I think for me, that's my key takeaway. And I think you also wanted to mention something.
Okay, thank you. I just have two key points that I retained from the whole talk. One is how the natural and catastrophic phenomenon block the road to access to vaccine, because those are critical impact, which is also one of the factor that regardless of catastrophe, there are some conditions that predispose Africa to limit access to vaccine. I'm talking about Chad. So in Chad, we have areas that people that have nomad people. So they move from area to area, and it's not easy to get them. Like this month, you will get them here. So, for example, the kid have the first round of polio vaccine. The next day, they are anywhere, and even if they reach the other area, they don't have the card, the vaccine card. So it's difficult to catch those children to vaccine, which for me is also one of the factor I would choose that like adaptability of local situation that should be considered when comparing vaccination coverage compared to Europe. We don't have the same factor, but the first presenter, I realized that he put different years in terms of coverage of vaccine compared to Europe. But now when we come to Africa, first, each Africa country have its own barrier to access to vaccine. Do we really take this into consideration while sitting, programming, while sitting, saying we need to do this? Because without taking this into consideration, nothing is going to work. Thank you.
My right side is, are you there? Okay, I'll take two more points here and then I'll come to Jennifer on the end.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I benefit a lot from it. And as I'm from Sudan, and I feel that from this presentation that we are on the right track, especially regarding the planning. Facing is the most important thing. Because despite the conflict challenges, we have to continue. And by facing the states, we implement MR campaign as mentioned, and also novel oral polio vaccine campaign. And today we are implementing, introducing, launching malaria vaccination also. And we will continue despite this conflict, not just in vaccination. Also regarding surveillance, we continue sending our samples despite we losing our national polio lab in coordination, which is reflect excellent cross-border coordination with Egypt. We send the samples through road, which is a very long journey, and the virus detected in the vaccine lab in Egypt, and then the response came. So a different aspect regarding the surveillance and the response to immunization, it must continue despite anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is a very quick comment, and I think it's something that we can all learn from this presentation, is the importance of microplanning in terms of including into your microplanning the engagement with the community and the community leaders. And I think we all underestimate the value of, you know, engaging with them and making sure because they are the people who can influence those who need to take the vaccine. So that was very important for me. Thanks.
And congratulations on introducing malaria vaccine today. Very excited. All right, over to you, Iman.
Thanks so much, first of all, for inviting Dr. Farid for the presentation and including his talk in the program. I have had the privilege to work with him as a representative of Somalia WHO office, but again, when he became part of the WHO regional office, working on the measles program. So I think this is every time we look into some of the challenging context, it's a very awakening moment to learn, you know, the number of challenges that are faced when there are humanitarian situations, wars, climate disasters, and how, you know, this is one of the areas that's most impacted, with the lowest coverage, with the highest number of zero-dose and under-immunized children, very hard to reach areas. So it's very complex situations to operate in, and it's very multifaceted. And with having children and women the first ones to be impacted, so it's very complex situations to work in, and it's really compounding not just immunization but other health aspects. And you know, it's difficult with the accessibility, with cold chain management, demand generation, and all the other components of program implementation. But I think there are also good success stories. We start seeing a lot of the countries doing integrated campaigns, as we saw for vitamin A, nutrition activities, polio as well. There are a lot of countries also introducing integrated programs altogether, doing expanded age range catch-up campaigns. And there have been a lot of success stories, but I think concerted efforts, coordinated efforts across partners and the governments is very much needed in such challenging contexts. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Jennifer, please.
Okay, just two quick comments. One is related to what was said about community engagement, since vaccination is about people, and you need to involve the community to get their buy-in. The second thing is about the capability and the resource we have even in Africa, even in such a context, in the, you know, in humanitarian crisis. And that's just about the value of, you know, the health, you know, health system strengthening in terms of consolidating the resources that we have, and having those kind of, you know, integrated, innovative interventions where now people are forced not to think vertically about, you know, one disease, but rather across diseases, and what we can do when we bring, you know, immunization, nutrition, bring whatever is existing together and make, you know, for a stronger, you know, response, and to facilitate a vaccination. So intersectoral collaboration is critical. And sometimes it includes collaborating with the military to help, you know, with support, security support, so that the vaccines can reach the required persons.
Thank you very much for that, Jennifer. All right, so checking if there are any more kind of key takeaways from the right side of the room. Okay, Miriam. I'm also happy to volunteer people, so.
Thank you very much. I think I can place Dr. Farid's presentation because I've been privileged to work in security compromised communities in Nigeria. And I think part of the key practice then was that, like I think Jennifer mentioned, we try to ensure that the team members, sometimes we go as far as getting, most of the time, we get people that live in those communities. And then some of them also they know the bandits, so they work with them hand in hand. So they give us, we always wait for the signals to go ahead on a daily basis before we move on to the field. And then also very important, sometimes we have had incidents with team members on the field. And then, but they always often let our people go because they know that they are not coming with their commodities. And part of practice is we don't carry the geostyles or the rush. Like we might need to put in a bag to serve like this guy so that they can go. And then also, by the time we, like she said, community engagement is key. By the time you engage with them, everybody in the community is important. As much as the traditional birth attendants, they're able to tell us, yes, we have new children here. So they're able to tell the team where to go to. They're able to tell the team, well, you come into our community through this route, you have to leave through another route. Or they're able to tell us, give us information, oh, we have seen the heads of cattle, it means they're coming here, make sure you pass around. So I think community engagement is key. And then also very importantly is integrated services, because the opportunity to get to those communities might be like one-off. So when you're going to those communities, you have to like bring everything that you can provide for them in terms of vaccination activities or vaccines. So most of the time, even the ones I led was on polio mainly, but we had to incorporate routine immunizations. That's because of course we saw several zero doses in those communities. So I think it's something that comes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. So I'm wondering, what role do we think governance and political will, what role do we think that has in settings like these, in conflict affected settings and humanitarian settings? Anyone? Shall I volunteer? Bright, you're smiling at me. I think you have something to say.
Yeah, I think definitely governance will play a very huge role. So like government in those conflict areas would definitely have to be more flexible in allowing support to come in or coordinating with other international partners, as Farid mentioned, like coordination among all these organizations, WHO, UNICEF, and all that will be very important to be able to reach out to all these key populations. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think it's safe to say that, although it was challenging to listen in because of the challenges with the talk, Dr. Wari, I think you have something to say too.
Thank you very much. I think I've been a bit worried, especially so we have vaccination in conflict setting, humanitarian setting, and when that happens, we have everybody engaged, partners, donors, governments, we put things in place. But I know, of course, I'm Nigerian. I know in the area of Nigeria, Borno State, where there was conflict, and now for some of those areas, people have returned back to community. So I'm thinking, maybe to get experience from our friends in other African countries, how do you manage immunization post-conflict? So conflict is over. The UNICEFs of this world have gone back, and all the other INGOs have gone back. Do we normally have plans in place to say this community was destroyed, now it's built back, our partners are no more here? How do we sustain services that is now not in IDP camps and all that? Have we thought about that? And what I really want to hear about that.
I think that's a really important point. And I'm wondering if we have any people in the room who have had conflict and they're living in a post-conflict setting, because you would hope that you would draw from the lessons learned during the conflict period to inform, strategies post, because just because the conflict has ended doesn't mean that there aren't entrenched issues. So you would hope that they would draw lessons from the period, that would be capacitated to better work in a different kind of context. And perhaps during my talk in the next session, we could explore some of those concepts. Do you want to say something, Sipiwe?
So I have been so much privileged to work with the Nigerian Pharmaceutical Association. We were looking into that area as well, the floods. So one of the things that they did, I want to believe that all the sectors, they were very much responsible to come up with the strategies, But in the pharmaceutical side, I remember we wrote a concept note, and then we took that concept note to the International Pharmaceutical Federation, which is our global organization that deals with everything regarding pharmacy. And then they were very much able to say that they want to reach out to their partners like your Red Cross, your UNICEF, and all these other NGOs, so that all the pharmaceutical services, they can be restored also in Nigeria, in the places that they were affected.
Thank you very much for sharing. Sure.
So thank you. I could contribute to that discussion because in my past life, I was a humanitarian worker. So one of the things that we learned, or we have learned to do, is to ensure that we strengthen the systems that are in place, even in the conflict zones. So what would happen is that whenever there's conflict, people would move and migrate, and you have people at the camps and all that. But then when it's normal, when things go back to normal, you continue to strengthen the health systems, the routine way that they would access vaccines. So, and mostly in Kenya, it's government structures. The government structures are what works for long-term or sustainable plans. So other than the outreaches even the outreaches that we would conduct, we'd ensure that the government, the health facility, the people who are responsible for the health facilities or for the routine vaccinations and all are part of this plan, such that when we don't have the support that comes with the conflict, they can still continue using their own mechanisms. So sometimes it's not as big as when there's donor funding, but then when it's done routinely such that any, let's say, woman in the village knows that this is where I go for this, then in the long term, it's like that system is what we build and strengthen, whether there's conflict or not. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And I think it ties in very well with just what Jennifer was also raising about health system strengthening. And it shouldn't stop once conflict is over. It's a continuous, rigorous process. All right, so I think we've done an excellent job just kind of feeding back on the last talk. Your participation, the experiences you've shared have just been really enriching. I've learned so much from you. I am going to switch hats very quickly and run onto the stage and stop being a chair and be a presenter. So just 2 seconds while I get to the stage. I'm going to leave this for you here and I will explain why. All right. So we may have some colleagues who have joined us during this afternoon online. And so I will reintroduce myself. My name is Adina Mponsara Costa, and I work with the Vaccines for Africa initiative. Now, I may have shot myself in the foot because in my attempt to get you to kind of feedback on what we spoke about, we may have actually addressed everything I was hoping we would talk about, which is a good thing because I have 40 minutes to do this talk. I'm going to use 20 minutes and then you do the other half. So we're going to play a game of pass the mic. So the mic is with you, and every time there's a question, you'll answer the question and you pass it over to the next person, and then we'll all talk during my talk. Okay, is that okay? Okay, because it's the end of the day, we're tired. I just want us to, yeah, okay. So I'll be talking about resilience and innovation, basically trying to discuss issues around building stronger immunization programs in Africa. I think from Farid's talk and our discussions, we already understand that for the African region, our context is unique. We have certain challenges that might not be the same in other settings outside of the African context. And so we really need kind of tailored solutions for the African context. All right. Now, first question. What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word resilience? It doesn't have to be, just what's the first word you think about when you hear the word resilience?
Survival.
Survival, good point. Next person.
That was my word, actually.
Please find a new word.
To persevere.
Persevere. Yeah. Next person.
Bounce back.
Bounce back. Good point.
All the ways are gone now.
Okay, maybe I'll rephrase the question. Maybe I'll ask a different question. So, can resilience, courage, bouncing back, can it be both a positive thing and sometimes a negative thing?
I think they're positive.
A positive only? Why would you say so?
Because if you think of bouncing back, I think you're basically coming from a problem. So if you're bouncing back, then maybe you're going back to the normal.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you're put in a position where every day you're bouncing back, is it sustainable?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No, thank you very much for playing. You can pass on the mic. So, Jennifer, thoughts on the word innovation? What's the first word that comes to mind?
Creative.
Creative. Very good point. Next, please.
Yes, it is creativity, yes.
Oh, again, I need another word.
Just come to mind now.
Sorry?
Just to come to mind now is a creativity.
Okay. All right. It's okay. Next person.
Advanced.
Advanced.
Novel.
Novel. Good word. Next person.
Maybe new things.
New things. Good point. Michael.
Be technology.
Technology. Technology. Good point. Oh, no, don't worry. I still have some for you. So can innovations, technology, new things, novel, creative initiatives, can they have unintended consequences?
Of course.
Of course, yeah, that was simple. No, stay there. So let's think about it in the immunization context. We are introducing new interventions. Can you think of a situation where an intervention that's intended to create something positive might have an unintended consequence? Can I give an example? Yes. So let's say, for example, we decide we're having challenges in terms of communicating with our participants, and we think, oh, you know what we should do? We should go on social media. Would there be any unintended consequences with that?
Of course, the interpretation of your communication might be different from what you intended. Yeah.
And might you even exclude certain people, perhaps because they are not on there?
Of course, I'm not sure if Gregory.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, is he on social media?
He what? He what?
Is he on social media?
Greg is not.
Yeah, so yes, clearly in this audience, you've already excluded Gregory. Yeah.
Okay, all right. No, so he's a good example. That's good. So Bright, I think I'm wondering, these two words, resilience and innovation, do they matter for immunization programs in Africa? And if so, how?
Yeah, I think they do really matter because looking at our unique challenges or unique opportunities, it would be important for us to come up with new ways of thinking. For example, the drone example. So that's like an innovation that's quite new. And then it is important for us to use it to be able to reach populations that are. So I believe in our space, innovation is really, really important. We need to always think about new ways of doing things
Yeah.
or creating new things to be able to help us reach everyone.
True, true. All right, you can pass the mic. I, I guess my next question is these two words, resilience and innovation, do they resonate with just the African region, immunization programs in the African region, or do we tend to use it also in terms of immunization programs in non-African regions, say in Europe?
I think it's quite universal. I mean, if you think about research and development, we need to continue to be innovative in what we do to keep finding drugs, vaccines, but context-specific innovation can also be tailored to specific contexts. So it needs to be like specific sometimes, depending.
Yeah.
Same as for resilient. I think each setting has its own need for resilience. Yeah.
Yeah. No, good point. Good point. All right. So this is where I take over. I'll come back to you. So you can place the mic down. So I think you need no convincing that immunization programs in the African region are facing unprecedented setbacks. But make no mistake, the African region has achieved significant public health successes within the last 5 decades of the expanded program on immunization, or the essential program on immunization, as everybody's trying to call it now. We are seeing increased access to life-saving vaccines within the African region. We are also seeing a significant reduction in vaccine-preventable diseases among children, which is of course driving down child deaths. So that's a key success there. Also, elimination of wild polio in our region. We're going towards, near elimination of maternal and neonatal tetanus, but we certainly still face substantial challenges, particularly because it is estimated that 1 in 5 children within the African region do not receive all their recommended routine vaccine doses, which just leaves them at risk. And I think a lot of the speakers during the course of this day have already addressed some of these issues. Also, it's important for me to flag the fact that 58% of the global VPD, vaccine-preventable disease-related deaths, are in fact occurring within the African region. And so if any region needs to scale up their intervention, it's definitely us. So what this translates to is that we are seeing just about 30 million children under the age of 5 who continue to suffer the devastating consequences of vaccine-preventable diseases every single year. And unfortunately, every single year, we lose about 500,000 of these children due to vaccine-preventable diseases. And I don't know if that sinks in for you. For me, as I was putting this together, I thought to myself, what does it look like to lose 500,000 children every single year? So I quickly went online. It's probably not safe to admit this to you in public, but I'm a Chelsea fan. I really like soccer. Oh, sir. Exactly. So I really like soccer. I love my football. So I searched for the 3 largest stadia in Africa. In fact, I just asked, what are the 3 largest stadia in Africa? The first one is in South Africa. It can seat over 94,000 people. The second one is in Egypt, just a little over 86,000. And the third one is in the DRC, 80,000 people can be seated there. Now, when you put this together, this equates to 260,736 people. I'm not a genius, I have it written down here. But that is not even close to 500,000 children. So I hope that puts it into context for you about how it just does not make sense that we lose this many children to diseases that are entirely preventable. So to come back to this particular slide, one of the challenges that we're facing is around public health emergencies, and 2 speakers have already pointed this out. We record, on average, every single year, 150 cases of outbreaks, humanitarian crisis, political conflict, climate-related disasters, and all of these have an impact on our ability to get vaccines to children who need them the most, and also to be able to control the devastating burden of vaccine-preventable diseases in our region. So our routine immunization programs are having to function in very difficult contexts. On one hand, you have several ongoing crises all the time. Some crises are occurring concurrently. You know, once one conflict ends, then it's followed by flooding, and then there's drought the next year. Sometimes you have crisis within a crisis, you know, so-called nested crisis. And then there's always, you know, the promise of another crisis around the corner, which makes it really, really challenging to deliver immunization programs in our setting. You also have to consider the fact that immunization programs do not function, you know, in silos. They also have to be delivered alongside other, you know, programs like HIV and AIDS, TB, malaria, and a lot of these we'll be discussing during the course of the week. So we face the situation where we have increasing number of children who are living in conflict-affected settings, which just widens disparities and inequities in terms of delivering vaccines to these children. And of course, it was raised climate change-related disasters, which foster outbreaks. I think Bev did a good job of highlighting how cholera outbreaks can occur within these kinds of settings. So it increases outbreaks, but also limits ability to enhance vaccine accessibility. There's also the issue of resource limitation. But if we are really being honest, perhaps it's more about poor governance. We may in fact have the resources, but they're going to technically maybe the wrong things, but that's a separate conference. And then lastly, we cannot talk about the challenges that we face without highlighting the issues around increasing trends of mis and disinformation and how that is enhancing vaccine hesitancy or low vaccine confidence, and how that impacts on our immunization programs. So what you're seeing here is the global performance of routine immunization programs. You have global coverage right at the beginning there, over the course between 2019 and 2023, and then all the different WHO regions. So back to you. What do you see on this map, on this graph?
Africa is lagging behind.
Sorry, say that again.
Africa is lagging behind.
Africa is lagging, true. Please pass the mic.
So the most immunization in Africa is the WHO is a donation to Africa.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
So you said the blue one is a WHO donation?
It's global. Blue is global, and then the rest are all the different WHO regions.
Africa is the important perform immunization program.
Okay, all right. Next, what do you see, Fu?
I see that the certain regions are performing better than us, specifically one in the European section, and the purple is almost reaching like 100%. So that means there's like almost everyone is receiving vaccination, I think.
All right, so key message is that we're lagging. Anything with regards to the different years over time? Please don't pretend you can't see me. Next person. Traore.
I think the immunization program works very well in Europe.
In Europe?
Yes.
But any comment with regards to the trend over time in terms of the different years? It's okay, you can pass on to Leila. I think she's got it.
Yeah, I think it's relatively constant, but it is decreasing. Very little, but it's decreasing in Africa.
Decreasing over time, you say?
Over time, the vaccine coverage, yes.
Yeah, and then any specific issues around the years? So we have...
Definitely COVID-19,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so the impact of COVID, and was that unique to the African region or?
No,
Okay.
no.
So
In Europe, yeah, there's a slight decrease in 2020 when we look at the European region. But it picks up right after in 2022 again, as well as 2023. So after COVID, yeah.
Okay. You can pass. So Leila was saying it seems to pick up after COVID.
So noted.
Is that picking up for everybody in a way that maybe we could be impressed?
I don't think so. No,
Huh.
it could be better
It could be better. For?
for everyone.
For everyone, even Europe and Southeast Asia.
Wait, let me have a look quickly. I think specifically for us, like in Africa,
Yeah.
could be better.
Okay.
But I think Europe actually did quite well.
Yeah. So it seems
So
like some regions seem to withstand the shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic than others.
Yeah.
And perhaps there are some lessons to be learned from that. So thank you very much for sharing. Back to me. So I won't be. The idea here is we know that there are complex issues going around, and I wanted to focus on COVID as we just discussed. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was the climate crisis in the African region. So talking about floods, droughts, as well as outbreaks. These issues have kind of like intersecting effects on our immunization programs and our ability to control vaccine-preventable diseases. So you'll see quite a few snapshots, highlighting the effect of rising heat and drought, which is a high-risk situation for children living within the African region because it means that they have less access to safe drinking water. And then when they start kind of, getting into contact with that, we worry about disease outbreaks. So of course, you see that the second snapshot talks about drought-related cholera outbreaks in Africa and the implications for climate change. And then lastly, health effects of climate change in Africa. There should be a call to improve implementation of prevention measures. So I think those are key. The other graph that you'll see on the other side, you don't really need to be able to see all the finer details, but it's basically highlighting the effect of some other forms of climate-related disasters like floods and storms, and how these tend to not only impact the spread of diseases, but also our health infrastructure. Once those are decimated, even in conflict settings, it just means that we can't deliver the vaccines to those who need them the most because our infrastructure is no longer in place. So I think key things to kind of note about the role of climate-related disasters on disease spread, as well as ability to deliver vaccines to those who need them the most. So essentially what we have on our hands is a perfect storm of conditions for disrupted immunization services and outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases. On the one track, we have climate crisis and related natural disasters. On the other, humanitarian crisis and political conflicts. And then we have the other train coming in with pandemics and epidemics and outbreaks. And so you can imagine the kind of chaos that sometimes some of our immunization programs have to function in. So I think the point I'm trying to drive home is that our immunization systems are functioning within prevailing public health emergencies, and this can be quite challenging. So back to the two words we're just trying to unpack and discuss. First, resilience. Why do we need resilient immunization systems? It's because once you have a resilient system, we are able to then manage shocks to our health system, to our immunization programs. And by managing, we're talking about being able to absorb, to respond first of all to the crisis, but also absorb the shocks and then react and adapt very quickly to ensure that we're able to maintain provision of existing essential immunization services without having gaps in service provision. So it is said that the best time to strengthen your immunization system, or at least crisis-proof it, is in between crises. So either before a crisis happens at all, or right after a crisis has happened, which I think is one of the things that Dr. Wariri was raising, around once conflict ends, what then? Because once you are able to draw lessons from that particular crisis, that particular conflict, to better inform your immunization program, to make sure that it is able to respond quickly, absorb, and adapt once another crisis or conflict comes along. So how then can we achieve resilient immunization systems? And I have a few resources that you can look at within, in your own time. There isn't any benchmark. You can't look at a particular immunization program in any particular country and say, this is the benchmark for resilience. But there are a few features that you can actually look for. This includes the capacity to integrate. So you look for integration. Is your immunization system cohesive? within the system itself, but also with other stakeholders and other programs? And is there strong communication? We all know that trust is important for immunization systems, and in a crisis setting, even more so. Also, adaptiveness, I think we've spoken about that at length. Is the immunization system able to respond, evolve, and learn very quickly in order to bounce back? And then resource availability and access, those are very key in terms of sustainability and stability of immunization systems. Self-regulation, is your immunization system able to have internal accountability systems to monitor the program over time, and also to be able to evaluate where there are challenges and immediately inform interventions? Lastly, awareness. Your immunization system will only be aware if it understands what the disease situation is, so disease surveillance, but also the importance of immunization coverage data, because then you can identify gaps and come up with solutions to fill that up, so data for action. And what interventions might we consider as resilience promoting? Well, I think first of all, we need to enhance close to community services with multiple service delivery modes so that we can reach as many people as possible with the services that they need. It's also important that we have intensive community mobilization activities. I think even during tea time, we're having discussions around how do we ensure that we maintain the trust of our communities, and that is just through intensive community interventions. They need to be part of the system rather than us thinking that, they're just stakeholders that we deliver services to. Also important are the health workforce. Sometimes they are really under prioritized. And so a resilient immunization system should prioritize, recruit, train, value, and adequately pay its health workforce. And not just nurses, not just your traditional healthcare workers, a diverse cadre of healthcare workers, including those who work closely with the community and those who are involved within the community. So lastly, we need continuous research to keep updated. We need continuous research that is context specific in order to better understand how we can build resilience measures into immunization systems to make sure that they remain stable even during contexts that might be untenable. So I thought I'll just pull out a few examples of, countries within the African region where we're seeing the application of resilience, where countries have adopted certain strategies in certain contexts that we can consider to be resilient. And I think we've already had good examples from Dr. Farid's talk and some of the experiences that were shared by our colleagues within the room. So in Burkina Faso, I have an example of a region that is plagued by terrorist attacks, and they've been able to really scale up immunization coverage. And this is because they've used a task shifting strategy. It started off piloted in one particular region, but they've scaled it up nationally, where they've involved community healthcare workers who live within these communities to train them and ensure that they are also able to deliver vaccines within those communities that are experiencing conflict. And I think we can resonate on that based on what we've already been discussing in the last couple of hours. And then, of course, we had the example of Nigeria, which I think we discussed. So in the northernmost part where, they are affected by Boko Haram insurgency, we have examples of where the immunization program has kind of liaised with security forces, liaised with community leaders to make sure that even in areas where we can't always enter or where communities cannot come out to receive immunization services at health posts, that they can actually partner with these communities to go there and still deliver vaccines without leaving the children at risk. Lastly, I have an example from South Africa. So during COVID, of course, we had vaccination centers in the towns and the cities, but some of our emergency services quickly recognized that there were communities who, in fact, because of lockdown or because of where they are located, they couldn't come to the main immunization centers. And so they came up with this really innovative strategy where they converted ambulances into what they called vaccine taxis. And they drove into these communities who were initially unreached, and they delivered not just COVID-19 vaccines, but other healthcare needs, and which was really important during the COVID period. And I think that's a really important example. So I think my question to you then, as you think around these things, is the main cross-cutting theme here is bringing immunization services closer to communities. That's basically what's happening in these three different case studies, any which way you look at it. And so give some thought to the sustainability of these initiatives. You might be wondering, are the vaccine taxis still in place? I think not. But it would have been nice if they actually still are, if we could still go into these communities and still deliver the services that they need. So think about the issues around sustainability over time. So now let's shift gears very quickly and talk about innovation. How do we innovate immunization services to ensure that we continue to safeguard Africa's future, not just through vaccines, but also innovative immunization systems? And say what you will about COVID-19 pandemic, we all know the devastation it wrought and how many lives we lost, and that was just really devastating. But the one thing that we also gained from the COVID-19 pandemic is that it became a catalyst for innovation. We were almost forced to change how we work and live. And it's the same for immunization programs. So we had mRNA, vaccine platforms going, they were under development, they were being explored several years, I think 40 years already. But through the COVID-19 pandemic, we now had proof of concept about, being able to use mRNA platforms to develop vaccines. So that's a positive. The other thing is because of how quickly we were able to move from vaccine development to licensure and being able to deliver vaccines to the people that need them, we now have the possibility to consider, that we can now have vaccines rather than waiting 40 years to get a vaccine for a particular disease. Perhaps we could develop vaccines within 100 days, maybe less, but we know that the regulatory issues can be really challenging. Anyway. So basically, COVID forced us from a business as usual to thinking creatively about how we communicate about vaccines, how we develop policies, how we deliver vaccines to those who need them the most. So the one question I have is, from the COVID period, did we learn how to innovatively engage our communities and our social contexts, or have we kept it the same? Have we built back from that period? So could innovation in our social context provide answers to some of the pertinent challenges that we continue to face? So give some thought to that. But basically, our call to action is to leverage lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic in order to innovate vaccine demand generation and also increase public trust in vaccines, because we really took a hit. We lost some trust, not just in COVID-19 vaccines, but vaccines in general. And so the opportunities here to really leverage lessons learned to innovate how we build our public's trust back into vaccines. So how can we achieve innovative immunization systems? Again, I have some examples there for you, resources that you can explore after the course. But it's essential that addressing barriers to equitable delivery of vaccines requires innovation. It needs creativity. So it's essential, the features that you might want to look for in an innovative immunization system is it easier in terms of the logistics of delivering vaccines? Are we able to find optimized ways of delivering vaccines, of developing vaccines, and do we tailor it to the needs of our setting? Another feature of innovative immunization systems is being able to increase the effectiveness of vaccines, the safety, acceptability of vaccines. And I think a good example is now, we know that some people have fears about injections, right? Anyone in the room that's honest, yeah. Thank you for sharing, yeah. So now we're trying to explore, can we now, have other options that would make people accept vaccines more? And micropatches are one of those that are being explored. I also saw recently, I think, that there's an inhalable influenza vaccine and RSV as well. And I think that is the kind of innovations we need, They seem like simple things, but they could really change things. They could really be a game changer. Also, innovative immunization systems should enhance equitable access to vaccines. We should find ways to reach the people who truly need vaccines, and then also minimize missed opportunities for vaccination. So this basically calls for prioritization through domestic investments. Again, the issue around governance, you need buy-in from the people that hold the money bag to make sure that we're able to develop some of these innovative approaches and then scale them up. So it's essential that we leverage implementation science. I got a specific request from someone on LinkedIn, and they said, you need to start talking about implementation science and the role it plays in immunization in your AAVC. So here it is. We need to leverage implementation science to enhance how we effectively adopt innovations, and you can only do that by researching. Not all innovations will work for everybody. So until you test that out to understand the acceptability, the feasibility, that's the only time you'll be able to figure out how to scale it up for maximum effect. So do we have examples? Funny enough, we already talked about the drones, right? And Ghana is one of those countries pioneering the use of drones to deliver vaccines in, remote settings. So in one of the areas in Ghana, in the upper part, upper region of Ghana, delivering vaccines from, say, the post all the way to the health facility can take about 5 hours. And it's because of the terrain, especially when it rains, when it floods, it's really difficult. And you know that vaccines are kind of finicky sometimes about, cold chain. So they've been able to partner with a group called Zipline, and now they're able to deliver these vaccines in 55 minutes or less, because they put them up into those drones and then just ship them off. And then they land, and a nurse goes quickly. She goes back to her post and delivers the vaccines, and they don't have to worry about stock out issues and what that means for missing, parents and children who need the vaccine. So I think that's an important innovation. And we're seeing that in many other, even Rwanda is also using these zipline or drone technologies. And I think that's quite innovative, shows how we can use technology to be able to fortify primary healthcare. Rwanda, during the COVID-19 pandemic, was able to leverage its electronic health records to make sure that they can quickly capture, who's receiving vaccines, who's receiving other healthcare services, and who's being missed, and to be able to fill in those gaps. And so sometimes it's about using existing tools and scaling it up and expanding it for other services. And I think Rwanda is a case, a test case where this is concerned. And then in Tanzania, so usually when we talk about innovation, we're thinking technology, and we're thinking big things, but then innovation can also come in terms of how, as I said, how we communicate, how we build back trust, how we enhance demand generation. So in Tanzania, and I think also in the DRC, during the COVID-19 pandemic, they realized that they were struggling in terms of communication, in terms of the community's trust in vaccines. So they came up, partnered with a group that came up with an initiative to boost vaccine demand and uptake by relying not only in just face-to-face communication in communities, but also using concerts and sports events and influencers, celebrities, traditional media, just going across the board to make sure that they're able to deliver information that would empower their communities to take up vaccines and other health services. And it worked really well. And you would hope, once again, that these kind of innovations would be sustainable and would be scaled up. So here, the cross-cutting theme is enhancing service delivery, but also demand generation. But as you look at this, do you see any unintended consequences where those innovations are concerned? What about the possibility of, or the potential for scale up and also for sustainability in the long term? So give some thought to that. All right, so I'm coming back to you. Can I find out where the mic is? So now I want to know about your vision for Africa's immunization system, and we're wrapping up now. If you could innovate or change just one thing, money aside, just one thing in terms of Africa's immunization landscape, what would that be? Pass it on for now.
I think the tricky part is when you're saying money aside.
Is the money that I put aside what you actually?
Yeah, because one would think we need to be innovative
Hmm.
to address some of the issues that we know are key issues in immunization, such as vaccine hesitancy that we talked about. I think we have been talking about that it's not just making sure that vaccines are there, but people are not sometimes resistant to vaccines. And how do we address that? I think for me, that is key. If we can be able to address that, it's something that I would be excited to see our space being able to address. The second one is, even from the previous slides that you mentioned, you have seen, like, if I can say Europe, from your previous slides, is more resilient in a sense that after COVID, they were able to bounce back quickly. And I think one of the issues there is because, like, they are able to manufacture vaccines for themselves. And if also we can be able to get to a situation whereby as Africa we are manufacturing vaccines, perhaps we will address some of the gaps. Thanks.
So to confirm, your innovation would be for us to enhance our manufacturing capacity.
Manufacturing and on the issue of hesitancy.
How would you innovate to address hesitancy? If you think about your own immediate context.
I think it's if we are able to get the right information consistently to our communities, if we can be innovative enough to make sure that we have platforms where even people in the remote areas are able to consistently get correct information on vaccines, perhaps that can help. But it comes with money, which is why
It does. It does. Money is our problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing.
All right.
Next person. You had a problem with me being a Chelsea fan. I don't know why.
Because you almost beat you yesterday.
Yeah, but almost. You see where the problem is. Okay, anyway, we'll talk later.
Okay. The innovation I'd bring to Africa's immunization landscape is okay. I write newspaper articles in my country weekly, and the one thing that I keep running into, or the one problem I keep running into, is that most of the time it's not that people don't want to do something, or in the case of vaccines, it's not like they don't want to take the vaccine. Most of the time it's that the way the message is coming across is not how you want them to hear it. You understand? Because in the field of vaccines, or in the field of vaccinology, most of the communication that is being done is mostly in English.
Okay.
And our people, it's not everybody who is that literate. Some of them, the information that comes to them, it's as if, well, it's kind of coded to them. And what I try to do with my newspaper article, what I've seen that makes a difference, is that I get that information they think it's complex. I try to make it as simple as possible for them to understand. So if we could have that sort of thing being communicated to people in our own simple languages for everybody to understand, I think we would have a better uptake of these vaccines, because when you give them a vaccine, a COVID-19 vaccine, and nobody's there to explain it to them in simple terms, they would keep telling you that, no, I've heard that, I've seen on Facebook that after you give me that injection on the arm, I can stick a coin here and then it will. You remember the videos?
Yeah.
But if you explain things to them in our own language, in the
Yeah.
language that they understand, they would definitely improve in the uptake.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I certainly agree with you. I think the issue of language is key. And very recently, we also got to know about the challenges that were faced by people who have, who might not be able to hear, and how much they were excluded during the COVID-19 period. Because they'll go to immunization centers and a nurse stands up and she gives an announcement, but they can't hear. And then they leave the center and they were asked, what vaccine did you receive? They're like, I have no idea. The nurse stood up, spoke, but there was no one to sign the information for me. I don't even know what vaccine I got. So I think language, very important, but also the diversity in how we communicate to make sure that even those with listening disabilities, those that might have sight challenges, that they are also included. So I think we need to think comprehensively. Great suggestion. Thank you so much. Next person.
Question?
Same.
Okay.
What's your innovation? What's on your wish list for Africa?
I think for me, if we just take a look at our EPI programs, especially in Africa, we are receiving a lot more vaccines than we ever have received. And I'm thinking it's probably going to increase much more because we heard from our talk earlier that in the Americans, they're probably getting, children could get up to 20 vaccines. And we haven't had that before. So I don't know if we actually know the implications. I mean, I know very important, we're saving lives, but is there a way that we could maybe innovatively maybe try and re-look at our EPI programs, maybe the way we did with the HPV vaccine, where we reduced the vaccine doses. So maybe we could possibly do that for other vaccines with research, obviously, and a whole lot of sciencey stuff. But if we could do that for other vaccines, we could maybe create a more cost-effective way that we could deliver vaccines into our communities. And not only that, we spoke about the mode of delivery of vaccines. So maybe incorporating other ways rather than just injecting vaccines, we could also look at, the nasal and the
micropatches.
Yes, micropatches that you spoke about. I think, that would be very interesting.
Okay. So you're raising the issue of reducing just the number of shots, for example, rather than dropping the safety or the effectiveness of the vaccine.
In a way that, the effectiveness should obviously remain the same, but if we could reduce, because we're getting, COVID-19 has, how many boosters do we have to get?
True.
Something like that. I think that would be it would be very important to look at.
Can anybody think of any innovation that's in existence to ensure that we don't have to receive several different vaccines? Sorry? Pentavalent, hexavalent, combination vaccines. So that is one of those things. Very important point. Thank you for sharing. I think I'll take the last innovation. And once we're done, we'll find the money and actually implement these innovations. Greg will help us. Good.
Well, I think maybe we could build trust in our communities and make sure that the people have the right information, as they've mentioned before. And, we can also meet people where they are, actually going to the target populations and actually see who really needs and who are the vulnerable populations, and also collaborate with stakeholders as well to make sure that we reach our communities in numbers and, continue to advocate for vaccines in the right way. Building trust and just working together as a community. No man is an island.
Okay. So in that case, would you consider the AAVC, where we bring everybody from all across Africa, from diverse cultures and backgrounds, as an innovation?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Definitely.
Greg?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think our problem, Edina, is that we're thinking about innovations in the vaccine space.
Yeah.
We need to think about innovations outside the vaccine space.
Do you mean in the public health context, the broader health systems?
Broader public health and developmental context. And that conversation we can continue over tea.
Absolutely, I agree. I definitely agree. Alana, did you need me to read something? I'm struggling to. Online. Okay. I will check them during so I have my last slide, I'll close, and then we'll have maybe about 7 minutes for questions. So let's wrap up. I hope that I've been able to convince you that the African region has achieved significant public health gains through our existing immunization systems, but we still continue to face setbacks. And this basically underscores the importance and the urgency for us to invest in resilient and innovative immunization systems. When I look into my own crystal ball, in terms of my vision for the future of immunization programs within the African region. I'm a hopeless optimistic. And so I see a positive outlook really for us. Not only because, you know, VACFA, for example, is training vaccinologists such as yourselves who are going to go on and make lasting impacts in your individual settings, but also because I think for the African region, we really have ripe opportunities to change things. You know, we're starting from some critical baselines, and we have the potential to innovate and to better enhance our resilience system. So I have a positive outlook in terms of the future of our immunization systems. But I would like you to just ponder in terms of your own role within your own units and your own workspaces. You know, how do you see yourself contributing to this future landscape? Lastly, I think that what we're moving towards is just shaping a resilient future together. And this will require a whole of systems approach, all hands on deck. You know, no one should be sitting on the laurels because we need to scale up our ongoing commitment and collaboration and innovation. And I think you've all given feedback on that towards achieving a vision of an Africa free of vaccine preventable diseases. And so with that, I will stop here. Thank you so much. So I have 5 minutes to take questions. And I'm just going to quickly check online, but if there's a question in the room, Jennifer?
Yeah. Sorry, you earlier asked us a question, what is the role of government relating to innovation? I would like to hear from you what you think, because by my side is just that the government, maybe they are blind, they put the money somewhere that is not need, forgetting the health, the public health sector in general.
Yeah.
They stole the money.
Yeah, we know where the money is going to. We don't want to be, yeah, we don't want to say things in this room and then we can't return to our countries. But we know where the money is going, and it's not going to our immunization programs the way that they should.
You just need to innovate an anti-corruption vaccine.
Anti-corruption. I'm going to write that down. we definitely need an anti-corruption vaccine. I think that, you know, what we really need is stronger and sustainable investments in our immunization systems, but actually just our broader health services. And we know that our health services are grossly under-resourced. And that becomes a huge challenge. We're having to rely on so much donor funding. And we know that that is not, it's not bottomless. It's not, you know, Gavi support is great, but it's not for forever. So what is our plan? And that's where we get stuck. So we need to get more buy-in from our political kind of sectors. And the way, you're right, sometimes it seems like they are blind, but sometimes maybe we also have a role to play in how we communicate to them. Our governments want to know at the end of the day, what's the bottom line? What is it in it for them? And sometimes you need to tell them clearly that this is how much you would save if we invested in prevention to make sure that we don't have to spend so much on curative care. But it needs to be clearly put out for them. They at the end of the day, they want to know what is in it for them. Yeah. Thank you.
Two quick comments, yeah. Okay. So, Adina, when India lost their certification for polio, I mean, they managed to vaccinate, I don't know how many millions of people in the shortest possible way at bus stations and train stations and all of that. So how come a country as big as that could achieve this and get their certification back?
A really good point, and maybe it will come up when I think it's Ananda from Gates who's going to be talking about NOPV and just polio, the polio endgame and response in general. But I would hope that that has something to do with kind of the political, yes. Because there's a strong commitment to understand that they have a major public health problem at hand. It's affecting their societies, you know, has an effect on their economies. And so they, you know, full investment and commitment there. And you're absolutely right. Massive country. And you would hope that in more smaller countries and communities, we would see the same. But when governments are spending most of their year in other countries and fully funding that. I'm not speaking to any specific country.
Do you want to take the online questions?
Yeah. I am
How
trying
much
to
is
see
this?
if there are any questions here.
Or maybe you can just ask your questions along.
Yeah, I think I have a comment. So I think, yeah, like Gregory said, we need to also think outside the routine immunization system. I personally believe that a key issue that we need to innovate around is strengthening our data systems in Africa. I know of 1, 2, 3 African countries where coverage jumped in quote just because the denominator, the birth cohort or surviving children was sat in a room and the numbers, well, no, we can't use 2.3 million, let's use 1.9 million, for example. Do we really know in Nigeria, we say our birth cohort is 12 to 14 million. In the Gambia, we say, oh, it's 90,000 children. Are we really sure of those numbers, or we are relying on modelers to say, oh, our population will grow 4% in the next 5? The truth is that maybe South Africa, I can't speak to that, but the parts I know, our data systems, most of the time, we can't rely on them. And if we don't know where people are, how many kids we are giving birth to, where they are concentrated, every other thing we do is just to come here and say, oh, we vaccinated 140 million people. It doesn't mean anything if we don't know what the real denominator is. So I think we need to innovate around birth registration, data systems to ensure that we are doing and not driving by blind, flying our plane blind and just, yeah.
100%, 100%. And I think Rwanda might be one of those countries that is really scaling up their health information systems. And we need to all, take lessons from that. It's a really important point that you're raising because it affects our ability to adequately, create interventions to make sure that we reach those who need them.
Yeah.
Oh, Jennifer.
Hi, you forgot about this end, but
Sorry.
I'm not going to speak for governments and, selective amnesia or whatever you call it, which is lack of political prioritization. But something related is we focus a lot on health systems hardware, on the stuff that, but there's a software part, and that's where like trust comes in or mistrust. So if you think about the COVID situation, already people I've been looking at research among migrant populations. So already there was mistrust of governments prior to the vaccination. Then you bring in the vaccination and suddenly you want to get them vaccinated. And it's not because it's not goodwill, it's because if we don't vaccinate, they'll make us sick, which fosters mistrust. So if there's an innovation that I would have in, to something innovative is for us to focus on fostering trust, which involves governments and the people and, in the wider picture, without mistrust. Mistrust is what fosters, the whole thing of infodemics and, misinformation going around. That's all based on trust. And it's a thing we don't really talk about too much. We are very careful to, make sure the vaccines are getting to the right places. But if there's mistrust, the utilization will still be an issue.
Thank you very much. Very important points, Jennifer. Thank you so much for that. So I just want to recognize our online participants as well. There's a question from Abdul Mumuni who's saying, hi, Adina, how can health systems in Africa better train health workers to communicate transparently about vaccines, especially regarding potential side effects? Who's going to answer that?
We'll ask Adele. Is Adele coming?
Yeah, she is coming. Well, I think this question comes up because we realize that sometimes the hesitancy is actually within our healthcare workers. And it has to do with them not having sufficient information. Sometimes they themselves don't trust the vaccines they're delivering. And so they need to have continuous access to training. But then that also means they need to take time off to go to that kind of training. So it's a whole systemic issue where you need to make sure that your healthcare workers are not so overwhelmed with the work that they're doing that they can't access training, and that you actually make that type of training accessible to them. And in fact, VACFA is thinking about some innovative ways, and probably Tony or Ben will speak to that, about how we can reach healthcare workers with training on some vaccines that we think are simple, like influenza vaccines, to make sure that they are continuously updated and empowered to be able to deliver sound recommendations to their clients. So a good question. I think that's it from me, Greg. Sure.
Okay, thank you. The morning with Gregory, we saw that more than 99 vaccines are imported.
Mm.
And in the way of innovation, we have three groups of people. We have health workers, we have community, and we have administrative and political authorities. In the way to convince, to collaborate. What about our quality control of our country to know exactly the content of each product? And in that way, we'll be able to convince the three groups in the way of innovation to avoid hesitance of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. And I think we will have 2 talks on vaccine manufacturing, and probably will be a good point to raise in terms of the different stakeholders that should come into play, that we should collaborate with to better tackle vaccine hesitancy in relation to the contents of vaccines. But we have regulatory bodies, fortunately, especially after COVID, we have regional regulatory bodies that are, trying to make sure that our continent is well capacitated to enhance its regulatory systems, and we look to see how that will play out. Sure.
So thank you. In addition, and in my opinion, the real innovation is improve the production capacity of vaccines. So the question is, what do you think is missing to make it happen?
For any specific vaccine that you have in mind?
Yes. Especially
which
for
vaccine or all vaccines?
Because all Africa depend for all countries.
In terms of access to vaccines or in terms of
to production.
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 Production or protection?
Production.
So I think after the COVID-19 pandemic, and I say after as if, but during the COVID-19 pandemic, we came to the harsh realities in terms of vaccine apartheid and vaccine inequity. And we realized that we cannot continue to rely on vaccines being manufactured elsewhere. But we're seeing that play out even for cholera vaccines, where we just have the one producer. We're realizing that we also need to actually produce the vaccines for some of the diseases that might affect us, but not others, because until it affects others. So we know that there's been a lot of, increase in terms of focus on scaling up vaccine manufacturing capacity in the African region. And there are already institutions like BioVac, like Afrigen, like the institute in Dakar, in Senegal, in Egypt, there are several ongoing. Rwanda is looking at that. Ghana is also looking at that. But I think for me, my question is always, we need to make sure that it's sustainable. We can't every single country have a vaccine manufacturing, space when we don't know how that's going to affect, the markets and also our ability to kind of balance out when it comes to financing. So we know that we need more vaccine manufacturing capacity locally. And I think that's definitely a fact. We just need to see how that plays out and what gets prioritized.
But it's also our dependence syndrome. We're depending on Uncle Bill Gates, and Gavi, the Gavis of the world, to do it for us. Okay, and we can do it for ourselves, and that's the problem. We need to think a little bit more. How many more minutes do you have? You finish.
I have no more minutes.
You have no more minutes. So sorry. Give her a round of applause.
Oh, okay. So I'm still here. So we've basically come to the end of the formal presentations. I don't know what your thoughts are. How have you found them? Did you learn anything? Was it overwhelming? Information overload? No? Balanced. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we are now going to move on to the think tank session. And you might be wondering, Adina, what is that? It's basically how we are going to hold you accountable and honest to make sure that you are indeed learning something, because we can't do all the talking. We want to make sure that you're also engaging in terms of activities. And so this is basically what's going to be your coursework during this week. So I'll hand over to Dr. Lisa Rossi, who is going to just walk you through what this think tank session is going to be about. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 19th Vaccinology course. It's so wonderful to see so many people in the same room who share a passion for vaccinology, so it's lovely to be here. I'm going to say if you were here last year, but hopefully you weren't, because you're supposed to have new people every year. But if you were here last year, you'll remember that we had a very successful think tank session, and we found that it helped people to really think about and engage a bit more meaningfully with sort of a more practical sort of idea around vaccines and the real life people and what you're going to face in the world. So let's just see if I can work this laptop. There we go, that's my name. Okay, so we have a case study for you, and what I'm doing today is introducing you to this topic so that you can think about it all week, and I will see you again on Thursday where we will tackle it, and I will show you now in a few slides how that day is going to play out. But for now, let me read to you this case study. It's obviously made up, there's nothing real about it, but hopefully it brings out some of the real life applications. So Teen is an 11-year-old girl and she's in primary school. The school is offering the HPV vaccine to all children 9 to 14 years old. Teen has received all her childhood vaccines to date. Other children in her class started getting the HPV vaccine about a year ago, but she has held out as her parents were not quite comfortable with the idea. She's starting to feel left out and wants to get the vaccine. Her parents are skeptical of her getting the vaccine because they have heard rumors circulating in the community that have now made them hesitant. Teen tells the school nurse that she really wants this vaccine, and the nurse says she'll chat to Teen's parents and find out more. So this is your case. You're welcome to, these slides will be available. You're welcome to read through this and think about it as broadly as you can. But this is your case on which your discussion will take place. So here's the instructions. We have divided all of the attendees into 3 groups, about 16 people per group. And if you weren't allocated to a group for whatever reason, don't worry, just let us know and we'll allocate you. But everyone should be placed in a group. And what I want you to do is firstly, name your group something fun and innovative and vaccinology related. And then secondly, start thinking about this case and think of all the different viewpoints that might exist in this scenario. And I've made some ideas on slide 4 for you, which you're welcome to use, but you're also welcome to ignore them and come up with your own. Then decide who in your group is going to research which viewpoints and how you're going to prepare for the discussion on Thursday. And you should do all the necessary preparation beforehand in terms of just finding your information. You will have time on the day to chat in your group, but in terms of just knowing what you're looking up and reading up. Okay, and then on Thursday, we'll give you 40 minutes to work within your groups where you'll be discussing the belief systems that you've come across or thought of, the challenges and the barriers that exist to your viewpoint that you're going to be spokesperson for. And this is quite an important point. You're only reporting a viewpoint, okay? You don't have to believe your viewpoint. You don't have to align with your viewpoint. So if you want to bring an anti-vax viewpoint, it doesn't mean it's your viewpoint. It means you're thinking about how someone in the community might be thinking, okay? So please bring all the viewpoints forward that you can think of. Research and understand your viewpoints so that you can present it to your teammates and then determine what the barriers to vaccination might be, what challenges exist, which appropriate options are available, and try to formulate some sort of compromise that will be in the best interest for the child. Then you're going to discuss all your viewpoints in your group, and then you're going to present some of the most critical viewpoints that your group came up with, and you're going to conclude with a suggested way forward or an approach to how you might address this dilemma, okay? And remember to take all the viewpoints into account when you're advocating for pro-beneficence, non-maleficence, and patient autonomy. So these are the viewpoints you can consider. Remember, you can use any, all, none, invent your own, add your own. So the viewpoint of the parents who are opposed to the HPV vaccine. Now, this can be based on rumors circulating in the community. It can be based on anything that you can come up with. You're allowed to, freedom here, artistic freedom to come up with good reasons for not wanting the vaccine. Viewpoints of the child who would like to receive the vaccine and who would like to fit in with her friends and who would like to be protected against cancer-causing virus. Okay, so we have a hesitant parent situation and a willing child situation. Then the viewpoint of the school, who would like to see all the children who are eligible to be vaccinated. The viewpoint of the nurse, who has to deal with this dilemma when she's treating children at school. The viewpoint of a social worker who maybe works for the school and understands some of the barriers that face vaccine hesitancy. The viewpoint of other students in the school, the possibility of judgment or ostracizing her or for refusing the vaccine. And then the viewpoint of a more like removed sort of policymaker, maybe from the Department of Health, having to consider vaccine hesitancy and balance that with patients' autonomy. Okay, so these are ideas for you, but you don't have to use them, or you can, or let your imagination run wild, or take something from your real life experience. So this is just a re-summary of what we expect from you. Now, when you present it, we want you to role play your characters. Okay, so you're not going to be like, and we think the mother thinks that. You're going to be, I'm mom, and here's my opinion. Okay, so you're going to role play these characters, you're going to embody them, and you're going to share with us how you are like looking at this scenario. So you need to understand your viewpoints. Try to find a suitable solution at the very end that kind of addresses all the challenges that you faced without overstepping cultural or religious beliefs, considering patient autonomy, etc., etc. Remember to consider all the possible reasons for the hesitancy. Critically think about the role that the community plays in the teen's parents' hesitancy. Like, what did the community's comments or rumors, how did they affect this decision? You're welcome to add your viewpoints, we've said that. Yeah, so discuss, collaborate, propose a way forward. This is quite a repetitive, but I want you to know what to do. And then the very last thing that's in bold is please ensure that you have a compassionate way forward that allows not only for the greater good, but also respects individuals' autonomy over their health. Okay. So you're going to choose one person to chair your team for the 40 minutes on Thursday. Okay, so someone in your group needs to take ownership. You're welcome to create WhatsApp groups. You're welcome to create mailing lists, whatever your mode of conversation, whatever makes it easier, please choose that. Someone should be chair, and that chair's job is to watch the time, control who speaks when, normal chairing roles. Then you're going to select viewpoints, your team, first you're going to have a big discussion, but then you're going to select what are you going to present to us, the rest of the delegates. So you're going to pick your people who are going to do the role playing. You're welcome to all do something. You just have to fit it in your time allocation. And then you're going to choose one person to conclude and summarize everything, which will give, you'll have 2 minutes for that, to conclude and summarize your viewpoint way forward. So everyone's going to role play, and one person's going to conclude and summarize. Remember to encourage as complex viewpoints as possible. Okay, so here's your time management. 30 minutes each group will have 30 minutes within your groups to deliberate, chat, plan your presentation. Then 10 more minutes to quickly wrap up, choose your presenters, prepare your conclusion, final recommendations. Then we're going to join as a big team, and every group will have 15 minutes to present to all of the delegates. Okay? And then after each session, every group will have another 10 minutes to take questions from the audience. Okay? So group A will present, 10 minutes questions. Group B will present, 10-minute questions, like that. And then lastly, but not least, 15 minutes of feedback. Okay, so if you forget any of this, it's on the slides. If you have any questions now, you're welcome to ask me. Are there any questions? Anybody? No? Okay, so this is your teams. Please have a look. I just color-coded them so we can tell you where to go, but you're welcome to please rename yourself. Do not be a color. Rename yourself something fun and innovative. And I think for now, if you don't mind and you don't have questions, are you sure you have no questions? Because now I'm going to ruffle the feathers. Oh, you've got no questions? Oh, really? Sorry. Hold on, we have online questions.
So in the spirit of adaptability, we didn't plan for this for the online team to be part of the groups because we know that they need to meet throughout the course of the week to actually engage on this particular case study. But I'm getting a lot of requests online asking to actually work on the case study. So just to say to the online team, if they can hear us, we're going to make a plan, specifically Salim is going to make a plan to put them into
Like a
virtual
breakout
breakout groups now, but that would mean that you need to stay engaged throughout the week to discuss this particular case study, which means that when you get into your breakout rooms, you need to either share your WhatsApp numbers and create a group and discuss the case study in your time. And then on Thursday, we'll make allowance for the different breakout groups. Perhaps we can, Salim, can we do like 2 breakout rooms? Okay, so we'll do 2 breakout rooms. So there'll be 2 online groups in addition to the 3 in-person groups.
We'll just shorten the questions.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, awesome. No, that's fantastic. And then I wanted to just add, so in terms of dividing you up, there's nothing special. We just try to split up different countries, different occupations, so that we get a richness in each group. So we don't have all of the same type of person in the same group. Okay, so I want you to, if you don't mind stretching your legs, I would like the red team to gather over there and get to know each other, maybe swap WhatsApp numbers. Maybe the yellow team can go outside and swap numbers and greet each other, and the blue team can come over here and swap numbers and greet each other. And maybe if you can choose a name today still, just to get the energy vibing, then that'll be great. So let's just spend 5-10 minutes getting to know each other and come up with a team name. Okay, let's go. Yes, they will come back. You're not leaving. You're just meeting your friends. Red on the right, yellow outside, blue on the left, my right, my left.